Things got underway here in Malta yesterday. The home side having a bit of a tough day. What a clash of the undefeated teams first up. And after this game, we'll already be halfway through the series, but we're only just beginning here in Malta. Welcome, I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Malta T20I Tri Series, and it starts right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket, day 2 of this Malta T20I Tri Series, where we had a little bit of an unscheduled interruption on day 1 with the storm sweeping through. We saw Hungary winning the first game via DLS against the hosts, and then Malta didn't do much better in the second game despite posting 150. Austria got the win, and Austria are back on this morning against Hungary. Lots of geopolitical history between these two teams, with Austria versus Hungary in match number 3. Conditions at the moment were pretty sunny, and we love that. It's going to be about 16 degrees today, currently about 13. Always a little bit wet underfoot. We know that in Malta, even in the summer, they put so much water into this Massa International Cricket Ground to keep it in such great condition. But it is time for the coin toss for match 3. Let's see what happens. Austria versus Hungary here in Malta.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the game 3 of the day 2 here in Massa International Cricket Ground. So we are here to start the game between Austria and Hungary. And Austria, being the home team, is going to flip the coin, and Hungary is going to call.
Heads.
Heads it is. So Hungary has won the toss.
We'll have a bat first.
Okay, from the middle, Hungary has won the toss and they're going to bat first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, what a sensational coin toss that was, and even more sensational, Zimas Deploy leading his country for the first time. Abhitesh Prashad, the captain for this series, going down with a knee injury, recurring knee injury yesterday. And yeah, you see the Hungarians have won the toss. They want to have a hit. The first time we've seen a captain win the toss and elect to bat in this series. Both captains elected to bowl yesterday. But, you know, even with this field being a little bit wet underfoot, I think there's value in batting first. It will dry out, and I just think it's not easy fielding conditions, not easy to hold your catches early, and obviously the ball might not do as much if it gets a bit of moisture in it. Let's have a look yesterday. Of course, we had the 2 matches to start this tri-series off, with the hosts, Malta, taking on Hungary in game 1. Hungary were sent in, they made 180 for 8. It was a really good innings by Ghani, though he was dropped the first ball of the innings, went on to make 53 off 27. Usman Mohammed batting low in the order, 29, rallied. Sheikh Raziq with 28 in there. Wasim Abbas had an outstanding day for Malta. Best of their bowlers, I think, over the day. 3 for 31 sharp, maybe hit and miss, but did pick up 2 key wickets to break a partnership. Malta only got to bat 5 overs. They were behind by 8 runs on DLS. The rain came from nowhere, but that meant that Hungary got the win, and they were lucky. It was the minimum possible overs to constitute a match. Malta then batted first, sent in by Austria, who entered the fray in match number 2. Malta made 150. Otherwise, Matthew, the really well put together 46 top score. The tank, Darshit Patanka with 32, and Rocky 20 before he was run out in a disaster. Austria chased it down thanks to Mark Simpson-Parker. Rode his luck, dropped a few times in there, but made a half century, and a few little contributions there with the other members of the top 4 for Austria. So this is what we're looking at. We've got Hungary and Austria with a win each. We've got Malta without a win. It's a huge day for Malta. They still have 2 matches. They could potentially still win even if all the teams were to split their games and it was to be 2-2. They could win on net run rate. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for match number 3, with Hungary batting first. Well, no Prashad, that's the big news. We saw him go down with a recurrence of the knee injury yesterday, so Zimas Deploy will open up for them. Abbas Ghani really kind of gripped it and ripped it in the power play yesterday. He set up there for one reason and one reason only. Pretty strong batting order. Chris Dow comes in for Hungary. A few people saying that's a bit of a like-for-like replacement. Maybe not in looks, but welcome to Chris. He's a great guy, and I'm happy to see him in the side for the Austrians. Well, they've got a really strong side once again. Both these teams play quite similarly. They're very, very attacking. They love the short form of the game. They're really good T10 teams. I think that kind of translates to their T20 approach. So Austria at 62% favourite. Sounds about right. Austria ranked 47 in the world. Hungary ranked 75. But remember, they did beat the 71st ranked Malta yesterday. on Maltese soil. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Welcome to everyone in the chat. Hope you're all enjoying the ECN season so far. I suppose this is day 5 of our season, even though it's day 2 in Malta. And I won't be alone today. Battled through yesterday, but really enjoyed it. Some really high quality cricket. Aqib Iqbal looks like he's going to get us going. Ghani went for broke yesterday and got dropped first ball. What's the approach today? Here's day 2. He attacked straight away. It wasn't a great ball from Iqbal, straight on the leg stump. And there's our first wipeout of the day. Well, this is ECN cricket. Doesn't matter T10 or T20 format. Oh boy. Well, you only had to wait about 20 seconds. Ghani, nice little clip off the Patsman wicket. And well, that practice wicket area can be a little bit slippery underfoot. And that's 4 on a couple of accounts. Solid drive from Ghani, gets through the field. Think of 2, they'll get 2. Mark Simpson Park, a very good fielder, but not easy to pick it up. And we could have an overthrow, we will. We have 3, so I just think this ECN chaos, it translates no matter how many overs you play. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and finally, let's welcome my co-commentator for the rest of this international try series and the ECIs later in the week. It's none other than German international, former Warwickshire all-rounder, and, of course, MVP of the ECCW Challenger Series, Tina Goff. Welcome, Tina.
Morning, Vinny. Wow, what an introduction. Happy to be here, and first ball, chaos already, so I'm loving it.
Chaos. And, when the men in the vests start going down, it's concerning. But, yeah, that's great to have you here, Tina. I know you're going to be a more regular part of our commentary team this year, which is something that we're excited about. I know you're excited about it too. And yeah, I suppose a fairly familiar format for you, T20, to get you going here in Malta. Deploy faces up for the first time. It's a bit of a dodgy single. Wow, hits the edge of the pitch. That could have easily got away. We had a 5 as the first scoring shot of the series yesterday. It's been a pretty chaotic start, hasn't it? Deploy was in jeopardy here.
Yeah, it's all going on. I think the wet outfield's not helping, and that one just trampolined off the side. Ooh, almost took his head off there, but
yeah. No, there is a school of thought that everyone should wear a helmet. Sometimes some balls hit the side of the pitch, but yeah, Deploy could have been run out. Direct hit would have been gone. Oh, now we have a hit back at the bowler, drop catch. Would have been out. That's almost out. Wow, not out. This is some first. We're only halfway through this first over.
I'm exhausted already. There's still almost 20 overs to go.
No time for pleasantries here. Let's have a look. I mean, it was hit hard. If you're really unkind, it would have been a drop catch. This was, he's just made it. Definitely would have been run out the first time it hit the stumps. Just gets the bat down in time. Wasn't really a great slide.
Yeah, meanwhile, Aqib's kind of looking at his fingers. It's a bit cold out there.
Of course he is. It's good areas. And Aqib hoping to go up a gear. Zemus Deploy plays his cricket domestically in South Africa. His brother Lance Deploy captains one of the counties. Also plays for Hungary when he's available. Plays a lot of franchise cricket. Zemus, though, he's making a name for himself. He played for Europe here in the Western Shield. But he got out to a little bit of a lazy shot yesterday. Tried to hit across the line, got castled. So I'm sure he's keen. I'm predicting him to have a big day today. Hungary, of course, they will play both matches today.
It's a big day for him as skipper as well. He's got to step up with the bat, opening up, and yeah, he'll want to lead his team to a big total here, I reckon.
No doubt about it. 9 without loss after a pretty memorable first over. As we have a look at some of the numbers from yesterday. So 8 runs and over was the average run rate. So that translates to 160. So maybe that is the par. Maybe it's a few more than that. You can see that, okay, we didn't get the full 80 overs in. We got 65 there or thereabouts. And the wicket rate's pretty low. So 3 wickets per 10 overs. So yeah, obviously a bit lower than you'd see in T10 cricket. 20 wickets. And yeah, we saw 21 maximos. Even though this ground, it's bigger than we have for T10 cricket, it's still reasonably small, especially on the sides. The straight boundaries are pretty long, and that's one thing I think the teams might be able to do a bit better, is bowl towards that plan, try and force the batters to hit straight, because it's quite a long hit. Okay, here's Sahil Zadran, out and out fast bowler. Bowling over number 2, Ghani really wants to attack this power play. tries, doesn't get away with it. Anyway, Tina, how have you been?
Yeah, I've been very well. I've been in Australia over the winter as well, so I had a bit of winter sun and watched a bit of the cricket there. Went to the India-Australia games, and yeah, now I'm just going from one cricket match to the other. And it's a bit colder here in Malta, but I left Hamburg the other day. It was -3, so
Yeah.
I'm happy for anything in the positive at the moment.
Certainly pretty different here than in Central, definitely Northern Europe. Ghani's after him again, doesn't really time this. Field kind of plonks on the first bounce, especially while there's a lot of moisture in it. Ghani will come back for 2. Hey, also, let's say a quick hi to everyone in the chat. Scotty's watching from Australia. Nick Northern Ireland is watching as well. Kai Bay from down under. Christopher Ward's in there. Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia, as I mentioned, has been doing some great stuff over the summer. Rob Thompson from New Zealand. You said it's almost time for him to go to bed. Steve Masterson watching as well. I also love this name, Dirty Sanchez. Saying nice and sunny here in Malta.
He's not wrong.
I don't know who calls a kid dirty, but all right, this is going to be clipped away, and this will test the fielder. Again, the outfield holds up a little bit. First up, Ghani will come back for another 2. Rajbir saying Tina Goff, welcome back. Natik Patel was asking if there's any chance of rain today. At the moment, I think we're looking at blue skies, though we know it can change quickly in Malta, but nothing in the forecast. Hello to Kevin watching from the UK. Ben Cattle has been tuning in as well. Gollum Mustafa, Emmanuel Robbins. Look at all these viewers we've got saying hi. Absolutely wonderful. Hello to SkyQuest watching from California saying hello everyone, Happy New Year. Hi Vinny, hi Tina. Great to see you again, SkyQuest. There we go. Goes up and over the top. It's going, and it's gone. Maximo! Ghani, like the way they've just thrown him up there. They've got a lot of batting. They're not afraid to take chances. Very attacking start.
That was a lovely shot as well. He just swung through the line of it, didn't try and overhit it, just used the pace of the ball and stood and delivered and just admired his handiwork. And I think that's the way to go as well. You're saying if you force them to play straight, but they can only have a couple out in the power play, and you've got to use those gaps when you can early on.
Really, it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it. You know, he's backing it up. And Ghani, apparently his last innings before this series was 160 off 60. So he's carrying that form in. Comeback ball for Sahel. It's a pretty good one actually, that kind of middle length. Ghani misses out. Just quickly finishing my hellos. A big hello to the ECN robot, of course, who has been pretty active so far. And to Thomas Martinez saying, "G'day Vinny." And is that Tina on the mic? It certainly is. Tina Goff with me for the next 4 days. And it's your debut, I suppose, away from the Khartoum Oval, but it's a pretty nice setting, isn't it?
There's certainly worse places to be, and I know you had a touch of rain here yesterday, but it's blue skies all the way today, and I think the forecast is looking good as well, so hopefully we get in the whole 80 today.
Yeah, that's right. So it's 19 without loss after 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Tino Goff. If you would like Tino Goff, like Tino best.
Yeah.
I'll stick with
I'll
Tina.
take it.
Tina here is actually has a bit of experience at this ground. We'll come to that as well as we have a quick look at the table with Malta behind. Whoever wins this game goes clear 2 points at the top of the table, and really they're in the best position to win the series with each team only playing 4 games. So after this game, it will be exactly halfway through with 1 round of matches completed and 1 still to go. Yeah, you did play in the Valletta Cup last year for the MCC, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. So last August, the MCC was invited. We played in the Valletta Cup, and with Malta, they played Greece, Serbia. It was a bit warmer than it was today. I think they had a bit too much heat, actually. We had a couple of players drop with heat stroke, but you know, the main thing is getting the cricket on, and it was a great tournament. And we had Charlie on the mic for that as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, that hasn't been your ECN Malta debut, because you did commentate a little bit with Charlie then, didn't you?
Yeah, I sneaked in for I think half an innings and had such a good time that I'm back again today.
Well, that's a bit of a thick outside edge, getting pull-ups from the long boundaries. Oh, Zama in at the floating slip. I'll get to... Nice to see Stefan Gooch in the chat, our very own. He's actually refereeing at the moment in Portugal. The night series started last night. Really entertaining cricket there. Capitals had to wear a 15-run penalty for not being at the ground on time, but still ran out winners against the Knights. But the Knights put up a better fight. Although they only made 69 in the second game, they almost defended it. 8 were required off the last over. But the Capitals got across the line. So there are a few obstacles getting to that ground. This is Kogiani is coming on. So they made a change straight away. Interesting that they haven't stuck with a key big bowl. They've gone to the left armour.
Yeah, I mean, Hungary have started well here. Maybe they're just trying to keep the batters off their game and just switch it up. And when you've got 20 overs, you've got a bit of time to try a few bowlers and see who finds their rhythm. Of course, they've all got 4 overs that they can bowl, but maybe they're just switching it up and see who sticks.
Yeah, true. And I suppose the ability to bowl with a kind of more or less a brand new ball before it gets a little bit sodden in these conditions. Kogiani made his T20I debut yesterday, but he's kind of already built for it. We've seen him in T10 cricket, we've seen him in ECN cricket be very, very effective. That's the other thing with this Austrian batting lineup. Look, they bat down to 11. They've got guys that can really hit the ball. They've got no real bunnies in there. Hallmark of good team. Ghani, fire versus fire, gets on the hook, but doesn't carry. They do have the fielder back there, Nishan Arif, who keeps it to 1. Actually, I know that you're obviously fluent in German, which makes you pretty conversational with the Austrian team, but what's your Hungarian like?
It's not quite as good as my German, I must say. I might be able to pick up a word or two, but keep it to English and German at the moment.
I'm telling you that Hungarian, obviously you can get around a bit, Hungarian is consistently ranked among the most difficult languages to learn, definitely for English speakers. But Stefan Gooch is in there, and he is saying Hadra Magyarország, which means come on Hungary, and I know I didn't probably pronounce that right.
I'll take your word for it.
Full toss, but he clunks it. He's going to get just over the top. Deploy gets a bit lucky there. It was a little bit late on that full toss from Kogiani, but another 2. Had so many 2s so far. So I know a bit of Hungarian. Kursi or Kursanam means thank you. Joragelt is good morning. That's kind of all that's stuck. But
that's all you need, really, isn't it?
It looks like a bit of an alphabet soup to an English speaker. But it's a beautiful language. I know quite a few people that speak it. Near the ground in Hungary is pretty cool as well. The GB Oval in Zödligen. It's yeah, the only problem is a bit of a flood risk. So occasionally it's underwater. But it's got it's really nicely framed. Zödligen's a little bit north of the capital, Budapest. I've been there several times. Nice little kind of shop around the corner, like a mum and pop shop, where things are unbelievably cheap. So you quite enjoy a cold drink there after a day's play. Occasionally the train comes rocketing past, which takes into the city. It's about 30-40 minutes out of the city. There's a rolling cutter, but he picks it and he smashes it here, Ghani. He is on so far. That's got all the way. Maximal to finish the 3rd over. Kogiani goes for 13, 32 without loss after 3.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. It was a slower ball, attempted slower ball there. Didn't quite pay off there, but lovely shot. Straight again. That's, I think, Ghani's strength at the moment. He's seeing the fuller deliveries and just putting them straight back where they've come from.
Yeah, that was really smart batting. I think he doesn't try to hit across that. I think the movement's always going to go away from him, and he kind of accounts for it. So, yeah, pretty good start. Kind of 10 and over pace, almost 11 and over so far. Yeah, that ground in Hungary, yeah, it is a bit of an issue when it rains, but you know, when it doesn't rain, it looks pretty cool. And also, there are houses all around it, so they have an interesting relationship with the owners of these houses, because they've basically got the backyards, which are adjacent to the field. Small fence, but not a huge fence, wire fence. So there is an end there that is affectionately known as the bikini end. Because the pool is out there. So yeah, you can bowl from the bikini end at the GB Oval. But hello to all our friends in Hungary, and of course all our friends in Austria. Austria's another great place. I think you've played there, right? At
yeah,
Sevan?
I have, yeah. Good memories from that ground.
So how's that run? Does get a second over. Gets pushed for a single. Yeah. Not to get into your personal success too much, but you absolutely took the Austrians apart there a few years ago, didn't you, in T20I cricket?
Yeah, that was quite a strange series, because it was the summer of 2020 and most of world cricket had shut down for COVID, and because obviously Austria's just around the corner from Germany, we managed to put on a T20I series. And yeah, we came up trumps against Austria, but it was just great to play any kind of cricket, because I think most of us hadn't left the house in about 6 months. So
yeah. So, I remember we covered that series on ECN. All kinds of records were getting smashed. All right, Ghani, he's halfway through this power play and he's not slowing down. Takes on the hook again, but this time he's found the fielder and it's dropped. This has been a constant problem in this series. Maybe it's early on, you could say. That's Canan Gelzai. Doesn't drop too many catches at all, Canan. But that was a golden opportunity to get Ghani, who was dropped on 0 yesterday, ended up going on to get a 50. Today he's dropped on 26.
he didn't seem to pick the line of it. He kind of took a few steps forward, a few steps back, and then by the time it landed at him, he was taking it almost at his feet, and with a wet ball especially, it was always going to be tough, that one.
Yeah, let it get really low on him, didn't he? Garni. Oh, might have kissed the Blarney Stone before this series, I don't know. But there's been a couple of players that have had multiple drops that they've survived. Mark Simpson Parker was one yesterday, to be fair. Now, Austria will be bitterly disappointed. International cricket, holding your catches as paramount. Deploy takes over. Square drive, he cracks it. And wow, that might have been out as well, you know.
Yeah, it was good, great pick up and throw. Had the batter scampering back there at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I like good teams. They do like to throw the ball around. It's half chance at best. He might have just been back, but certainly keeping Abbas Ghani honest. And also a question from Thomas, comes out in a second. Short top edge. This one's hanging, but it's going to be out of the ground with the pace of Zadran. It goes for 6. Maximo! A first for Zimas to play.
Yeah, he just kind of levered that. It was a bit of a short ball, and he didn't really have to do much but stand and deliver and just pivoted it. Lovely shot, and that was back into the slippy zone. Our friend there who fell over on the first ball, he didn't want to chase that one. I think he left it for his mate.
We've had some amazing slips in Malta as well. And you never want to see anyone get hurt, but most of the time it's a nice soft landing here. It's actually maybe not on the concrete over there where he went down, but the actual surface is pretty lush. Another question from Thomas from Madrid was, is Stefan Gooch the record holder, 6 for 2, best figures in an ECN T10?
Good question.
Absolutely is, and he reminds us all the time, Stefan, who really is a part-time bowler, right? At that stage was. He's seen bowling a bit more now he's relocated to Hungary. That's his role. That one's going to beat the field as well. Should get 2 here. Didn't see too many 3s yesterday. I've seen one this morning thanks to an overthrow. Yeah, but Steph took 6 for 2 for Royal Tigers versus Baggy Blues.
The Baggy Blues.
One of our first European cricket series in 2020. Stefan now, of course, he's gone to have quite a good umpiring career with us, and actually now one of our tournament referees. He's in Portugal right now. Also is relocated to his native Estonia, where he has been part of the national team and was a bit of a star for them in ECS cricket last year, and in the ECC, where Estonia made the final of the Challenger division. And Stefan will tell you this as well, he's also a rare member of the 150 club. He's made a 150 in a T10 as well.
He's got to leave some records for the rest of us.
And he probably owes me a drink or two after mentioning it, but I think we've only had 10 or 12 150s ever, but so many of them were scored last year. Sneak through for a single here. Solid hat game there by Kogiani. Looks like he left his horse behind.
At first when I saw him, I thought he was sporting an afro, and no, it's just the hat. But you know, the sun is out today, so it's good to protect his head even when it is probably about 12 degrees, so it's a bit chilly, but can't complain when we've got this glorious winter sun. Looks to be some kind of glove maintenance going out in the middle as we see the run rate of Hungary. So they've had a steady start. I think they'll be happy with that. It's always a good start for the batting team if they don't lose a wicket in the power play. And not only that, but both their batters, both Ghani and Deploy, have got off to a decent start. Ghani in particular, he's 26 off just 12 balls. You'd be happy with that strike rate in T10, let alone T20. So Hungary would be, at this stage, eyeing up a big 200, but of course Austria will have something to say about that as Kogiani comes in for his second over.
Sticking with him. Chopped into the ground by Deploy. Yeah, Steph, well, he's quite a personality here on ECN, but yeah, you can see that he's at top of that list, 6 for 2. And they're the only 10 sixers. No, we had 12 sixers actually. Sorry, there's a couple that aren't quite on that all-time best bowling figures list. So he's a member of that, and he's also a member of the 150 club, which is a pretty rare group to be a part of as well. Kogiani, Sagani.
You know what? On that list, I think I'm more impressed by the figures where it's something like 6 for 19, because that means 6 of your 12 balls were wickets, and the other 6 got smashed.
I can do you one better. So Umar Tariq, who is in the side for Austria today, on this ground, he actually took 6 for 22. There's the 150 club in order. So you can see that Leicester Ploy's on there. He was the second member. But have a look at on the right-hand side that 7 of those 10 150s came last year. And in fact, 9 of the 10 have come since October 23. So we call it the grizzly factor. The grizzly balls just seem to fly a bit further. Well, this one's going to fly, though. It's launched into by Zuma's deploy. Maximo! That's a huge hit into the jungle. Brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for Hungary.
Yeah, he's picking up where his batting partner Ghani left off, and another example of just playing through the line. Takes a little skip down the pitch and just smashes it over kind of a wide mid-off, but just playing it straight at the moment seems to be the way to go. And Austria have kind of resorted to a bit of shorter pitch bowling to kind of counteract that as we go on a ball search here.
Yeah, well, that's the one thing in the T20 game. You are making more of an effort to find the ball, so that you continue with. That's when the T10, which I'll have another one. But yeah, that was a great shot by Zemus deploy. He'll be disappointed how he got out yesterday. Just kind of lost his shape, lost his form, got a bit lazy, tried to hit across one. But that's a really good example of kind of hitting through the line of the ball. And it was an absolute monster. He had a breakout ECC for Hungary last year. I suppose, I don't know if it helped, but without his brother playing in the team, I think he took on that extra responsibility, went to the top of the order, and had a really outstanding tournament. That was a really, really good strike. And I think Hungary, they're only going to stay at this pace or higher, especially Ghani. There's 6 over power play. There's an over and a half to go. And Kogiani's not the easiest one to get after. And that was a monster.
Well, especially in T20, I feel like in T10 you can always come back, but in a T20 you can almost half win a game in a power play. If you have a really good power play, as Hungary are doing so now, they're going to have a real kind of positive momentum going into the rest of the innings and have Austria really on the back foot. And that's kind of a low full toss, and I don't mind that actually from Austria, because if anything in the slot is going, anything short is also going, so low full toss is actually not a bad option. It's a hard one to hit away for the batter.
Yeah, you're right, and we saw that yesterday actually as well. Low full toss, straight boundaries being pretty long. We actually saw a few wickets to full tosses as well, to be honest.
Underrated delivery, I think. I mean, most of the time it's a mistake, speaking from personal experience. But
shin high below, agree. This is another one. He's got a heavy full tosses, isn't it? And Ghani's only able to get it away for one.
I think we've got to remember as well, the ball's going to be pretty wet. Fingers are going to be cold. It's still early here in Malta, so they're going to struggle to grip it, especially the pace bowlers, and they've got to run in from the grass onto the AstroTurf. It's not always easy to find your rhythm early on. Kogiani's obviously in his second over now. So maybe for Austria as well, it'd be worth just keeping a few bowlers on for a bit longer. I know if you're getting hit, it's difficult to keep someone on, but throwing in the ball here and there, different overs, is always difficult as well for a bowler to find their rhythm.
This is knocked away just a single, and yeah, I think you're right. At the end of the 5th over, actually, it's 54 without loss. Do an over to go on this power play. I think they'll probably see some spin. I think Bilal Zalmai will be natural to come on in the 7th over. We've still got an over before the end of the power play. This is a bit of a look at our tour of Malta. So we've got this 3-day Malta T20I Tri-Series, T20 International Cricket. We've got T10 Internationals Thursday and Friday, the same 3 teams with Malta, Austria and Hungary playing in that. Final for that on Friday afternoon. Saturday morning we start the European Cricket Series, so domestic cricket, an 11-day series here. Day 11 is the finals day. It dovetails nicely with the Tour of Portugal, which is the 3rd to the 18th. It started last night. So 18th of February is a big day because it's finals here, it's finals in Portugal as well. And then we start the Western Shield the next day. And I know that you're going to be part of our coverage for that as well. You must be pretty excited about that.
Very excited. The reason 18th of February is a big day as well, it's also my birthday. So it's a triple celebration, Malta, Portugal and my birthday all in one. So I couldn't ask for a better day. But yeah, then straight into the Western Shield, which promises to be a really exciting event. And I can't wait to get going on that and look at those icon players as well. It's going to be some great cricket on show.
Yeah, certainly will. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Swing and a little bit of kind of left to right swing there for Iqbal. He swung himself around to this bottom end, the golf course end.
Yeah, I can kind of see what he's trying to do there. If he hides the ball outside off stump, it's going to be difficult for Zemus to get out to that. But it's always tough when you're a right armour going into the left-hander because you just don't want to hit it, bowl it straight into their hitting arc, as we see there.
That's similar to the shot he pumped out of the ground at the other end, but doesn't quite time this. But yeah, it's funny, we've got a lot of stats on, oh geez, that's hit the edge of the pitch. And oh no, we're going to have a run out. Oh, what an absolute cook-up. The world is such a mysterious place. It's a bit of a nothing, really. It hit the edge of the pitch and went into a kind of no man's land. Check this one out. Oh, that's an unbelievable way for the first wicket to fall. Kind of fitting. He drops his back gun. He turns his back on the play.
He's not interested at all.
Zemus sees it. He's kind of obstructed by the bowler. And then Ghani, by the time he picks up his bat, he realises he's just going to have to pick it back and walk off. Unbelievable. Goes with everything we've seen this morning. It's been chaos. Ghani makes a bright 28, but his luck's out. Sometimes you got luck, sometimes you don't. 56 for 1.
Yeah, he's got to drag himself off the pitch there because that was a real mess up between the two batters there. And I almost looked away because the ball was just thrown into the middle. It trampolined up, flew down to square leg. We'll see it again here.
So have a look. There's a couple of things. When he decides, the bowler's kind of in his eye line, and when he decides, and then not through any fault of Akib, but it's like a confluence of several factors that have all conspired. See, look here, there, he's dropped his bat, so he's having a look around the bowler. He's looking down and saying he's dropped his bat, and then he turns and watches the ball, assuming that would stop Zemus from running, but it didn't.
And at the same time, Akib, when the ball came in, he was not even looking where the ball was. He almost got his head taken off, and he was complaining to his mate at square leg. And in the end, Akib almost sheepishly takes the bails off because I think he didn't really know what happened. He suddenly found himself with a run out.
Yeah, well, taking 6 fantasy points. So, yeah, that was a total disaster. We saw something not quite the same, but similar yesterday between the openers from Malta, Dash Patanka and Rocky Dinish having difference of opinion. But the real breakdown is eye contact. Once you lose eye contact, then you lose all communication. And calling gets you so far, but especially in high-level games when there's crowds and there's lots of noise, eye contact is kind of a real key to staying on the same page. You could see when they broke eye contact, that's when the real mix-up happened. Oh well, Zishan comes out, and well, maybe it's a blessing in disguise if Zishan's going to hit him like that. He just works it off the hip. Maximo 6 carreras.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. Just pivoted, used the pace, and yeah, it's good that Zishan's come in and kind of settled the ship a bit because Zemus is probably his head's all scrambled after that run out, and especially when you're captain as well, you don't want to be running out your teammates, and Abbas was looking good. He was 28 off 14. So Zemus now I think is going to feel the pressure to push on and really kind of put in a captain's innings, and if Zishan, carries on like he started, then they might still be on for that 200 score.
It's almost a kind of like for like as well. Another attacking right-hander, Zishan, very experienced. He's made some big scores. Oh, well, not a huge fan of running though, but he gets away with it. Quick hello to Mita Gooch, who's in the chat as well, saying good to see Abbas hitting some form before the ECL. Yeah, we'll be playing for the Budapest Blinders in the ECL. Mita, of course, I want to say she's retired, but she's...
You're never really retired, are you?
Yeah, that's right. Mita, good to have you with us. I know we'll see her through the year. Obviously, it's been a huge key part of our on-ground crew over the last 5 seasons. And wishing her all the best. I know she's heavily involved in cricket in Estonia and represents the women's national team there. And hopefully we see them during the year as well.
I quite like this line that Iqbal's actually bowling here. If you've got cover on the boundary out at deep covers, then bowling it quite wide outside off stump is actually quite a good tactic. You don't give the batters much to play with, and see if he does that for the right-hander here as well.
Yeah, he does. Squeezed.
Oh,
Mishandled there. A little bit of the sideways Tortuga. Hamid Safi made his debut yesterday and picked up 3 wickets. On debut, picked up a wicket first ball that he bowled in T20I cricket. So, not sure how many people are in that club, but it must be a pretty exclusive club.
I think I'll just retire on the spot, to be fair, if I did that. It's not going to get better than a first ball wicket, and that was a bit of a fumble there. So he'll be wanting to come back on, or come on to bowl to make up for that little fumble. But
if you've got the Safi name as well, then you definitely got a little bit of the wild streak about you. So I like Hamid. We saw him playing in ECS Austria last year. End of the power play, 67 for 1. Honours to Hungary there, but needless run out to lose Ghani. But I look at that batting. Rusik had an incredibly good 2024. He's a class player. He was actually involved in our first instance of 2 batters getting a century in the same innings in T10 cricket last year for the Cobras in a score of 257, an equal record. And plenty of batting to come after that as well. Zahir Safi in there. Usman was good yesterday, even though he batted pretty low.
Well, he was on the scorecard at 11, so if he comes in at 11, I think
he came in, I think, 8 yesterday. I don't think he's coming in that low, but that's the thing with Hungary, though. And the only one you would say they don't rate as a batter is Suck Lane, who averages less than 1 on ECN, and Prashar, with a blown ACL, was chosen to bat anyway to come to revive his innings.
That's a sore one to take, isn't it?
Yeah.
Both the blown ACL and also the 0.5 average.
Maybe it was Suck Lane's idea, because he had to open the bowling and said, look, I want to stay fresh. Get out there. Deploy, faces up. Kogiani's going to get a 3rd over. Field goes back now. Oh, well, checks his shot. Might be trouble. Oh, it's another drop catch. Wow. You wouldn't read about it. Amir Tariq, and it's not a really clever shot from Deploy. It's the first ball that the field's gone back, and 5 outfielders were in play, and so Deploy gets a life.
Yeah, Tariq never really looked comfortable under that one. Deploy kind of just checked his drive, but he never really got set. And in the end, he was lucky that he didn't fumble it for 4, so it was a drop catch, but I think they only lost 2 runs as a result.
Yeah, write that one down. Deploy gets a life on 29. Now gets a full toss, and he works in front of square. Probably scared straight, and they'll just take the single. Yeah, Thomas in Madrid was saying, really looking forward to the Western Shield, and such a packed schedule on ECN at the moment, with Coimbra in the night, Marsa early morning. Yeah, so the struggle is real for our ECN super fans, that you've got. Well, actually, it gets worse than this. I hate to break it to you.
You mean better?
Yeah, that's what I mean. So 8 hours pretty much here during the day in Malta, and then another 4 hours tonight. So it's 12 hours in the day. But I know that our record is like, actually, if you include when concurrent games are going on, our record is probably something like 22 to 24, maybe 26 hours in the day. But if you want to talk about how much of the day ECN is on, probably we top out at about 16.
I mean, there's 8 hours there for sleeping. The rest,
Well, you catch
get it on.
Highlights. You're not sleeping. Uh-oh. Bit of a squeeze back. Boy, backing up quite a lot, but really nothing to talk about in the end. Yeah. Another Coimbra ground in Portugal, Miranda de Corvo Stadium, to be specific. It's a really interesting ground. It's a football ground, but the square bound is really short, because it's literally a football ground. They're a lot shorter than the 50. Nice little bit of timing there, use of the wrists by Kukikel. He's only going to get 1. But there's a grandstand there, and quite often the ball gets hit onto the roof of the grandstand. Last night we saw the scorers who were on the 2nd story of the pavilion. We had a busted laptop last night.
Oh dear.
And so I know you're new to the circuit.
Yeah.
Do you know Rule 1? Do you remember Rule 1?
I do remember Rule 1. It's protect the equipment.
Can you tell me Rule 1?
Protect the equipment.
Protect the equipment. And unfortunately, well, Phil G, who was there, he was definitely following Rule 1. I could tell every time the ball was hitting his direction. He was kind of long off. But at deep mid-wicket, the scorers, they were startled. They were on camera as well. The ball crashed straight into the laptop.
Oh dear.
And I think it's
R.I.P. laptop.
Yeah, it hasn't survived. Deploy. Building nicely now after a little bit of a... If he had been caught there, I think that would have been 2 days in a row that he was his own worst enemy as far as decisions of shots to play and what to go after. So I suppose he gets a chance this time to go on with his innings.
It's also a bit of a mindset shift when you're going to T20 as well. You don't have to go after every single ball like you kind of do in T10. So maybe that's a lesson for him, and he'll just tone it back a bit, because we're only at the end of the 7th now, as they'll scamper through for 1 to take it to 73 for 1. So at the end of the 7th over, so not even near halfway through. So Deploy is going well, but he'd want to stay in and get 60, 70, 80 runs. Getting a 30 yeah, it helps, but you need someone to go big in T20 if you want to get that score up to 200.
Yeah, no, you're right. And they had a really good start yesterday, actually. They were up at, I think, 103 after 9 overs, but then they had both set batters out at the same time. Look, to be fair, they still got to 180, and they had a little bit of a kick in the tail towards the end. But yeah, the challenge for Hungary, they were on this kind of 200, 220 pace yesterday, but ended up getting pegged back. They'll be hoping, especially against an Austrian side that has a lot of firepower, not like they do, that they'll want that 200 plus on this ground. I like this from Gollum, just catching up on the chat. He called the run out. He said, "Don't run, it's a trap." So that's one way to look at it. Gollum, love that observation. Malta Pinto called it a brain fade moment, and Scotty from the ECN SCA just called it cricketainment.
Well, the thing is, they didn't need to go for that run. It's a one run in a T20. Of course, every run counts, but it felt a bit unnecessary. You want to take every run, but
in hindsight, that's true. But you know as well as me, when you're out in the middle, sometimes you make snap decisions that you live to regret. Cricket's one of those games that sometimes you don't get second chances. Here's Bilal Zalmo now, so change of pace. We'll see spin for the first time. Bilal's a very clever bowler. He's not afraid to change his pace quite dramatically. He's got a real slow one. He'll toss up. He's got quite a quicker ball that's pretty much just zinged in. But yeah, Bilal, very wily character. He loses the line this time. He's going to pay the price. Maximo got what it deserved, really. Zishan helps himself to 6 more, and Hungary up to 79.
yeah, it was a lovely shot, but it was not the best ball from Bilal, and you can see he's cleaning drying his fingers on the towel there, so that's going to be the problem for the spin bowlers, gripping the ball, and then every time it goes into the bushes, the ball's just going to get wetter and soggier as well as it's thrown back in now. I love Bilal's lack of follow through. He almost doesn't follow through at all. He just pivots on his foot, and that's it. Job done for him.
He's done. It's all about the release for Bilal.
He's really working on that ball, I think, trying to get it as dry as possible, because it's pretty punishing here. If you drop anything short as a spin bowler, then you know you're going to end up in the bushes.
Picked up a bit of moisture in the jungle. But anyway, comeback ball for Bilal. Zishan also kind of treating the ball with the respect when it deserves it. I think sometimes he's his own worst enemy, getting over attacking, but I like the way he's paced his innings so far. Quick hello to Ronnie Spraggan, who's watching from Newcastle, England. The Toon.
Yeah.
You been there?
I have. I've got good friends up in Ashington. It's just north of Newcastle. Lovely part of the world.
Passed through once, had a meeting. Like a 20-minute meeting there once.
It's not enough to see Newcastle.
Do you know what's funny? So I went to the meeting and I had this idea. This is pre-ECN days. And I thought, they're going to probably take me out, have, show me a bit of the town, maybe, kept the afternoon and the evening free before I had to go back to London. Came and had the meeting, said goodbye, got on the train. Beautiful.
Northern hospitality.
Great hosts. Miss hit. That's good miss hit, because it's just going to fall into open space. Now, I won't say that reflects on everyone from Newcastle, but still.
The friendliest bunch going, usually, so you've missed out if you haven't had an evening in Newcastle, so I think you're going to have to go back there and experience some of the entertainment that you get there in the evening.
Well, we won't get up that high in England this year, but we do have 2 European cricket series in England, of course, on the calendar, with Wimbledon again. I imagine that'll be at Range Park, same ground as last year, but also Hornchurch. There was talk about a Midland series, maybe somewhere around the Birmingham area. But
my neck of the woods.
Yeah, in the end, Hornchurch have put their hand up and said, yeah, we'd like to do it. No, they'd like to have a multi-year deal as well.
Okay.
Low full toss, he talked about it. Not an easy ball to get away. So Zalmai goes for 7 in the over. 6 of those came in 1 hit. After 8 overs, Hungary 80 for 1.
Yeah, Austria have done a not too bad job of kind of putting the brakes on a bit here. Hungary will still be more than happy with where they are. But if Austria can just get 1 or 2 more wickets, they'd want to pull Hungary back to if they can get them more towards 150 than 200, they'll be very happy. As you can see, the last 2 overs for Austria have been more or less a tick in the box for them, going for just 6 and 7 after almost every over apart from the first one went for double digits. So it's been a good little phase for Austria, but they'll want to back it up with a wicket or 2 as well.
Yeah, I agree. Wickets the key. We saw Hungary almost running out of wickets yesterday, but in the end they got, I suppose, just enough. They won by 8 runs on DLS, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that 8 runs is adjusted for, I suppose, a 5 over game. So if you were to play it out, it kind of plays out as if they won by 32 runs on in a 20 over game. But yeah, some of those late runs pretty important in the end. And in a way, they got a bit fortunate that the 5 overs had just been completed before the rain came down. And it was one of those things, the rain, it built. I was kind of scoring it out of 10, and it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it was on. And that kind of obvious moment came at the end of the 5th over. So it wasn't a case where the umpire was like, okay, let's get to 5 overs and see what happens. They just played it on merit, and that's what happened. Here's Tariq. We'll have a score to settle with Deploy. And Deploy not facing at the moment. It's the first one under the bat of Zishan Kukikul.
And Tariq bowled well yesterday. He was 2 for 24 off his 4 overs against Malta in game 2, so he'll want to follow that one up. And he started well there. As I've been saying, keeping it outside off stump, full outside off stump seems to be the way to go. Kukikel's he's not the most nimble on his feet. He kind of likes to stand and deliver. So if you get him moving,
that one is hit square of the wicket, low full toss. But Shigawal out there, he's going to do the fielding. I mean, Shigawal, you see him later. This guy's played a lot of cricket, even in the Middle East as well, in UAE and in a high-level competition. I think he'll really relish the opportunity to play for Europe in the Western Shield and get more eyeballs on him. But I actually think he's the best European cricketer that hasn't scored a century on the network. I think his highest scores are 95 plus in both T20 and T10 cricket. Hasn't scored a ton. I know he must have scored them in his life, but maybe this will be the year for Raz. All right, here's the revenge. Umer versus Deploy. Walks at him. A lot of bottom hand. Should be gone. Is gone. Well, he does get his revenge. Umer Tariq. Again, it's the second day in a row that Deploy's hit across one that maybe could have played with a straight bat. Yes, it's a full toss. It kind of clonks off the bottom of the bat. And a simple catch taken out there. So Austria can breathe a little bit easier as Deploy heads back for 33. And Hungary, 81 for 2.
Yeah, I think he's going to be he's shaking his head there as he walks off. And I think I'll be a bit unhappy with myself with that as well, because he's been hitting it so well straight. And that one was actually just been asking to be hit straight, and he more or less fished for it outside off stump. You could hear the clonk off the bat and just picked out the one and only fielder there on the leg side. So a bit of a brain fade there for Deploy, and he got off to a good start, but he didn't quite convert that into a big score. So Austria have got that wicket, which I think they've deserved after the last 2 overs as well.
This is around the time there was the double strike against Hungary yesterday by Malta. At that time, it was Abbas Ghani and Sheikh Razik who were batting, and there were 2 down, and suddenly they were 4 down. And look, yeah, I suppose Zemus will be disappointed. He'll get another chance this afternoon against Malta, but yeah, just going aerial, maybe trying to hit it for 6. But I suppose anytime full tosses are one of those things you can pretty much. There's a big area where you could hit them, and to kind of drag it out towards deep mid wicket. Razma Shigawal gleefully accepted the opportunity. Here is Sheikh Razik. And he looked in pretty good form yesterday and not just dragging one to mid-wicket. Umer Tariq on the ground where he took 2 hat-tricks in an innings.
Wow.
Well, didn't get to that earlier, but I'll talk to him about it now. So yeah, we're talking about the Sixfers. So he is a member of the Sixfer Club. And the reason he's not in the top 10 list is he took 6 for 22 in the ECI here. I think it was 2 years ago now. And yeah, he took 2 hat-tricks. So he bowled the 8th over and took wickets off the 4th, 5th and 6th balls. Bowled the 10th over, took wickets off the 4th, 5th and 6th. But his other 6 balls went for 22.
He clearly needs half an over to warm up every time.
And he did remind me, we were all focused on the 6th, but we didn't even notice it was another hat-trick. And believe it or not, that's only happened twice. 2 hat-tricks in an innings has only happened twice. He's the only instance of the same bowler doing it in one innings. But the other one was Germany in the ECC. Volta Bear. And Asad Mohammed both took hat-tricks in the ECC, and I'm going to say it was 2023 when that happened. So yeah, pretty rare.
Nice victory for the Germans there then. But...
yeah, I think it was against Sweden. Anyway, into the 9th over, and Hungary are 83 for 2. Yeah, so not running out of batting. I think that's a bit of a key here. Look at who's still to come. Zahir Safi listed to come in at 5. Honestly, I think 6, you're looking... obviously, you don't have Prashar So he's obviously a big out, but I still think you look at maybe Usman Mohammed to bat 6. So maybe no Prashar. Matty Ainsworth had a go yesterday. Maybe he gets another shot, batting a little bit higher today. He's still young, he's still developing. So if you're Austria here, I think you feel like kind of 3 wickets away from breaking this game wide open. You'd hope to pick him up maybe the next 5 overs. Bilal continues. It's that slow one he holds up. One thing about Hungary, they've been really good with their running between the wickets, okay, with one clear exception so far. But they have been attacking, but they have not had the hesitation, which we've seen in some of the other teams. In Malta yesterday, I think sometimes didn't take some runs that were on, but they've obviously had a bit of a chat about being aggressive. Obviously that will occasionally backfire, but I think they've squeezed a few extra runs out of their innings so far.
Yeah, I feel like hesitation is contagious as well. If you start hesitating, if you start worrying about the other batter and what he's doing, then you're going to have a lot of run-outs. And I think that kind of trickles through the team as well. If you're all saying, all 11 players are saying, we're going to go, and if something goes wrong like we saw earlier, then so be it. But you've got to be positive.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? It doesn't really get up, but goes under the bat of Sheikh Razik. Yeah, I mean, obviously playing indoor cricket at a high level in Australia, the running between the wickets is kind of really magnified. You've got even less time to make decisions, and what you end up with, it's good to kind of stick to some basic rules. We used to actually do, even in outdoor cricket, full training sessions on running between the wickets, an hour and a half when I was a kid. So it's kind of really drilled into me. But I think the main keys in running between the wickets in the T20, T10 as well, you throw that in when it's so important, is just knowing whose call it is and letting them make the call. And there's no real time for discussion. So I think it's important those calls are good.
It's almost a trust exercise, isn't it?
So knowing that, locking eye contact and just knowing who is in charge and just going with it. And I think that eliminates kind of 95% of your problems. And sometimes, you take a calculated risk, you'll know it, you'll hit it to a fielder and you'll decide to run. And if it's a perfect bit of fielding, pick up, throw, direct hit, one stump or something, then you just have to eat it. But I think that some of the issues have come definitely one yesterday with Malta was kind of the batter who called it, and it was his call not being listened to. Veto power being used by the other batter. But then today was just kind of a bit of a freakish one, wasn't it? But I guess the lesson there is to always, keep your eye on the ball or keep your eye on the game as long as the ball's live. He'd already dropped his bat, he dropped his gloves, Ghani, and ended up costing him his wicket. That's the end of the 10th over, so we're halfway through. And Hungary 86 for 2. This is the tour this year, and we are starting here in Malta. It doesn't include a few things like night series and a few kind of extra T20Is that we might do around the traps. But how do you feel about it? Anywhere in particular you're looking forward to, Tina?
Well, going to England's always fun for me to go back home, and it'll be great to do those 2 England series and seeing some new places. Italy will be great, Spain, Portugal, so maybe get a bit of sun as well. And the back end of the year as well, we've got some exciting fixtures coming up, and of course the European Cricket Championship, the women's edition. I'll be commentating and playing, not at the same time, commentating then playing, then commentating. I think we should get a player cam, player mic.
We've experimented with it. Oh yeah, we have. It's been interesting. I'll tell you about that in a second. But the great thing about the ECCW this year, it's expanded to 3 divisions as well. So I believe Malta will be in the emerging division, so a really exciting one for them. Austria, we know that they will be in the Challenger division against you actually, won't they? Exact kind of details to be released, but I know that the plan is to have the emerging division, which is the 3rd division first, and then the Challenger division second week, and then the Premier division to finish the year. What else? I mean, ECC is going to be great once again with the 2 divisions. The promotion relegation really adds another element to it. A lot of people say to me, look, Vinny, we love everything that's going on ECN, but the European Cricket League is still kind of our favourite because it was the first one and it's retained some of that original character. Obviously it's expanded, so it started with 8 champion clubs from around Europe, now it's 35. But even the European Cricket League is kind of mad because there's 7 groups of 3 days, and each of those 3 days is almost like a whole different tournament where it has a winner, and it just turns over so quickly, and before you know it, there's new teams there, and you only get in that tournament, the clubs, so for example, we have Austrian Cricket Tigers from Austria, we'll have Budapest Blinders from Hungary, and we'll have Royal Strikers from Malta. They only get 4 games, and then, finals day if they qualify. And so it's a real emotional roller coaster. And I suppose the other thing with the European Cricket League compared to the ECC, or ECCW, is when you're in the national team, generally you're going to be playing and you'll play other cricket during the year with the national team. But for club teams, a lot of them, that might be the only time they ever come, some of these players, the non-national team players. So they have this, it's almost like a once in a lifetime for a lot of these players, and they treat it that way. And that's why it's certainly got a little bit of charm, the ECL, and you only get there by winning your domestic competition.
Yeah, I think that's definitely still the flagship tournament for ECN. And I mean, having played at Carteret as well, you feel like such a superstar when you play, and it must be so good. I mean, I've played for Germany, but playing for your club there must be, with your mates, under the lights sometimes, it must be so much fun.
Not that you're not mates with when you play at a higher level, representative level, but there is something about, you really do know these teammates at the club level. That one's cracked pretty well. It's going to beat the field. That was a laser beam from Kukagel. Cuatro carreras.
And it's just this beauty of having club players who, they might have played nothing but club cricket their whole lives, and they're suddenly treated like absolute professionals. And, the walk-on music and the commentary, it feels so special, and it's such a great thing to be a part of, and that's what ECN does so well, makes dreams come true.
Yeah, and you basically have 8 finals days in there. You have the 7 group finals and the championship week final, so it's crazy. You're going to have 8 winners, potentially, and so...
It must make the trophy lift a bit difficult.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be drama. And even, you say flagship event, but that's the thing. We've got all these events that really have equal billing, really, now. These marquee events, everything we do at the Carteret, the Western Shield being there. I know we would like to do the same with the Melton Shield as well. We're in progress there about how that will work this year. Right, goes after this, but he might have found trouble. It's in the air. Kogiani goes back, just never found the drop zone. It's a bit of a steepler. I think he thought it was slicing more than it was, and Rusik's very lucky to survive.
Yeah, I think he saved himself there by throwing the kitchen sink at it, and it meant that it went high, but also went quite wide. And Kogiani was scampering back, but he was never really in the frame to catch that. But it was a half chance and a lucky escape, but Hungary aren't going to change their plans. It looks like they're going to go hard at most things here.
Hungary 55% at the moment. Zishan, a lot of bottom hand in this shot, but it's dragged out, and would you know it, Zishan not able to capitalise. Austria have had their issues in the field today. That one, I think it does carry. Grabs the fingertips on the way through.
Yeah, that was a tough one, and again, he didn't quite pick the line. I think if he took a couple more steps forward, then he would have been in with a shot, but it came quite hard and quick at him. I think he just got his fingertips to it, but didn't hold on.
So we're Hungary, kind of backfired a little bit through these overs yesterday for them, but they're thinking, look, we've got 8 wickets in hand. Let's treat this like a T10. Let's go for it. Although Rusik, a little bit more careful this time. He's 3 off 7. But, I just think, there's no gremlins in the pitch when you're playing on an artificial surface. The ground dimensions, I think, for T20 cricket, they're reasonably small, especially square. And so they're really trying to be attacking here.
Yeah, the expected score has them at 174, but I think they'll be really trying to eye up, getting anywhere close to 200. And extras are going to help. That one just veered down the leg side, and I think the batter, for a second there, he slightly panicked that maybe the keeper was up. And
I think, to be honest, I think Tariq tries to fire it in at the feet.
Yeah.
I think he just sensed that Zishan was coming at him. Quickly, I want to say hello to Walking with Husso, who's watching from Liverpool in England. Hello to you. And a few You'll Never Walk Alone on ECN comments were thrown his way. Down the ground, maybe look at getting 2 here. Pretty straight into a fairly big gap. They will get 2. Ben Cattle saying a shame about the Midlands not being at Worcester, because he said the Worcester ground is apparently very, very nice. Do you know that one?
Yeah, if it's the Worcester County ground, it is lovely, but where were you saying that was permanently underwater? Because Worcester is definitely in that category as well.
Not permanently, but just sometimes.
Yeah, well, Worcester is permanently in winter, so that would definitely have to be very much a summer series. I think even Worcester are looking at moving, because it's a beautiful ground, the county ground there, but every winter it just turns into a lake, and I think they are slowly losing their minds after having to fix it every year. So they might be looking to move, but I don't know how successful they've been doing with that. But Worcester is a beautiful ground.
Understandable. Hello to Paul Kempen as well. And Terry Richmond watching from Australia. Great to see you. And if you'd like to say hi, it's always a great time to jump in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Vinny here with Tina. And of course, we'll be joined by Rico Full on Saturday for the start of the European Cricket Series. And you'll be doing the first bit of the European Cricket Series as well. I think you'll be doing up until Wednesday next week, is that right?
Wednesday next week, and then recovering and then going again for the Western Shield. So it's non-stop action at the moment.
So yeah, we're juggling a little bit this first couple of weeks. Also, I want to say hello to Johnny Heesum, who's popped in as well. Hey Johnny, hopefully you're well.
I think it's a good move to carry on with Bilal here. He's kind of holding up one end well. He's only gone for 10, but commentator's curse strikes because his first one, they dragged it down a bit and it's hit through the mid-wicket boundary for 4, but even then he's gone 14 off 2.1 overs, and I think he'd be quite happy with that and maybe bowl him out all 4 just to hold up that one end.
Just a fraction short there. And we talked about it earlier, that the square boundaries being a lot shorter than the straight boundary, so the drag down really does cost you. That time, Milo hitting the gap for 4. 100's up for Hungary. Here's a good trivia question from Terry Richmond. I think I know the answer, but I'm going to throw it your way.
Okay, well, you know the answer to most trivia questions, so...
This isn't an ECN trivia question, so I'm testing my broader cricket knowledge.
Is there cricket beyond ECN?
I'm told of it. That's what I realised when I had 6 weeks off. I actually watched a fair bit of the Australia-India men's series, the Ashes. Maybe we'll talk about that in a little while, the women's Ashes.
Maybe. Need more time.
His question is, who are the only husband and wife combination to represent Australia in all 3 forms of international cricket?
It must be Alyssa Healy and Mitch Starc, isn't it?
That was my guess.
Unless it's a
well, the reason
trick
I think it has to be is, well, at 6. He's just launched that slog sweep, and Rasic gets his first boundary. It's a biggie. Maximal, 6 runs.
Oh, that was just a lovely shot, and yes, he kind of dragged it across, but what he did that Deploy didn't really do when he got out was that he kind of got to the pitch of the ball a bit rather than really hoiking it from outside off stump. That one was a bit straighter, and he just deposited that over cow corner for 6. It must be Mitch Starc and Alyssa Healy, because they're the only ones that have played in the modern T20.
That was great minds think alike. It's a quick one that slides through, and Rasic misses out. Yeah, so tell us if that's the answer.
Because I saw a stat recently that I can't remember how many games exactly, but they were both on something like 147 games for Australia at the exact same time.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, is it true that you met your partner through cricket as well? And what are the kind of dynamics? And is it true you've even been coached in sport by a partner? Is that right?
That's also both those things are true, and I don't recommend it. playing with a partner, that's fine. You have a nice time.
Yeah.
If you're on the same team, I think being on opposing sides is already a bit spicy.
Well, you see that sometimes. You see kind of relationships across different teams. It's something that you don't run into a lot in men's sport, and I sometimes wonder about the dynamics, kind of mixing the personal life and your professional sporting life. But anyway, it's the end of the 12th over now. It's 108 for 2. Okay, it happens in football sometimes as well. And
well, you often had father and sons. I mean, have we had any father? We had mother-daughter in ECCW in December. Have we had any father-sons?
We've definitely had a few father-son combinations. We had a father-son umpiring combination last night.
I love that.
We had Buck Stoneman and Miguel Stoneman who were umpiring in Portugal. Let's quick look at the table. You can see that whoever wins this will go clear 4 points. But Hungary, I suppose, they feel if they can go back-to-back today, they're in a really good position to win the trophy, and I suppose Austria could potentially tie them, and then it will go down to net run rate. But let's not count out Malta either, who weren't too far away yesterday. Just found themselves a little bit short in both games.
Yeah, it's definitely a big day for Hungary because they're ranked 75th as well, so by ICC ranking the lowest ranked team, and if they can pull off a couple of wins here, then that should shoot them up the rankings, and that's all important. We're going for a run out. Yeah, it's just in there.
Musafi, who is coming on, took a wicket first ball yesterday. Don't forget, first ball of his T20I career. That was good communication between the wickets that on the overthrow. Kurgiani hurls it. I think he was going to be home, yeah. But then quick, big stop sign, eye contact.
Well,
Flirted with it, but
he gave the stop sign and then immediately went again. But,
yeah, but I mean, the idea was, early, definite call. Even though he second guessed himself, by then his partner had been scared off. So one bottom hand in that shot from Zishan. We'll only get one. One thing I would like to see. So we've actually, one of the father-son combinations is our oldest ECS cricketer, Alfonso Jayaraja in Italy, who's 77.
Wow.
And actually, but he was the first captain of Italy back in 1984.
Amazing.
And he's like genuinely good cricketer. Also the first non-white person to captain Italy in any sport, which was a little bit of trivia as well. And he started this club, and now they're playing ECS. Goes for it up in the air and out of here. Maximo for Usyk, who's starting to hit his straps. Hungary not slowing down at the start of the second half of this innings.
Yeah, Zeshan was interested for a while on the boundary there, but he could only watch as it flew over his head. The tents were in danger there. But that was a lovely shot, and Hungary will be wanting a few more of those if they're going to get close to the 200 mark.
So his son Leander actually captains Roman Campanelli. Alfonso kind of floats around, and it's amazing. When they need an 11th player, he's quick to jump in.
He's always got his kit in the car.
Yeah, even got a bat. Unfortunately, didn't score a run, but we were all rooting for him. Oh, that one has just pegged his ears back and put it on the roof. Maximo, what a shot from Sheikh Razik, and he has certainly found his straps pretty quickly.
That wasn't even very short, and Razik just smashed that. I think the cars were in trouble there, and Safi might just have to push it a bit fuller. I mean, that wasn't the shortest delivery in the world, but he just needs to get those low full tosses in the game, because anything even half back of the length is being deposited at the moment.
Yeah, well, that'll give us a bit of time to talk. Yeah, that was just kind of middle kind of length, wasn't it? Rassick, when he gets going, can really get going. And I think he knows with Zishan at the other end, and with batting still to come, no time like the present, about 7 overs after this to go. Yeah, Jim B says he lives upriver in Worcester, and tends not to stay where it should in the winter. Hello, Jim. Good to see so many new names in this chat as well. Rowan Crystal watching from Australia, saying he loves to see what European cricket has to offer. My name is Rowan Crystal, and I'm from Australia. Where are you from, Rowan? I'll ask you a follow-up question. I know you spent some time in Australia, you said, over the Christmas break. I know I was there for a little while, not as long as you actually. And you caught some cricket in Australia as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I went to the G. I saw the Test match of the G, and then I flew over to Sydney, watched the day there as well, and then watched the Women's Ashes. I caught one of the ODIs, the one at the Junction Oval actually, which England were the closest to not losing. But maybe the less said about that, the better, because it wasn't the greatest showing from England.
I said this yesterday, and I said, look, cricket's cyclical in a way, or sport's cyclical. And the Australian team right now, they're a really good team. You can argue, okay, that the structure's in place domestically, maybe you can learn things from there. I actually think that whoever's better at a certain time forces the other team to get better, and that's how it works. That's how you keep outdoing yourself. England had a really rough trot between 89 and 2005, the period I grew up. All right, goes for this over the offside. That's in the archery. That's a bullseye. That's a Maximo. And they spent a lot of time finding that ball. Well, they're going to spend even more time finding that one. That's danger money, because there's bows and arrows flying over there. But it's 6 more runs to Hungary.
Yeah, he did well to reach that, actually. That was quite wide outside off, and at first I thought he'd skewed it, but no, that came straight out the middle of the bat, and luckily there's no archers there, because they would have had to have taken cover there.
Look at where all these sixes are getting hit, though. They're sideways, aren't they?
Yeah.
You can devise a plan to try and force batters to hit a bit straighter, just not giving that width. That's
why Austria have got a bit of a brains trust gathering again, and I'm not too sure how helpful this is for the bowler, for Safi, if every time he gets hit he has a couple of opinions being thrown his way, and I'm sure it's all positive and he's looking a bit downbeat, but I think he just needs to get it up there, and if you get smashed over your head back over, towards mid-off, mid-on, you just got to say, well, fair play.
I remember this playing for WA for the first time, and my first day I played really well, and the second day I really had a bit of a shocker, and sometimes I call it second day blues, because first they've got a lot of adrenaline going, especially if you have success.
Yeah.
It's not that you take it easy, but quite often the reality check comes pretty quickly, and it's coming here for Safi, who's getting taken to. Had a dream debut yesterday, but he's already gone magical here. 20 have come off this over. And yeah, well, here's the last ball, but Rusick, blinking you'll miss it. He's 31 off 15. And there's 6 more. Just dropping short. Well, I don't know what was said to Safi, but I don't think it was to bowl a half tracker. Rusick out of the box, 26 off the over. Magical stuff. And with 7 overs remaining, Hungary 134 for 2.
Yeah, that was a tough over there for Safi after, as you said, he had such a good start yesterday. He's only young, he's only 24, so he's one of the younger players in this Austria team. So I hope he does maybe get another over. And, you know, when you've got batters in form, as Razik and Zishan are, it's difficult to bowl anything, especially on AstroTurf. It's so unforgiving. There's really no way you can bowl where it doesn't really sit up. So
yeah, but I mean, that you're opening a Pandora's box if you're giving length, I think, to someone hitting it this well at this stage. And yeah, unfortunately, Safi gets taken down. Look, they have bowled 6 bowlers. They've got other options. I'm not so sure they'll go back to him. Certainly not, I think, with these 2 at the crease. Yeah, so Rowan said he's from a town called Yakandanda.
love the sound of that.
And so I'm guessing you didn't go there in your Australian trip?
It wasn't on my top 3, no. But, you know,
Maybe
next
it should
time.
be. Well, let's find out a bit about Yakandanda. It's got a population of about 2,000.
Wow.
It's a predominantly dairy farming and forestry region.
What part of Australia?
Northeast Victoria. And
Okay.
I think it's pretty close to Albury-Wodonga, which is on the border of Victoria and New South Wales.
Right.
It's kind of like one town, but half of it's in New South Wales, half of it's in Victoria. And I remember they had all kinds of problems during the pandemic because the states had kind of hard borders.
Yeah.
So I've driven from Sydney to Melbourne and back, and so I know it because that's where I stayed. It's kind of on the border. Stayed overnight. Lovely place. But yeah, you had people trying to get to work and they couldn't. And, you know, it was a bit of a mess.
We had similar in Germany, actually, because we have the federal states and trying to get from one state to another, people living on borders, you're like, well, I've got to get to work.
Got to get over there. Yeah, funny borders in Europe as well. Fraction short doesn't really get this. Zishan have to settle for one. Yeah, so if you ever want to go down a YouTube rabbit hole, look at interesting borders, and you get ones that kind of go through the middle of libraries. You get ones where, you know, the top floor of this house is in this country, but the bottom floors, you know, it can be quite funny.
Well, you had that in when Germany was divided as well. You had East and West Berlin, and you had just buildings cut up overnight, and people jumping out from one side to another to try and escape. So I mean, European history is just a whole rabbit hole in itself. But
certainly is.
We see a lot of Europe going around here. So
you might have heard of the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Yeah,
suppose they'd be the one team back in those days. It's you've got Austria and Hungary doing battle here. I remember we actually went from Hungary to Austria on the European Cricket Series 3 or 4 years ago on a train, and it was quite a famous journey. We don't get to catch a train very often anymore, actually. That's hit pretty hard, and that's going to be 4. That was absolutely cracked. Bilal's not happy, thinks the fielder should have been there. He would have had a task even if he was. 4 more.
Yeah, that was just slightly over pitch from Bilal, and yeah, batter didn't have to do much but just lean into it. And yeah, Bilal gesticulating a bit there, and you can see there he's not too happy. He's giving it the double teapot. He looks like a bit like the Terminator as well with his sunglasses on there, so I wouldn't want to mess with him.
Zishan sometimes has been a big thorn in the Austrian sides as well. He's made some big runs against them. I think they'll be very happy to see the back of him, but he's 36, actually being outscored at the moment by Sheikh Razik at the other end. Last ball of Bilal Spell. Doesn't get under it, and we'll get it as well. That was a bit of an interesting decision. That'll be the end of the 14th over. Bilal none for 30, and Hungary 142 for 2.
And Bilal was just absolutely not interested in fielding this ball either. He was just hoping for the direct hit.
But he takes, I mean, to be honest, that's not good batting.
No.
You've got pads on. You know, he's trying to evade the ball, but unless he was sure that ball was heading over the stumps, I mean, if it had hit the stumps, he would have been gone. It was still in the air. But anyway, 6 overs to go. Yeah, so this train journey, we affectionately call it Carriage 4.
Sounds like a horror film.
I think back, maybe we had a bit of a lower budget for transport in those days, but we went from Budapest to Vienna on the train, and it was stinking hot. It was middle of summer. It was around about 40 degrees. I think it was about 55 degrees, and this carriage was packed. It reminded me, on Titanic, where Jack stays below deck. Had a little bit of that about it. We had all our staff, and Rico was there, but we also had dramas. You couldn't open the windows, so we knew that. All right, Rasik's after him. Goes after the long boundary. Again, this is a good example. It's just a bit harder to find the boundary straight. Plugs in the mud, and they'll get two. There was a lady who came on that I think had a ticket, but it wasn't quite for this train, and it was...
Right.
She said she wanted to buy a ticket. They said, you can buy a ticket normally, but this train is full. Michelle said, well, it's not full. I'm already on it. And there was a big argument, and then it just had... we still remember it. If you speak to any of the ECN crew about Carriage 4, eventually they let us stay on, and there was a mild round of applause.
Dissent from the passengers.
Rico lost his temper, which it happens normally once a year, but when it is, it's worth seeing.
Like a volcano.
Yeah, he's... All right, goes after this short boundary fielder. He's going to stand on the line, and he'll take it. Really nice catch out there. And that's certainly a big moment in this game, because Rasik was up and he was ticking. But he'll fall for 45. Aki Bikbal comes back, picks up his first wicket of the day in Hungary, 144 for 3.
Yeah, that was a lovely catch. I think Rasik wasn't quite sure if it actually was taken cleanly, but I think from our view, it did look like he stayed the right side of the boundary. He did a little jig to make sure he stayed in play, but Rasik, I mean, that was a good shift from him. 45 off 22, over 200 strike rate, and he's put his team in a commanding position here, and they're still eyeing that 200. They've got batting to come, as we've spoken about. And yeah, expected to score exactly 200 actually, so it'll be interesting to see if they can get that in the last 5 and a bit overs.
Nice moment for Hamid Safi too as well, because he does everything right here. He knows where the boundary is. He camps just inside. He knows where, how far he's got to move, which wasn't very far. And yeah, that could have easily gone for 6 if he'd fumbled it over. So Akib takes the wicket. Rasik looked good for 45, but has to go, and it might maybe a bit of a window opportunity here for Austria to keep this down. Yeah, so yeah, Carriage 4. And why did Rico lose his temper? He would only ever lose it for a good reason. The ticket inspector was incredibly rude.
Oh no.
And Rico, as
Rico's
you know,
big on manners, isn't he?
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
He said words to the effect, and he didn't swear or anything. I've never heard him swear. But he said, have you ever heard of respect? Have you ever heard of manners? And it comes out of nowhere. And we're like, whoa. But yeah, good on Rico for saying something.
Yeah, stand up for manners and respect,
Yeah, true. So the Austro-Hungarian train ticket inspector was...
Is that what broke up the Austro-Hungarian Empire? That was Rico single-handedly.
Oh, good old Carriage 4. There's a little bit of a BTS, bit of behind the scenes there for you.
It's all glamour here on ECN.
We've had some good ones. I've got my own train story.
Ooh. That's going to be, yeah.
Yeah, that's gone. That's back pad. It's Safi who comes out. He'll go without scoring. Iqbal gets it right, full and straight. Cleared the front leg, but left the back leg behind. So there's the old 2 quick wickets. And yeah, Austria fighting back 144 for 4.
Yeah, that looked stonewall. He almost was down on one knee and it hit him right on the back leg. Nowhere really to go. He didn't move much, and the umpire's finger was up straight away, and he has to drag himself off the pitch without troubling the scorers. But maybe Hungary don't mind this so much. They want to, of course, get some runs, but they've got so much deep batting that if you're not scoring quickly, then just let your teammate take over and see if they can get towards that 200.
Yeah, agree. This is another look at it. You can see the footwork there. It looked pretty dead, didn't it? I think Safi had an idea as well, but I think you're right. He's got the approach. Usman Mohammed batting 6, as I predicted. Probably go for Valavati, the keeper, at 7, then you're kind of into the less recognised batters. So still 5 overs to go. Usman likes to bat hard and fast as well. He batted well. I think it was 8 that he came out yesterday, which again just showed they had a lot of options. He's deep in his crease. Keeps the first one out. So very good over from Aki Bikbal. Picks up 2 wickets, just 2 runs conceded, and after 15 overs, the score is 144 for 4. Now, a lot of people are pretty excited about what's coming up on ECN, and yeah, at the moment it's a bit of double trouble, isn't it? Because we've got the the day cricket here in Malta. We've got Portugal at night. Marlow have won a lot of ECN trophies. They're actually the ECL team from Portugal this year. So if you want to get an early look at them, you can check them out tonight. They're taking on Gorka 11. They're kind of like oil and water. They don't mix those two. That's going to be a good game tonight. Double header, night 2 in the Portugal night series with Phil G standing by.
Yeah, it's just wall-to-wall cricket on the ECN at the moment. So once we've had these 2 T20s here and then pop straight over to Portugal, and Phil on the mic there as well will be giving us some pearls of wisdom.
Phil
and
did a great job last time as well.
He did.
Got a bit of now Phil, one thing, he hasn't had a golden ball. I know you haven't either.
No, I mean he's been going a bit longer than I have.
Yeah, a little bit longer. Danny, who's our other commentator based in Prague, he's a golden ball magnet. He's had about 7. I think, like, if you did it on like proportion of golden balls, I think Danny might be the winner. He has had a lot. But yeah, Phil got pretty close last night. But hey, maybe tonight's the night. Golden ball streak. It's not a huge streak. We started at 15 matches without a golden ball. Of course, we had the Scotland 11 versus Italy golden ball in the ECCW last year. It's the last golden ball we had. Golden ball 68. Usman cracks this away. Only getting single. If you want to know me, this isn't me losing my temper, but I was a bit frustrated because we were in Italy trying to catch a train from Bologna south to Rome.
Right.
And we had these tickets and had 2 or 3 of the other crew. We had a lot of equipment. We used to carry a lot of equipment from place to place back then as well. I think this is 2021, I think, maybe 2022. Slower ball, nice piece of bowling from Zadran, and Kukikel able to time it up. So we were at the right platform, at the right time, got on the train. We're like row 34. We've got allocated seats. We're at the back of the train. It only goes to 30.
Oh dear.
Okay, so we just sat at the back, made a little fort with all our stuff. And then we worked it out that even though we were at the right platform at the right time, the trains were running late, so we were on the wrong train.
Yeah, Italy's not known for its punctuality, is it really?
And there's no real clear signage on these trains or anything, so we just got on. And then we worked out, okay, you know how they say all roads lead to Rome? That's kind of true.
Okay.
So we worked out, okay, we are heading in the right direction, so we're clearly going to Rome. So we're just going to kind of set up. Luckily, there weren't a lot of stops, maybe 1 or 2. We had to kind of move away, other people could get out. We just kind of sat away like, this is the stowaway incident. Okay, but we did have tickets, obviously, and they were quite expensive tickets, so like 60 euros each or something like that. So, and eventually the ticket inspector comes out as we're about an hour out of Rome, maybe half an hour. And he comes up the back and says, "Tickets, please," and we show him our tickets. He goes, "Well, those tickets aren't for this train. They're not even for this company."
I thought you were going to say not even for this country, and that would be quite impressive.
He said you're going to have to buy some tickets. And it's just hit in front of square. Bit of work to do out there for Shigawa. Since he's not been captain, he's been doing a bit more outfielding, but he's doing a pretty good job. End of the 16th over here, and Hungary 149 for 4. So, well, basically, he said, you know, you're going to have to buy tickets. And I just said, no.
I don't fancy doing that.
No, we're not going to be doing that. And then he said to me, well, maybe we'll just pretend I never came back here. And I said, that's probably a good idea. And he walked off. So I give that ticket inspector 10 out of 10. Did his job, read the room. We'd been sitting without chairs for like 2 hours.
Like
just all around our backs.
What exactly are you buying a ticket for? Because it's not a seat.
We'd kind of had it by then. But yeah, the stowaway incident.
It's a half shout there, but I don't think there was anything on it. The umpire remained unmoved.
Just not a wide as well. Pretty good location. You might pick up a bit of extra background noise. We're on a bit of a backup commentary solution. Looks like we're doing karaoke with the microphones here, actually.
Yeah, you'll hear my Tina Turner impression later in the day.
Yeah. Do you do a bit of a Tina Turner? She's one of my favourite artists.
I mean,
don't see the resemblance.
No, she's my namesake, obviously, but I think I'd go. ABBA would be my go-to. I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I could do the German versions as well. Because you know ABBA released some of their hits in German.
I did not know that.
They did, and it's a bit bizarre as well. If you're used to the English Waterloo. They've released songs in German, they released songs in Swedish, obviously.
Yeah.
And it's the same music, but it's different words, and it's freaky.
Yeah, okay. That sounds great.
No.
Now, do you like a bit of the karaoke, do you? Charlie was a gun on karaoke.
Oh, I think
Needs-
we'll have
needs
to
to be
find out,
replaced.
won't we?
Oh,
Oh.
well, that's the ramp gone wrong. Actually, this might have hit the very leading edge of the bat.
He snookered it almost, didn't he?
Yeah, it's actually from bottom corner. So toe meets edge.
He did well to kind of get his bat on it. I'm not sure if it was online, but that would have been a strange way to go if you
Could
just...
have gone absolutely
Yeah.
anywhere. Kukikell on 40. It's another good Yorker. I think this is part of the strategy of keeping Iqbal towards the end. He's a very good death bowler normally, and he is. Look at the lengths he's bowling. He's getting it full. He's not really giving him anything to manipulate square of the wicket. So it's really good cricket from Akib.
Yeah, I think he's been the pick of the bowlers for Austria so far. He's picked up those 2 wickets as well, and give him the old commentator's curse there with the wide ball. But I think even the wide ball, if it's wide outside off, the batters can't really do much with it, and you're almost better off giving just the one wide. And I think that was a tough call as well. It kind of...
I got away with one out there.
Yeah.
T20 wide calling's a lot in the eye of the beholder. That one is wide though, pretty clear.
But I can see what he's trying to do here. It's not the worst tactic in the world to just keep it outside that off stump, because these 2 batters and the batters that came before them as well have been so strong on anything kind of even straight, and especially down leg side. So he's just trying to hide the ball outside off stump here and just not quite getting the line right.
Shorter one, bit of a change up from Iqbal. Pushing for 2 here, no hesitation. I'll get there. That's excellent running for Usman Mohammed to get back. It's the end of the 17th over. It's 156 for 4. And just 3 overs to go. So, yeah, still 6 wickets in hand. I think they'll be going for broke here. So Terry's saying they've gained a new umpire in his association. That's great. Terry loves his umpiring. Obviously, umpires are a really big, important part of the game. And, yeah, I think it's something we take pretty seriously as well, wanting to develop more umpires in Europe as well. And it's great also, I suppose, because it's maybe a bit of a niche cricket community, smaller cricket community. You see a lot of players learning to umpire as well and becoming pretty good umpires. I think sometimes the best umpires are people that never intended umpiring in the first place. They just got a really good feel for the game.
Well, I think you can often tell, they scamper through for a single, you can often tell when an umpire has played the game, even if it doesn't have to be at the highest level, but just having that feel for the game and those kind of common sense calls as well. That,
Yeah.
They say the same with football and other sports. If you've played the game, then you kind of have that gut feel for it rather than having learnt it theoretically.
There's a time to stick your neck out and be overly technical, and there's a time to just kind of let the play happen. So, yeah, and I think the one thing about ECN umpires definitely in the T10 format as well. I call them decision fit. They're making a lot of decisions, and so they're not really stressed about the fact they have to make decisions. So, yeah, I just think, honestly, we've got some of the best decision makers I've ever seen. And because you compare them to, even at the highest level, and DRS, and giving umpires, I suppose, immediate feedback.
Well, it's unforgiving as well, isn't it? I mean, we can criticise players when they make bad calls, but I mean, the umpires are under the pump as well when they've got immediate feedback if they've done something wrong or done something right. And we were talking about, or we had the quiz question earlier as well about the husband and wife playing, but we also had obviously Mida and Stefan, husband and wife umpiring team.
Yeah, that's
So
absolutely true.
Keep it in the family here at ECN.
Maybe one day I'd like to see in a team, we talked about father-son or mother-daughter, we've seen both. I would like to see 3 generations in one team.
That
we
would be
could
good.
probably do it.
Yeah.
Grandfather, father and son, or grandmother, mother and daughter. I have heard of similar things, but never on ECN. Just down the ground, again, keeping it pretty full here. Oh, hesitation, gets back. I'll just get the single. So it's the same old kind of story for Hungary, just losing a bit of momentum. I think partly it's also the fact that the 6 power play overs came in the first half. So their run rate there was a bit higher. They were really able to attack and pick up boundaries a little bit easier. Zadran to bowl the last ball of his spell now. Hasn't picked up a wicket. It's straight again, protecting those straight boundaries. I think Austria have read the room finally. It's the end of the 18th over, and Hungary 161 for 4.
Yeah, Austria have done well here after they kind of had the game go away from them a bit in the power play. They've pulled it back with some good bowling through the middle. Bilal with his 4 overs going for 7.5. Umer, he's just had the 2, but his have only gone for 6.5. So they've pulled it back. They just had that one big over from Safi that went for 26. But otherwise, as we can see on the Manhattans, there's that one big one. It does. But otherwise, the last 5 overs, I think Austria will be more than happy with that.
I suppose that's the other thing about having more than 5 genuine bowling options that you can go to. And Austria have really fought back after that magical over. Yeah, just a couple of things. I noticed Rowan said he actually plays cricket for Yakandanda. So that's wonderful. Rowan, are you still playing underage cricket, or you're playing senior cricket? Let us know in the chat. And also, just the wide rules here. We have kind of more black and white wide rulings in our ECN T10 cricket. But these are being ICC T20 internationals. Certain things apply that don't apply in our shorter form of the game, such as the batter's position being relevant, and so that line essentially moving with the batter, and also generally balls on the line are called wide, although it's kind of a bit fuzzy. People give you different answers, but I think if you don't have any part of the ball inside that wide line, typically they will call the wide. But like I said, they've got a bit more discretion, I think, umpires in this form of the game. Here we go with the 19th over. It all happens in the 19th in T20 cricket, and it's going to start with a hack from Zishan, but he's only going to get 1. He kind of likes the idea of 2. Ooh. Now he's getting creative, and they're going to get 2, although they might be run out on the second. So, a little bit of the T10 chaos creeping in. It all happens in the 19th. It's going to be Muhammad that falls on his sword. 1 and out, 163 for 5.
Yeah, and Zishan's kind of on his haunches there. It went quite quickly to the fielder, and the fielder, there was a slight fumble.
But it's interesting. He only decides to go for 2 when he sees the throw, and he says, I reckon I can beat that throw back.
And he did.
You probably won't.
Yeah.
But I think it's all about Zishan wanting to be on strike. And well done to the bowler there, Umar Tariq, getting perfect position behind the stump. The bat goes flying, the stumps go flying. But Usman played his role there, didn't he? Ends up with 7, but an unselfish way to end his innings. And it's 162 for 5.
Yeah, I think that's just a lesson in running the first one hard, and Usman was just not at all interested in that second run. And I think if he had run the first one hard and just turned and went with his partner Zishan, I think they've been all right. It's quite a long boundary out there. It was a good throw.
Arthi comes in, but he's not facing Zishan. Does get the strike back. He can only squeeze this out for 1. I suppose the issue there with Usman is, Zishan wasn't going to run a second until he actually physically saw the throw and said, I actually think I can get the strike back. So Usman kind of had a responsibility to hold that end safe. So it was one of those situational ones. It was opportunistic from Zishan. Obviously it costs Hungary their 5th wicket, but wickets don't matter too much at this stage. Alavarthi, a big bomb yesterday, likes the leg side. Tariq shouldn't give it to him. Gets full, and there's that little kind of clip that he loves so much. It's off the mark.
Yeah, I think his role at the moment is just to kind of get Zishan back on strike. When you've got someone at the other end who's nearing their 50, going at a good strike rate, then just taking 1 off 1 is perfectly fine, and see what Zishan can do with the final 9 balls.
Right, hits through the line of this one. Does he get enough? He does. What a good shot. Maximo! Fielder was right back on the boundary, Janan Gelzai. The line was right from Tariq, but the ball was a bit slot. Still had to be hit very well when it was. 6 runs.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. And again, as we've been saying throughout the whole innings, the best shots have been going straight. The boundaries aren't massive. They're still long enough, and that one just came straight out the middle, and that's taken Zishan to his 50 as well, so he's 52 not out off just 40 balls.
Good innings from Zishan at a good time. Loves taking on the Austrians. Now this one's a rolling cutter. Again, it's going to be horned away. Maximo on top of the practice nets this time. So Hungary with a kick in the tail, a bit like yesterday. There's so much in common with their innings yesterday here. That's going to take them to 176.
Yeah, and that exactly shows why Zishan was backing himself to get himself back on strike, because he's just gone back to back. That one, you can see, just rolled along the top of the nets. The teams were half taking cover there, but there was so much meat on that one that it went straight over their heads. And they're just trying to get the ball back from the net area.
Yeah,
And
that's always fun. I don't know if we've got any cameras over there, but trying to watch people knock a ball off the top of the practice nets is a sport in itself. Normally they'll use another ball or occasionally a bat, hopefully not, or some sort of equipment to try and knock it off. But then you have to be pretty accurate with your throw if you can't actually reach it, actually bash it off. So I think that's why it's taking a while.
it's never something that can be done elegantly either. It's always something that, it's a bit like chasing a ping pong ball. That's another exercise cannot be done elegantly.
Yeah, true.
Well, they seem to have got it back, so they'll be hoping from Austria's perspective that they don't have to chase the ball third time running.
All right, last ball of the over. Good one. That's what Tariq was thinking all along, I think. And it also keeps Kukikell away from the strike. He's 58. One over remaining. Hungary 176 for 5. Hey, a little bit of European cricket news from around. This kind of came across my desk. That Czech cricket, obviously Czechia were part of the Challenger Division last year. It's great to see things happening a bit more of a domestic level there, and obviously no outdoor cricket happening at the moment, but there's an indoor development league which is going to go all the way through February, and I love some of these team names. So there's a team Vinohrady, which is basically the vineyard area, wine growing area from Prague, and they have the men's teams are called the Vinohrady Rossos and Vinohrady Biancos, so red and white.
Yeah.
But the Vinohrady Rosés will be playing. So they have a women's team now.
Mixed team, yeah.
No,
It should be a mixed team.
Yeah,
but
well, here's Kogiani. It's the last over. They want one here. They're going to get one because the Reef fumbles. They're going to get a bye. In fact, they might get two. I don't think they'll take it. Zishan wants to strike badly. And also, Prague Cricket Club, or PCC, they have chess pieces as their team name. So they have the PCC Kings, they have the Rooks and the Knights.
Love that.
But now they have women's teams, the PCC Queens.
Obviously.
Will be playing as well. Also, you've got the Cricket Academy girls. They can do some great stuff there at the Cricket Academy there, particularly with youngsters and KMC. So that's the Indoor Development League in Czechia, which is running all Saturdays through February. In fact, the finals day is on March 1st. So softball cricket, indoor cricket, but getting more girls involved, which I think is fantastic.
Yeah, it's all about participation. I know any teams around Europe are always keen for new players. It doesn't matter if you've never played cricket before, just get yourself down there. I promise it's a lot of fun. A lot of people passionate about the game. And that's just been called a no ball.
Kogiani does push the envelope with the front foot. Let's have a look at it on the replay here. Stretching, and yeah, good call from the umpire. Actually, well, when you're not even on the line, it's quite a big no ball. Kogiani overstretching now. Yeah, Kukikell is the man you want on strike to face a free hit, and that's exactly what he's going to get to do. Rolls the cutter out, cracked away. That's going to beat the fielder, 4 runs. Kukikell into the 60s. Hungary up into the 180s, still 4 balls to go.
Yeah, that was smashed square of the wicket. They have a boundary rider out there, but it was just hit so firmly that you couldn't run across quickly enough, and it's a costly no ball when the next ball goes for a boundary as well, and it's not what you want to see in the final over from an Austrian perspective. So 4 balls left, and they want to keep it below 190 if they can.
Now goes after this, but it's going to just pop in front of the fielder, and they do take the one. I was wondering whether they would or not. Also, that bye is a little bit costly as well. Reef maybe just a little bit eager behind the stumps, fumbled it.
He ended up playing that one-handed. Did you see that? It was like a tennis forehand.
Yeah, kind of. He's got an interesting technique, doesn't he? You're right. He's got a kind of muscles it. Tries so hard that top hand comes off the bat.
Well, top hands are overrated, I think.
Lavafi's time to shine. He's happy just to take one. I think this is one where Zishan probably won't take a 1 if he doesn't think he can get back for 2. I just think he really wants to face the last ball, and what he's really thinking is he wants to go back-to-back 6s. I like Jim B saying the Rosé team should be a less experienced Rosso team. Yeah, I had an idea, because then I said, well, what about when you get a second women's team? And I thought maybe the Chardonnays could come in. 2 to come. Zishan faces up. Lifts it up in the air. Once again, a lot of bottom hand. Again, I think they want to here. Fumbled by Bilal. Oh, well, it does mean Zishan will get back for 2. He'll get one more chance. And look, a boundary will take them up into the 190s.
And that was excellent running there by Tajendra. He knew his job was just to get back to the other end. So he was almost back at the non-strikers end at the same time as Zishan, because Zishan knew he had the safer end to run to, but it was great running there by Hungary.
Last ball time, baby. Let's go. Oh, digs it in, swing and a miss, and they won't be able to get a run at all. So Kogiani rolls the dice a little bit with the length balls, or Zishan advancing. So Zishan will finish on 65 not out. Alavati walks off with him, and Hungary a very competitive 186 for 5 off the 20 overs.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with that, and that's the beauty of T20 as well. It kind of ebbed and flowed a bit. It looked like maybe Hungary were going to get up to the 200. Austria pulled it back a bit, and then a bit of a burst at the end from Hungary, led by Zishan, meant that they got up towards that 190 mark, not quite getting it. But I think Austria will still be thinking that they've got a good chance here.
It's a good test for their batting. For me, it's probably 15 over par. But let's go back and have a look at the highlights. And yeah, I think, well, we had a start that certainly won't be forgetting anytime soon, with the first slip being in first ball. But, you know, Ghani, we knew that he was going to take a really attacking approach. That's exactly what he did. He ended up making 28 off 14 with 2 sixes and a 4. Out there once again with Zimas deploy. Ghani, though, he had a bit of luck yesterday getting dropped. He got dropped again today. This time the culprit was Gelzai out there at deep square leg. Deploy, well, he looked pretty well put together and maybe on for a big score. But it was a really, really bizarre start to the wicket-taking column, with Ghani being run out. Zimas deployed, thought there was one on, and didn't realise he had a batless batting partner. So that was the end of Ghani for 28. Deploy then just swatted a full toss out to deep wicket. So he went after making his start 33. So he wasn't able to go on with it either. But Zishan Kukikel and Razik put together a good partnership. Kukikel ended up the top scorer, and Hungary just kind of always were kind of around that 9, 10 and over. It gets them to 186 in the end.
Yeah, they got good partnerships throughout the innings, and their top 4 all went over 25. So if you have a top order that's firing, then you're always going to get a good score. And that kind of took the shackles off the middle order, and they kind of went for it. A few big hits, a few then, that was that lovely catch on the boundary where he just made sure he was the right side of the rope, did a little jig, and yeah, handshakes all around. I think Austria will think like they've got a chance here, but Hungary, I think, will also be happy with getting close to that 190 mark.
Yeah, I think so. Hungary over the moon. I think score 186, especially when you look at the fact that, you know, both the openers made starts, couldn't go on with it. A lot of sportsmanship between these two teams as well. This was an interesting one. You can see that the batter there put up the stop sign saying, hey, do you really want to go for this? But I think Zishan wanted it. He was kind of thirsty for the strike, and kind of made sense strategically at this time as well, because they weren't going to run out of wickets. They only lose 5 wickets in the end. That one took a bit of getting on the top of the practice nets. I think you draw a real straight line about when Austria got their tactics right, whatever the run rate was, versus when they didn't quite get it right. I think, you know, when they hit their Yorkers or the low full tosses, I think that the Hungarians found it pretty hard to get going. Kukikel, the top scorer, with 65 off 47 with 3 4s and 4 6s in there. Significant contributions from Garnipur. He was run out for 28, deployed with 33. And Sheikh Razik, once again, looking pretty good. 45 off 22. Good strike rate for him. Better than 2 a ball. Austria have been pretty good at not giving away too many extras in this series as well. I think it was only 1 yesterday. This time, they only conceded 6 in total. Bowling-wise, well, Keep Iqbal 2 for 31. I especially like the way he came back. He only bowled 1 over up front, bowled well at the back end. The other wicket went to Umair Tariq. But yeah, all set up for a cracking second half tenor.
Yeah, it's finely balanced here, and it'll be interesting to see how Hungary make use of the spinners, because I think Bilal bowled well for Austria in the middle overs. I know he went for 30 in the end, but that was because of the big final over. But that was really when Austria put the stops on the batting innings for Hungary. So it'll be about the spinners, but also about the power play. And Hungary had a big power play, so if Austria can match that, then we might be in for a big chase.
Yeah, quick turnaround. So we'll be back in around about 6 minutes for the second half. It will be Austria hoping to stay undefeated. 187 is the target for them. Can Hungary defend 186 and get a real boost in the T20 rankings? Of course, they're playing a team which is 28 spots above them. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. We're back really shortly with second half of match 3 here in the ECN Malta T20I Tri Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado. Hello and welcome back to Malta. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second half of this match. Match number 3 between Austria and Hungary. Hungary 186 for 5 off the 20 overs. So Austria 187 to win. Beautiful clear day here, 15 degrees currently, but feels a little bit nicer, I think, out in the sunshine. Great to have you back with us. And yeah, really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a very competitive second half. I think Hungary slightly ahead on the win percentages, and I suppose they do have the runs on the board, but Austria, I just think they've got a lot of batting in there. Obviously Hungary missing Prashar with the ball, who's normally a bit of a key cog. I think the power play could really determine this game, so really important first 6 overs coming up. And really anybody's game. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hopefully you're enjoying the morning as much as I am, and joining me once again in the commentary box is Tina Goff. And Tina, look, yeah, up for grabs I think here, and this could be a really important match as well in the context of this series.
Yeah, I think we've got an exciting chase on our hands, and as you said, there's points up for grabs. There's also ICC ranking points up for grabs, so it's a really big game for both teams. They've both come off a win yesterday, both winning against Malta, so you think this might be like pivotal for who finishes top of the league. And I think it will be all about Austria's top order. They fired yesterday against Malta, chasing down 150, losing just 4 wickets in the process. So if their top order goes hard in the power play, then they'll be confident that they can chase down this big total.
Did have a benefit yesterday of a lot of drop catches going their way, Austria, and that certainly helped them get across the line in the end. Sack lane to open up. Bilal Zalmay out there with Zishan Arif, so the same opening combination for Austria. 187 to win. One of these teams will remain undefeated. Let's see who it is. First one, full toss, clipped away. Zalmay, he won't get a run. Yeah, I mean, what would your approach be here in the power play? Obviously opening up, you want to be attacking, but also you don't want to throw your wicket away. Is it hard to find that balance sometimes?
Yeah, it is, and that's what we were saying earlier in the day as well, that games can be more or less won or lost in the power play, but I think when you're chasing a total, you've got to get off to a good start. But when you've got batters who can really fire in the top order, it's also about just keeping those wickets down. If they can get to 40 or 50, I think they'll be happy with that.
Cracked away this time behind point. But yeah, fielder had visions of stopping it, had no chance in the end. Ainsworth out there, that's 4 runs in the first boundary for Austria.
Yeah, just a bit of width offered there, and Bilal just leaned into it. And of course, we're in the power play. It means that the fielding restrictions are in play, so that's also why as a batting team you've really got to capitalise on those gaps early on, because as soon as the power play is over, they will push those fielders back. So Bilal there making use of the width to stroke it through the offside.
This time he goes with a hit, Bilal, and we'll get one. Brings Zishan Arif on strike. Bilal's really interesting actually to me, because we know he can be really, really attacking, but he does seem to have that gear that he can just kind of be a little bit more selective in the T20 game, which is really important. Obviously, domestically, these guys play a lot of T20 cricket. We don't often see a lot of them playing the format on ECN, but you know, kind of game awareness and decision making is really, really important.
Yeah, and we cover so much T10 here, ECN, we sometimes forget that a lot of these guys are mostly playing T20s, so this is where they ply their trade, and it's more about converting then that mindset into the T10 mindset, but for now it's just about ticking along and getting those boundaries when you can.
Down leg side, loses the line here, nice stop by Tejendra Valavarthi behind the stumps. Love the colours of the teams as well. It's hard to believe that, what was it, 50 years ago everyone was just playing in whites, but yeah, I always think Hungary, they're very Christmassy themed.
It's Christmassy, yeah.
It's from the flag. I like it, but you know your eye can't actually focus green and red at the same time.
Oh, it's a nightmare for colourblind people, isn't it?
Big clash. Catches him on the crease. Somebody has a good look at it. I think maybe just the angle of that taking it down the leg side.
Yeah, I think the angle and also a bit of height. He was trapped on the crease, but yeah, I think just the angle was taking it down. But a good early appeal, and that's the kind of length that you want to go for, just trapping the batter back in his crease, not giving him much room to move. And it's a decent start by Sacklane, first over up, and kept Austria to just 7.
Daryl Mack's asking about the field dimensions. We'll come to that in a second. We'll come to it now, actually. But this is the regulation 30-yard circle. Of course, in T20I cricket, the circle's not actually a circle. It's more of a kind of oval with 2 semicircles joined by straight parallel lines that run along the pitch. But it is the 30-yard circle. We use a 30-metre true circle in ECN. Just it's a bit more convenient to measure out, and I think just kind of fits with the field that we use. There's Bilal. Occasionally does kind of lose his head though. Normally every time I give his temperament a rap. So the field here, it's a bit bigger. You can see here the boundaries square are a little bit shorter. I think they're close to kind of 60 metres. The straight boundary is probably closer to 70 or 75. So you can actually see the shape of this ground. It is kind of an oval, isn't it? I always think of the Adelaide Oval being the kind of short square boundaries, long straight boundaries. But yeah, it is the regulation ICC circle. And the circle they use in women's cricket it's not 30 yards, is it? It's slightly smaller.
It's slightly smaller, yeah. And it's always interesting having these, as it's 7 foot none off the first over, having these differences in the ICC games compared to the ECN games. And we spoke earlier about the difference in the wide markers and the circle as well. So it's quite interesting for these guys having to kind of learn the different regulations, having all these laws in the back of their minds, because it does change a bit. Of course, they're going to the T10 format in a couple of days, and then it all starts again, different wide lines, and it's a bit a good time to be kind of a cricket badger with all these laws, but it takes some getting used to.
In ECN, I suppose what we're quite passionate about is simplifying some of those.
Sure.
So for example, our circle that we use is 30 metres from the middle, which 30 metres is longer than 30 yards, but we don't have the straight areas down the side. So we're only bowling from one end. And we keep it consistent for men and women's because we just feel it's not actually that much of an advantage. So also sometimes we've got men's and women's cricket having the same day. So we've got that ability to kind of be a little bit practical. Things with the wide rules as well. Things that maybe they don't get highlighted so much in the T20 game. A wide call or not can make a huge in T10. It can swing a game, and so you want that clarity.
And I think that the wide rule is really helpful as well, both for an umpire but also a player, because there's so much inventiveness in the shots that people play nowadays, and they're moving left and right. I think it just makes sense to have that one fixed line, and as you said, it can make or break a game in T10.
So, facing up 5 off 5. Rasic for a short run. Wow, that's outrageous swing from Bilal.
Must put his back out.
Yeah, attacking the power play. I think he might have just crossed the line from aggressive to insane here, but gets away with it.
You almost watched the ball as it kind of went through to the keeper. He swung so hard, and Bilal has got a lovely swing of the bat, and he just needs to make sure to keep his shape a bit. And we saw that at the top end of Hungary's innings, that the best shots they hit, the best boundaries, were ones where they just kind of kept their shape, used the pace of the ball. And Hungary here have got a very packed fielding setup around the offsides. They're clearly kind of going for the shorter ball, slower ball there.
Yeah. Important for Hungary. Win this power play. You've got a long way towards winning the game. 62% at the moment is the win prediction. 63 after that ball. But yeah, I suppose Hungary also have a pretty long batting order. Austria, I should say. Simpson Parker made a half century from the middle order yesterday. Rasic, clever bowler. Oh, that's skied high in there. It's Dowell that's under it. Oh, and he's dropped it. Dowell came in for Prashad. He experienced campaigner, but really, to be fair, he's looking straight into the sun there. And that's a huge bit of luck for Bilal. And yeah, maybe it's early season jitters, but we've seen a lot of high balls go down in this T20I tri-series so far.
Yeah, that was a tough one. And interestingly, Dal, he points to the sun. The first thing he did was knock his cap off. So I think maybe he wanted to keep his cap on, but it's tough there. The sun is very high in the sky. And that was almost a perfect plan executed there by Hungary, because they have 5 players, more or less. It's about 3.5 points they've got there. And that should have maybe fallen into the hands of one of them. It was a lucky escape there for Austria.
Almost like the wall in football, isn't it? They've got there. Spotted that yesterday as well. And yeah, Dal, I mean, coming into the side, it's kind of the last thing you want. But yeah, right, knocking the cap off. But yeah, got 2 hands to it. Definitely wasn't an easy one, sort of steepler, but yeah, Bilal survives to tell the tale. Yeah, the women's inner circle, I should say, 25 yards as opposed to the 30, which is kind of what I thought. It's funny we still use yards for some things, don't we? In cricket, 22 yards is the sacred term.
Probably the English influence, isn't it?
Very close to 20 metres, 22 yards as well. And that's the distance between the stumps. And it'll be the end of the over. So Austria 10 without loss after 2. Haven't really gotten out of the box yet. Now, one thing I think would be really interesting to experiment with in women's cricket would be the length of the pitch. And it's something that has mixed thoughts, because it's funny in cricket, you can change the boundary, you can change it, but if you change the pitch, it's like, oh, you can't do that.
It's a sacred ground.
But I actually think it would be very interesting, because I think that just the science of it, with the fastest bowlers in women's cricket being about 25% slower than the fastest in men's, I would love to see the batters have the same reaction time. I'd love the bowler to maybe be able to use the short ball a bit more effectively. I'd love for typically the women not quite as quick running between the wickets, so I'd love to see them maybe pushing for 2s where there aren't 2s on a longer pitch. So yeah, it's something I don't think maybe it'll ever happen in my lifetime, but I just do think, as far as like giving the women the stage to perform, it would be good to have them at least to trial it to see what it's like.
Yeah.
Whether it works or not, don't know. But this is clipped away by Arif, and he's going to get his first boundary. Nice shots of Klein coming back for a second over, but he goes to the boundary.
What would you reduce the pitch to? Maybe 18 metres, something like that?
Yeah, I'd put 10 to 20%.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe 2. My general feeling is typically 20% works, kind of with the circle with boundary dimension. So 20% would be actually, it would be like kind of 4 yards less, so 18 yards. But also think it becomes a lot more practical in the development side of the game. Obviously, I'm very passionate about. That one's down leg side, not handled by Valavanti. But I mean, I just think it would be interesting, because I think it gives something to bowlers. So obviously, you short pitch advantage for the bowler, but it gives something to the batting side that it's less distance to run. This is my game theory side, my nerd. And I know you're a bit of a stats nerd.
Yeah.
And it's not about, to me actually, it's more equal, because you're accounting for the physiological differences. I bet you would have loved when you're bowling left arm pace to be able to have a bit more effect of get that bouncer in.
Well, I already have a bit of a natural advantage being 6 foot, so I think
that's true. That's a discussion point up for debate. But I also think there are certain impracticalities in changing and especially we're going men's cricket to women's cricket. But I have seen, for example, especially at the entry point of the game, some of the whereas in the men's cricket, some of the minnows in our cricket against some of the better teams, they can still at least get one get off strike, where sometimes like hyenas in the women's game where really any run's suicidal if you've got all the infielders in and you're not really able to penetrate the field. That's a good rock from St. Clain. It takes off and beats the outside edge of Bilal.
The fielders on the offside were very interested in the court behind there, but the bowler and keeper, both of them not interested. I don't think definitely didn't hear anything from there. I think it was just too good to hit that one.
Good to see some healthy debate. KG said rubbish, keep pitch same. Oh well, that's the counterpoint.
No room for opinions here,
That's
Vinny.
the counterpoint. I must admit, I've discussed this with a few people. I just think it would be interesting to try it, and I suppose lots of crazy ideas sound crazy when you first say them.
Well, I suppose that one is hit through the gap for 4. That was a lovely shot from Bilal. Kind of great response after that ball squared him up previous ball, and he just deposited that.
No signs
through.
of trauma after being kind of beaten by a vicious leg cutter. This one fuller though, isn't it? And he gets that front leg out of the way, opens up that front side, drills it for 4.
What I can say for women's cricket is that it never tries to be men's cricket, and I think maybe that's why having a standardised pitch, women, I think you just accept the fact they're never going to be bowling the 85, 90 miles an hour, and they're not going to be hitting the 100-metre sixes, but there's so much skill involved in the women's game that we saw in the Ashes.
And that's the best
It's a different
argument.
game.
That's the best argument I've heard, actually, and it's a valid argument why you do keep it the same, because it's not trying to be. This is lifted up and guided away, but Ainsworth is going to do the fielding and get back for 2. And yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I'm talking objectively here. I'm trying to not be too emotional because there's examples of both. So in golf, they do change the distances, for example, but in a game like tennis has the same for men's and women. So there's good examples of both.
I think golf is because is you versus the course, I guess, whereas tennis is always, and cricket is always going to be you versus another person. So if the relative ability or strength or speed is similar, then I think you're okay. And that's
true.
I think Alyssa Healy said something similar as well, that women should be shown off for their game and not for being a worse game than the men.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's slightly different. And even like tennis is a good example. A lot of people prefer watching women's tennis as a spectacle with maybe some of the longer rallies you get and some of the different tactics you might see. So yeah, I think it's a healthy debate.
I think it's just about there's more.
You know what I'm talking about when you're playing a lesser team though, and the hyenas come in. I think that's that's the one.
I'm usually in the pack, and that's the problem.
This is going to be guided away once again. Ainsworth is going to come into play. End of the third over, and the score is 25 without loss.
Because the men can just rely on their brute force, and even if it's a minnow, they usually can just swing the bat, and if they make contact with it, it's going to go for 6. And you don't have that brute force that you do in the women's game, and that's why it's just a completely different game. Tactically, you've got to look for gaps. I think T10, we see this a lot. The amount of sixes in the men's game, they swing at it, even if they get half of a bat on it, it's 6.
True. Yeah, I just think it's just interesting though, and that's KG's response is because people have quite an emotional reaction about the pitch, the length of the pitch. It's like, and to be fair, I think it's the only law that hasn't changed since cricket was first invented, and laws were written down. So it's kind of 300 plus years old. This idea of 22 yards, and it was just an arbitrary distance. And this is when they were rolling the ball along the ground. It was a bumpy pitch. There weren't even wickets. There was a hole.
Well, there didn't used to be boundaries either, didn't they? They just carried on chasing the ball.
Yes, I suppose that's a fair point as well. I like a healthy both sides debate. So there's a little bit of a French cut, the traditional shot of France, and it will be 2 runs to Zishan Arif. Halfway through this power play, and just keep an eye on that required rate. I mean, you saw this with Austria yesterday. They were able to kind of keep it in the 9s. Once it goes 10 and above, you're starting to lose your handle on the game, especially if the other team's able to come up with a couple of tight overs. Goes up and over the top this time. Fields up, and that ball is going to bounce just inside, but still 4 runs to Austria.
Yeah, he kind of hoiked that over. You can see he's standing quite far out of his crease, and he just took a little shuffle over to the offside, which allowed him to bring that over to the leg side. It was very close to the boundary, but it was just a 1 bounce 4. And Austria just ticking away here. They haven't exploded in the power play, but they haven't lost a wicket, and that's all important. That's why the win predictor is so close as well. It's currently got Austria at 47%, but a few more big hits, and that might swing in their favour.
Certainly, right, the contest is a really good game here. And of course, this is one game that won't go to a golden ball. If it's a tie, we'll go to a super over as per the ICC playing conditions. And we actually had our first super over on ECN last year. It was France versus Belgium in the Medina Cup, which is typically it's a tournament held in Malta, but yeah, it was hosted in France last year. That one's hit really, really hard. A few of those well placed. Ainsworth's been busy. Goes to ground, so they'll get a second. Nice piece of fielding.
Yeah, that one absolutely cracked off the bat. The birds in front of us scattered just by the very sound of that one.
So the birds here, I think they're called voles. Okay. They actually dig little holes in the ground. So if you actually have a look, this ground looks fantastic, and it is, but it's a constant pain because the birds basically peck these little kind of, cricket ball size holes in the ground, and then you have to fill them in. And it's a bit funky here, Zalmai. No fine legs, so he's kind of tempted into that shot, but the line didn't really make it too easy.
You can see what he was trying to do there. He went very early and then realised he was in trouble and just wore one on the thigh in the end. But he's been hitting it so well in front of the bat that just, I mean, the one that he hit over long on, if you repeated that, he doesn't need to go funky.
Yeah. Let's see what he's thinking though. Oh, and this time he charges. There's a little bit of a touch on that. I thought maybe a little under edge, but yeah, Bilal throwing the kitchen sink at this.
Yeah, I think there was I definitely heard a little nick and it deviated a bit. I'm not sure if it died on the keeper or if it did carry.
Yeah, I mean, we can't tell, but I think that was a chance, you know. And Valavarthi was very kind of upright there, not really bending at the knees. And I suppose we're not 100% sure, but certainly I think we both had the impression that was an edge. So maybe one going down behind the stumps, 34 without loss after 4.
Yeah, and you can see that Austria under the required rate, but 1 or 2 big overs, as we had that 1 over for the Hungary innings as well. 1 over can really push that score up, so they'll be hoping for one of those. There's 2 overs left in the power play. If they can get up towards 50, 60 and still keep those 10 wickets in hand, then they'll be looking to push on from there.
It's like ready for over number 5 now, and Abbasghani is going to come into bowl for the first time, so they're going to give Saqlain a spell. He took none for 21 off his 2 overs. Still 2 overs to go in the power play. And then I can see the stumps on the stand needing to be fixed up, but do a little bit of a bend on them. I think it's great for cricket actually. In 2019, all countries were given this T20I status to really make the game global, and it means, you know, playing cricket in places like here. It's beautiful ground, but it's artificial pitch. It's, you know, stumps not even being knocked into the ground, but it allows more participation, and I suppose it breaks down the barrier. It really eliminates the barrier to the elite level, at least on paper, to have everyone on the same ranking sheet.
I mean, as we've seen, ECN taking its roadshow all across Europe, there's so much talent on show in Europe, and a lot of these players wouldn't have been seen if it wasn't for ECN putting these games on.
Push and run from Arif.
And that's why the Western Shield's going to be so exciting as well, just to see that talent.
Awesome. Yeah, and it's coming up 15 days.
Countdown's
the
on.
Western Shield. And actually, you'll arrive in Malaga the day before, which is a very special day for you because it's your birthday.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
So it's nice of you to put on this international tournament just for my birthday.
Just for you.
Yeah.
As long as you can rock out a few games in the commentary box. So, mate, I'm feeling the pitch a little bit. Not quite run a ball pace. Runs at this. Maybe get a single. So what do you want for your birthday? Do you have anything in mind? Apart from the Western Shield?
Well,
by the way, can I ask you, who are you going for in the Western Shield? Because you're like half European 11, half British and Irish 11.
Yeah,
so
yeah. I mean, I think I'll be firmly on the fence. I'll have splinters from sitting there. But you know, I'd quite like to see the European 11, as that one just goes for a 4 through square leg. I'd quite like to see the European 11 do well. Obviously, most of my cricket now is played in Europe.
True. You do work for the European Cricket
and
Network.
We do look, yeah. So I've got a lot of European interests, but
Britain and Ireland are part of our scope as well because they're part of geographical Europe. Also, you're part of the world.
Yeah, I'm a world citizen as well.
And then I don't know what your Asian links are.
Sorry, Asia 11.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You can come 4th in my ranking. Yeah. Oh, I've been to India, had a lovely time in India. So
there you go.
Know,
so really, you've got ties to all 4.
So whatever happens.
You're neutral.
Yeah, neutral, and I'll win whatever happens. Cricket's the winner.
Okay. That's going to be great.
There's so many good players on show. I can't wait to see.
Saeed Ajmal bowling to Ross Taylor and Kevin O'Brien and Joe Burns.
I think we're going to have to inform the rest of Khartoum that there might be balls flying through.
Could be the Grizzly effect. That run rate required still in the 9s. Oh, that's very, very close. Oh boy, oh boy. Thing is here, I think it's motioning. There's a bit of an inside edge.
That was,
I think
that was my thought.
all that could have really saved him was I think he hits him in like very full.
Yeah, it sounded like two sounds, and from instinct it looked like he maybe jabbed his bat down on the ball, and then it's so difficult to tell. His toe was right there as well. Then he almost got run out for his trouble as well.
Well, that's classic when you're guilty and you're worried about getting given out and you take off for a run that's not there. And I've seen so many run-outs as a result of...
You're almost trying to hoodwink the umpire by running, be like, well, it can't
you're
possibly
trying to
be
act
out.
cool, but it's a clear giveaway that you're not cool.
It's also not
that
cool
you're
if you then got run out. So. But I think it must have been bat that saved him, because it looked for all the world that it was going to hit the stumps. It was a vicious Yorker at that from Gardy.
Just had that late intail, didn't it? And Jim B was just talking about what we're saying, men's versus women's sports, and he says he has a cousin his age who would have loved the opportunities that his daughters had, and that's true. And I don't think in the past there hasn't been anything near the kind of... I suppose that shifts with societal attitudes as well.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's healthy. We can only really control what's happening in the present, and I really love what's happening. I loved watching a day-night test at the MCG in the Women's Ashes recently. Mistime pull, but it's a good mistime because it's not going to even carry out of the circle. So that will take us to the end of the 5th over. Whoa.
Well, we thought it might, but...
Wow, what's happened here? And we got another one of these moments. We saw one, was it Sam Curran recently? Or?
That's the Johnny Bairstow one, isn't it? Oh, he just about gets back in. I think the umpire was on his way. You can see on the replay that the umpire is more or less called over. I don't know if over was called,
anyway. But if I'm well, two things. If over was called, that's dead. The other thing is that if you want to be technical, if he's leaving to avoid the ball and he already made his ground, and he shouldn't be out anyway. But I think I haven't been going that way. Let's have a look at some of the upcoming events. As you can see, that we've got Portugal and Malta happening concurrently right now, but the Western Shield is coming up. We're just talking about that now in the marquee events. We've got European Cricket League, of course, following on from that. And then the ECS in Portugal also has an ECI and some T20Is attached. And the plan is at least it'll be the first time the Portuguese women's side will play. Still in planning, but they're very hopeful of that. And then Madrid. We've never been to Madrid with the European Cricket Network, so we'll be there from the 7th of April. I know that you're definitely planning to do some in Portugal, right?
Yeah, definitely. And if the women's team can get itself together and pull that off, that'll be great for European cricket and for Portuguese cricket, as the first ball of the 6th over just gets tickled down to fine leg for a 4 for Arif. But that'll be so exciting if Portugal can get a women's team together, and that's the beauty of ECN as well. You don't have to quite fulfill the requirements of the ICC, which can be quite tough, and rightly so, but if you can get players together and get them on the European Cricket Network, then that's the first step to really getting into that ICC tournament. And
we've seen it happen. You know, Czechs are a good example as well. That we've seen break in. Slower ball, just doesn't pick it at all. Tries to sweep it. Almost a Yorker. Get a leg by.
That slower ball, I mean, I'm all for disguised slower balls, but I think he ran in about half the speed there, and he just, came slower out the arm.
It's a very effective slower ball, very effective weapon that Zishan's got. Zishan Kukel coming on now from the golf course end.
And that one's just cracked away, and it's going to go all the way. Ainsworth out on the boundary, couldn't run around quickly enough. That was hit just so hard. You could hear the crack off the bat there. That was a lovely shot.
Loves the charge down, doesn't he, Bilal? And that rocket across the turf. You can kind of see in real time that the field getting faster and faster. Still didn't mind the decision to bat first. As we see, 50's up and also 50-50 win predictor. So real thriller on our hands. Some talk about the super over, and it was France versus Belgium last year, which had a bizarre ending. I think they needed one to win last ball of the regulation. It got hit, it got deflected, it almost hit the umpire. The umpire was lying down after trying to take evasive action. There was a run out appeal at the bowler's end, and even though you're not meant to use the video, he just said, look, just tell me if it's out or not. All right, that's absolutely belted square of the wicket, and it's going to be 4 more. So Zalmai, I think he probably picked this one. I think there's a slight change up once again from Zishan. That gets cracked to forward square leg.
Yeah, poor Matty Ainsworth out there. He's on his own, sweeping the boundary, and he just watched one go about 10 metres to his left, and that one went about 10 metres to his right. So the bowler's not quite bowling to his field at the moment. He's got 6 on the offside, including that wall around point area, and currently he's just bowling a bit too short for his field.
Austria have taken the lead now. Oh, Bilal though. Yeah, that one back way and goes straight over the stumps. It's Bilal. He's going to be lifting this one up. This one will actually clear the rope. Maximo! This opening partnership has really gotten dangerous now. That's 19 off the over. End of the power play. And Austria headed the game at 61 without loss.
Yeah, I said at the start of the game if they got to 50 in the power play, they'd be happy, and they've gone 11 better than that, 61. And almost more importantly, they've still yet to lose a wicket, so they're in a really good place now. Both batters have got some runs on the board as well. You think they've laid the foundation for a big chase, with still quite a lot of batting to come. MSP, he got some runs yesterday. He's due to come in at 5, so they've got some depth. If Austria can keep going at this pace, then they'll be looking to chase down that big total. Hungary, they're going to have to pull it back a bit here. They've tried a few bowlers, and Abbas Ghani, he's gone for 7 off his first over, but it looks like they might be turning to a bit of spin as well, in the form of, can't quite make out who that is over there.
Yeah, it looks like
Zimas is bringing himself on, isn't he?
Bowls good leg spin. We didn't see him bowl yesterday. Truth is, we didn't see too much of Hungary's bowling yesterday because they only bowled 5 overs. Well, they've already bowled 6 today. Yeah, Zimas is really handy leggy, and he's going to come on from the city end. So
I quite like that as a captain as well. When you've had a few overs that have got away from you, bring yourself on and kind of grab the game by a scruff of the neck. He's directing his fielders around as well, and now they've spread the field straight away, so that their wall at point has been reduced to just the 2 men.
Yeah. Right, here we go. Over 7. He gets it right first up. So it's a bit of a mystery about the leg spin. If they can get that controlled and establish that control early. Zimas has been playing a lot of cricket. He's probably a bit of an exception in this series, and that he has been playing domestically in South Africa. And don't forget, he'll be here for this series. So 5 days of cricket here in Malta, but then he'll be part of the Western Shield European squad from the 19th of Feb. An interesting one. Looked like it might have been kind of the top spinner. Wasn't really the traditional leg break. Just kind of rolled out the front of the hand.
Yeah, quite a wide line as well, and that's again just trying to hide it outside the off stump, especially as a leggy, when it's going to even tail away from the batter even more.
Goes for this, but doesn't really get it. But good enough. Short boundaries here, square of the wicket. And Bilal gets 6. Maximo, and Austria keep on rocking towards this target.
Yeah, that's the danger of the leg spinner. If you do just drag one down, it gets caught up in your hand a bit, then it's going to be deposited here, and especially on AstroTurf, when of course there's not much given the pitch, then it just sits up nicely, and Bilal just deposited that one through the mid-wicket boundary.
Oh, this one, overspin on it, kind of hurries on to Bilal, and only get a single. Zishan, 24 off 16. Kind of looking at that 150 plus strike rate from your batters here. Essentially the rate they need to go for the game.
That's a better length there from Zimas. He's just got to get the batters coming forward a bit. As soon as you allow the batters on this AstroTurf to just sit back and play it almost like a tennis shot, then you're in trouble, especially as a leg spinner when it just sits up nicely. Just needs to push it a bit fuller, and that ball there showed exactly where it should be.
Nice ball, the over. Will be worked away, but only for a single, so Arif will retain the strike. Deploy with a decent over Just 9 coming off that, and Austria 70 without loss after 7.
And you're talking about Deploy playing his domestic cricket in South Africa, but that's the beauty of ECN now as well. It's giving players the opportunity to play all year round, basically. We're still in Europe, don't forget, and it's just the start of February and we're playing here. It's not the warmest, but we're playing cricket.
Crazy.
And
In fact, it's the latest start to our season for a couple of years. I think we started on the 17th of January last year. This time we started on the 31st, but I think it gives everyone a bit of a break. Obviously, a bit of a fresh new look. I think a lot of people are enjoying that. Hopefully, you're getting used to reading the numbers. Certainly, I'm getting a bit more used to it, but there'll be a few tweaks, I think. Just work in progress, but I'm loving that kind of bold new look and standardised look. European cricket's carved out a special place, I think, in the cricket world, and so we want to look the part. Looks like Amal Jacob, left arm spinner, coming on now in over number 8. So double switch to spin straight away at the end of the power play. I suppose Jacob will probably enjoy bowling to the right-handers. And Austria, you can see they're going that 10 and over pace, so they're ahead of where they need to be. Crept up to 65%. But things can change, we know that. Here's Amal. Thick edge and put down. Wow, it's a bit of a wipeout job. That's Mohamed Saklain there, who's hovering kind of backward point, gets 2 hands to it, but can't hold on.
yeah, he just didn't quite get the elevation he needed. His feet were more or less stuck on the ground. He just needed to put a bit of a jump in. He didn't quite manage it, but
yeah, couldn't organise the aerial, could he?
But we said how spin's going to be important, and Hungary, if all goes to plan, they might have 8 overs of spin here with Jacob and Deploy, and that might be the key to their success if they want to slow down Austria. And it's a good start here by Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob, nice to see him getting another opportunity. Yeah, Jacob's a really interesting character as well. I've seen him a fair bit in Hungary. Back away, doesn't time it, won't get a run. Yeah, but he's actually got the physical condition on his non-bowling hand, which makes it tough for him to grip the ball. It doesn't affect his bowling, but he's actually a tremendously good fielder considering that limitation he's got. He's used to it. This is hit out towards the leg side, but the fielder's there. It's Ghani. He's able to keep it to 1. So just 1s are always a win, I think, for the fielding side. Obviously, top balls are big wins. That 1 boundary and over just kind of keeps you on track. Hasn't come this over yet. Oh, that's pretty close. Back pad. Umpire says no, and I can't believe it. Yeah, look, probably didn't really see this straighten, but it hits him quite a long way back.
Yeah, I think it was tight. I think he was maybe saved by the fact you could more or less see leg stump honestly, on the appeal, but I think it was tight.
I don't think it's missing, if I'm completely honest. The umpire gives the benefit of the doubt, but that's a very unlucky one for Jacob.
He was so violent in his appeal that he ended up on his backside.
I mean, he probably, if there was DRS, he spent at least 10 of the 15 seconds just trying to get up. But anyway, a bit unlucky not to get the breakthrough there. Now look at it one more time. But yeah, I just don't see that missing. The umpire had the feeling that, well, in fact, it was given runs. So
well,
maybe there's a little bit of an edge that we didn't pick up. But anyway, 74 without loss after 8.
Yeah, the edge must have saved him there then, because it looked for all the world that it was going onto the stumps. And as we see the Manhattans here, and Austria did have that 1 big over for 20, and otherwise, I mean, that was a great over by Jacob there, just restricting them to 4. But you could see that Hungary even had a few sparse overs in their innings as well, and that's the beauty of T20. It's not all going down to 1 over like it sometimes does in T10.
Uh-oh, this is trouble. Oh, Varthes misses it. I'll get a bit technical here in a minute, but first we'll count the buys. We'll count them at 2. Is there an edge on this? No. The thing is, you got to try and get your head behind the line of the ball. See how he's just reaching? The ball's to his right. He never moves his feet. He just kind of puts his hands here. And that's where you start to make judgment errors as the ball leaves the middle of your sight line. And yeah, in the end, it'll be a couple of bonus runs for Austria.
Well, he seems to come up quite early as well, and that's why there was that one that we thought was an edge earlier that just died on him. He gets up quite early, especially on the AstroTurf. You need to stay low.
Bilal pins his ear back on this, and he's going to get 6 slog sweeps on. Maximo 6 más. Hungary just still can't get this breakthrough. Bilal, just comfortable length for him, plays it on length and gets plenty of it. 6.
And that's a much better shot from Bilal as well. We saw earlier in the innings he was trying to, I think, hit it to Sicily, whereas that one, he just kind of kept his shape a bit better and just levered it over the mid-wicket boundary. And if he keeps his shape, that's all he needs to do. There's enough pace on the pitch, there's enough bounce in it as well that you don't need to go all guns blazing. And it's another ball that they're looking for on top of the roof. The umpires both standing hands on hips, waiting for something to happen. I think we are going to get a new Grizzly in play.
Hey, well, we're in Malta, and you've been here before. I know you were here for the Valletta Cup last year. Have you been here apart from that, or was that your first time?
That was my first time, so this
Did you get to get out and do anything?
Oh,
when you were
yeah.
here?
We had because it was the MCC, so they treated us very nicely, and we didn't have the intense schedule that you have for ECN. So we had a day on the Blue Lagoon, we went snorkeling, and the water is ridiculously warm, by the way. It's like like jumping into a bath.
We've had, we are planning to have a bit of a return here. We think in April will be a bit warmer. We've had some, back in the old 4-game day, even during the summer months, we've had some great after work swims here. So many great places to swim and have a cold drink even. Oh, there's so much happening here. Oh, he hits this either into the ground or into his foot, and then I thought maybe it's catchable, but then it also could have been bowled.
Yeah, I think it maybe goes into the ground.
Was it? What did he hit it into?
I think maybe ground and onto pad. It's hard to tell from this side. And then the keeper was not interested. I think the keeper was more worried about the fact that it might have gone onto the stumps, because otherwise the keeper could have gone all front dive to try and catch it.
My instinct was that he hit it into his foot and it went up and was catchable. But then the keeper thought, well, not sure, and what if it goes on the stumps? Don't want to ruin it. Low full toss here, clears the fielder. Maximo and 50 for Bilal Zalmay. Brings it up in 32 balls, and brings it up in style. 4 6s, 4 4s, and right now steering Austria to a healthy chase, but still a long way to go. Still around about 100 to get. Good innings though from Bilal.
Yeah, he's ridden his luck a few times, a couple of drops, a couple of rash shots, but he just levers that one. Again, it's all just about the swing of the bat and the low full toss. We've said how it can be a good ball. In this case, it was deposited and deployed, just missing his lines at the moment a bit.
Now he premeditates and he hits, and he's going to get 6 more. He's dominating the bowling at the moment. Deploy goes the journey. That's the 3rd 6 of the over as it goes magical. 20 have come off this now with the ball to go.
Yeah, this is tough for Deploy because, of course, he's captaining the side as well, and he's got 0 fielders around him, so it feels like he's having to bowl and set the field at the same time. And I know as a bowling captain, it's tough when your head kind of gets scrambled, you're getting hit, and no one's really helping you out there.
He's still young. First time he's captain Hungary as well. It's wronging, well bowled, and that'll be the end of the 9th. So 94 for 0. Maybe we can just have another look at that funny one, because it didn't have too much time to have a look at it. But let's have a look. Where does this, off his bat, it's straight off the bottom of the pad. So that is catchable for me. But then batter kind of got in the way. I'm sure, actually, not even the foot. I think it's the bottom of the pad. Have a look about just after it hits the bat. It goes down and goes bang. Next frame, or maybe foot. I guess you can't really see, can you? But the way it balloons up.
Yeah.
Just my feeling. But I suppose the keeper was a lot closer. Maybe had a better view. Great shots by 2 circles, by the way.
Yeah.
I think they're doing a great job.
As always. And they're staying with Jacob. He had a great first over, just going for the 4. The first one, they're just going to scamper through for a single. And yeah, if I was Deploy, I'd be keeping Amal on as much as possible. I think he might be the key to the success here for Hungary. But Zalmay, I think he's going great guns for Austria, and he'll want to convert that 50 into something bigger. And speaking of something bigger, that has been smashed over the point boundary all the way for 6. That was just a missile straight over point, wasn't it?
Yeah, the uppercut was on. Kind of creates his own line here, doesn't he? Bilal takes a bit of a risk. Backing away, gives up his stumps. But he knows that short boundary. He gets plenty of it. Certainly has the iron now. Seems like he's a bit more in control of his innings now. Earlier on, he had the odd brain fade. He got away with it. He survived. Still there. Lost around 90% now. 100 partnership up as well in the 10th over. Walks at this. Doesn't really get it.
I think that's what happens when you start playing yourself into form. And I think at the start of the innings, he was just trying to hit it so hard to try and get the boundaries. Whereas now he's just timing them, and he's realising he doesn't have to throw everything at it to get to the boundary. As we said, it's a bigger boundary than we've had in some grounds, but it's still small enough that you can reach it.
Shan takes the ball off the stumps. Ainsworth had a lot of the ball early. This time he keeps it to 1. Yeah, and Liam's got a good point. Yeah, no Vinoth Ravindran in the side for Hungary, so obviously he's a big out. And yeah, hopefully we see him back during the year. Obviously early in the season, a few availability issues, but it's a great hit out for these 3 teams. Gets York this time, but Bilal still able to squeeze it out for a single.
Daryl comes in with a question about, I mean, this is probably something you know, Vinny.
Go on.
Is there a rule that bats can only be made by willow, or can you use harder woods? I mean, we've had a lot of weird bats down the years, haven't we?
I think it's wood. I think it doesn't say what type, but I think it's been found they've experimented with different types of wood, and yeah, I think that's all that worked. Fun fact, as I think this will take us
Here we go.
to the end of the 10th over, 106 without loss after 10, so halfway through, obviously 212 pace there, 25 runs ahead of the pace they need to go. As we have a quick look before we get to my interesting wood anecdote from when I was young, the European Cricket League, which is coming up. I know, unfortunately, you have to leave us just before that, but you'll be back with us in Portugal. But who are you looking forward to seeing in the ECL?
I was going to go back to that game we played before where I just say a team and you tell me fun facts.
Fire away.
My eye is caught by Byron.
Byron, well, I'm glad you picked them because Byron, obviously the Greek qualifiers, and this is their 3rd time to the ECL. They're in 23, 24 and 25. And if you remember, as a finalist in the Challenger Division, Greece were the winners of the Challenger Division in the men's. And they have quite a good representation from that side. So there was a guy, Sajid Afridi, who pretty much won the final. I think 175 they chased to win the final against Estonia. And he took 28, needed 28 off the last over, did it with a ball to spare in the final.
Love that.
And also Sinan Khan, who was probably more famous for throwing his helmet angrily after a dismissal, which went a bit viral.
Happens to the best of us.
But also, they've got Aslam Mohammed, who's like 54, but he's like bionic. He's Benjamin Button, and he's in the best shape I've ever seen a 54-year-old in my life. And Byron, one thing I will say, last year they did have a disappointing year in the ECL.
So they've got a point to prove.
And Byron have actually beaten Hornchurch before.
Okay.
So they actually beat Hornchurch 2 years ago. They had a bit of a disappointing time last year. They didn't qualify for the 4, but it's good to see them back. And yeah, they had some player availability issues that kind of kept them out. They had the mummy, Mumtaz, that he just came out, and these Hornchurch bowlers, who were very, very good bowlers, he's just a big guy, and he would just slam them. They couldn't. And yeah, one thing. So yeah, Byron have beaten Hornchurch before.
Okay, Byron are my new second team then. I mean,
and oh look, by the way, they play Hornchurch in their group. Have you noticed that?
Hornchurch will be quaking in their boots.
If the mummy shows up, so the mummy was one of their big outs last year. He couldn't make, I think, with paperwork issues. So Hornchurch.
Papyrus work issues.
Yeah, I think Hornchurch might have phoned the Greek consulate and said, "Hey, don't let this guy in." Hornchurch actually went on to win that ECL. But yeah, and I think that was the year they came runner-up, actually. Also, the English derby there in Group B is pretty good. And the Austrian Cricket Tigers, Akib Iqbal, the Tariqs.
It's a good group, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun, that Group B.
But it's just so good how every single group, every single team has its own story, and each player, I mean, I think we could write books on all these different teams and all the players' backstories, and maybe we should commission that, the ECL Chronicles, at some point, just to get all these stories in one place.
The fact that we have new teams every 3 days
You'd have to have volumes.
Crazy. Steps across. This one actually gets through Dow momentarily. Give up a couple of runs. So Hungary needs something to happen, and happen fast if they're to turn this around. Just quickly, before I get to my wood anecdote,
everyone has one.
It's the good point that was brought up. Who was it that brought it up in the chat? It was Emmanuel saying, could there potentially been an appeal for obstructing the field on that weird one where he hit it into his foot? The law is pretty interesting there. It doesn't come up very often. But I think the first time obstructing the field was given in a test match. I think it was in the 50s, was in this actual situation where, you're allowed to protect your stumps by hitting it twice, right?
Yeah.
It would be hittable, yeah. Or, you can basically do what you want to protect your stumps, except handle the ball.
Yeah.
But if you prevent a catch being taken in the process, even if you are, like that time he was kind of protecting his stumps, if the umpire thought that Bilal deliberately interfered with the ball that prevented a potential catch being taken, then it's still out. You're out obstructing the field.
Yeah, I think in this case he didn't know much about it. His arm went backwards, but I think it was more trying to get himself back in the crease.
It was instinctive, wasn't it? Oh, he's giving him out. It's going to be a dismissal. Oh, he's very quick to make up his mind there. I mean, it did look pretty straight. But we'll have a look. Bilal, he's half a step out of his crease, steps across. We can't really see it there. So we can see it's pretty straight from that point of view.
Yeah, Bilal is clearly not very happy with the dismissal. It's just whether it hits the bat or the pad. Bat and pad were close together. It's still difficult to tell. My instinct was that he hit it, but we couldn't really see from this angle either.
Umpire's in the best position.
Exactly.
Bilal. Look, he's put his team in a very good position. He'll be LBW for 67 or 40 balls. Let's have a look at it again one more time. Yeah, it's very hard to tell, obviously. This might show us a bit more. Look, it's close to the bat. I mean, we just, obviously without the high technology, we're not really able to make a better call than a hunch. And the umpire, he's in the best position. He makes his call, and it's the end of Bilal. Rasmal Shigawal comes to the crease at number 3.
Yeah, it was definitely straight. So if there was no bat involved, I think it was a plumb decision. But it was just whether there was any kind of willow or any other kind of wood on that. But
okay, tell you what, the game keeps getting away. So when I was young, my father, who had various entrepreneurial ventures, some worked out, some didn't, but at some point he was involved in a sandalwood factory.
Interesting. Did your house smell of sandalwood the whole time? It's quite nice.
What
quite
he
nice
did
smell.
do, luckily he wasn't doing too much at home, he was just bringing stuff back that was finished. And what he did, he made us some cricket bats. So he made us some cricket bats out of sandalwood, which is super light. Bowled him. Played right across it there. Zishan Arif, and Ghani's got 2. And well, this is kind of what happened to Hungary this time yesterday. It's the double strike. 2 set batters have gone. Hungary roaring back into contention. 110 for 2.
Yeah, it's almost the same delivery that gets the wicket, and in this case the batter just plays all the way around it. It clips, I think it goes through his legs and clips the middle leg stump.
He's megged, and he's wondering how that happened.
Hand on hip.
Let's go straight through the legs. Crashes into the bottom of leg stump. And Ghani, he's excited. He's got every right to be. Zishan played a good hand there, 31 of 24, 4 boundaries for him. But he's the second to fall. It's 110 for 2.
Yeah, this is a big over for Hungary. It might prove to be the turning point as well, because those 2 wickets, not only 2 wickets, but the 2 set batters as well. So now we have 2 batters at the crease, neither of whom have faced a ball. So Hungary really need to keep up this pressure and get a couple more wickets, and Austria suddenly, I mean, still has them at 72%, the win predictor, but if Ghani gets out this over, one more wicket, sneaks one more wicket in the last 2 balls, then Hungary will be really up for it.
Iqbal coming off a golden duck yesterday. The Austrian captain faces up. I heard a double noise there, but Iqbal was LBW yesterday, and no bat according to the umpire.
It was a half appeal. I think it was probably drifting down leg side. You could tell, you can always see by where the keeper's going, and the keeper's already taken a couple of steps down leg side here.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But even if it was going to hit leg stump, the keeper would probably still have to move to his left.
Oh, you're the expert.
Yeah. People always say that, but I'm like, yeah, but where was it when it passes the stumps? But I think that's true. Call. I think it's missing by a stump. Iqbal won't get off the mark. He'll be off the hook. This is a Gundy ball down the leg side. Okay, finally, just finishing my sandalwood story.
Yeah, back to the sandalwood.
Best backyard cricket bats we ever had for hitting tennis balls. They were so light. They were probably the same weight as the plastic bats used, even lighter. But they were wood. They were awesome.
Had a middle.
But there's no way you could have hit a cricket ball with these things. I know, because when we eventually tried, it snapped in half. So I think one of the things with willow being used, it's a wood that has the hardness required to deal with a cricket ball.
cricket's been around long enough that, as you said, I imagine that ball's bowled back in to the keeper. I think it's been around long enough that they've tried every single wood possibility that there is.
Good areas here. Well, that's the end of the 11th over. It's 112 for 2. Having said that, I have heard some interesting things in the last couple of years around bamboo, and also just trying to produce cricket bats a bit more sustainably.
Sure.
So, yeah. And time has kind of changed thinking with cricket bats. Obviously, with computers, you can now make the bats a lot bigger. But not a lot bigger. Make them a lot heavier, but balance them in a way which they don't feel as heavy. That's why the modern bats have so much wood in them, because computers and things have made it more possible. So modern bats look very different to bats even from 30, 40 years ago. But yeah, bamboo's an interesting one. I read some articles about that. But yeah, obviously, the fact that bats had to be made of wood wasn't even in the laws until 1979, 1980, I think it was, when the Dennis Lilly aluminium bat incident happened. That always reminds me of, I think there's a movie called Air Bud, where a dog plays basketball and they say there's nothing in the rules that say a dog can't play.
Well,
and that was basically the Dennis Lilly defence. There's nothing in the rules that say a bat has to be made of wood. And he's right.
You just watched the movie one night and he was like, I've got an idea.
I think maybe Air Bud took inspiration from that, because I think it was a good 15 years before that movie came out. But yeah, that's true as well. Just hit one shot, made a funny sound. I actually, I don't know how I got it. I once got my hands on the aluminium bat, or the same style that he used. It's cut away, and that's going to beat the fielder. Running away, Shigawal off the mark with a nicely cut 4. Austria, despite those 2 wickets, still think they're heavy favourites in this game.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. And Shigawal made a good contribution against Malta in game 2 as well. He got 35 off just 22 balls. So if he gets anything similar to that today, then he's going to see his team home. And he started off well there. That was a lovely shot through point.
That one's cracked as well. Fielder should cut this off. He does. Back for a slightly dodgy 2, but Shigawal judges it well and gets back. The aluminium bat, it was strange. It was kind of hollow, actually. That's where the dull sound came from. We used it for recess cricket at school. So obviously, I think they produced a few of them, and now we're talking kind of 10, 12 years later. So they must have been flying about. Maybe they used them for training or whatever, or hit catches. Obviously, they didn't break as easily. This one's going to skew, and to be honest, that's heading towards the boundary as well. It's going to get there. And so Shigawal just opens the face there, gets it away from the field. It was good effort out there. Jacobs losing his length, and Hungary, despite storming back with a couple of quick wickets, are on the back foot once again.
Yeah, this has been a good over from Austria after they were kind of under the pump a bit at the end of the final over when they lost those 2 wickets to Ghani, but they've pulled back the initiative here with those 2 quick boundaries. That one's dragged down again. Shigawal doesn't quite capitalise and lets out a cry of despair that he didn't get hold of that one. It just goes for a 1, but still this is a good over for Austria so far. It's the end of it, so that's 124 for 2. So
yeah. They get 12 off that. So obviously, have a look at that rate required. It was up in the 9s for a long time. Now just down in the 7s, down below 8 and over. So Austria with 8 wickets in hand, the heavy favourites from here, like I said. Extra is probably another thing that I think have just cost Hungary a little bit compared to Austria. They've given up 14, extras in 12 overs. Okay, 4 leg buys, you can't do much about that, but still, I think the 8 wides in 12 overs, probably a little bit in the high side. 8 overs to go then potentially. Okay, going back to the chat. I think Lance has asked, are we going to do another ECL sweepstake? See, it is something we probably should do, and I know I'm not on again till the Western Shield. You might be wondering what I'm talking about, but I'll tell you. Is that our viewers, we like to do an ECN Superfan sweepstakes.
Okay.
Which is, you just get allocated a random team to go for.
Yeah.
Because obviously a lot of our viewers, they love it, but a lot of them maybe aren't from countries, or even ones that are from countries in Europe, but they want a team to kind of root for. So, I take a whole bunch of names. I think normally we have 120, 150. It just keeps growing. And I'll allocate your team, and then you've got something to look forward to. You can kind of get on board, research your team, because there are 35 teams.
Well, we'll keep playing the ECL game, and then every time our friends at Two Circles flash up that graphic, I'm going to ask you.
I tell you what we'll do. I'm not going to get on it today, but I will start taking names tomorrow.
Putting them in your book.
I'll start taking names tomorrow, and then one of the ECI games, Thursday, Friday, I might not even be able to do it on air because I'm off until the Western Shield. This is going to go to the longest boundary on the ground. Dowell's chasing and he's not going to get there. So Iqbal, it's a traditional leg glance here, brings him 4. Runs continue to flow for Austria.
Yeah, Hungary are desperate for wickets here and just trying to push it a bit too much. Ghani, when he gets that line slightly off just down the leg, then all it needs is a little touch and it's raced away to the boundary, and it's drying up now, the outfield as well, so the ball's racing along. And yeah, Hungary need a few wickets here if they want to drag themselves back into the game. That run rate is dropped below 8. A couple more boundaries and we're almost looking at a runner ball, so Austria in the driving seat here.
Big filthy full toss really, and that's going to be another 4 runs. So yeah, Ghani maybe trying that Yorker that got Zishan Arif, but it overcooks it, and the result's going to be another 4.
Yeah, his line is straying just a bit at the moment. He's going over the wicket to the right-hander, but because it's not moving much as well, there's not much seam out there that anything down leg side, as we saw the previous ball, just gets levered away.
Okay, actually, I think I will use my list from the ECC. I'm just trying to think of the sweepstakes. Thick edge here. I'm going to get a single anyway. And what I'll do is while I'm off, I'll get anyone that wants to join, they can. They've got the whole Western Shield as well. But problem is, when I start having to do it on air, it actually can take a long time. So
we can maybe put it on YouTube as a bonus video.
Potentially. But by now people trust me. I'll just give you a random thing. I always get latecomers that I have to say, look, I drew this for you. So that's the way we'll do it.
Either way, you end up with a cool team to support.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, exactly. I'll post on my social media. That's going to be 6. Thanks for coming. Kind of in the slot. Shigawal just knocks out the satellite dish. Maximal to finish the over. Ghani's over goes for 16. 3 boundaries in that. Trouble with a capital T for Hungary as Austria bossing it. 140 for 2 after 13.
And this is, again, go back to the importance of the power play. Austria had such good power play. They didn't lose any wickets. And even when they did lose the wickets, I think they were up towards the 100 mark already, which means the middle order can come in and kind of just go for it with a bit of freedom, knowing that they can score their shot, they can hit their shots, score the runs. And even if they get out, they've still got players in to come. So Austria in a really commanding position here. And yeah, the extras are not helping Hungary either. There's 14 extras already. If we look at what Austria bowled, they only bowled 6 extras in total, so it's only a few runs, but they all count. And Hungary are now looking for a bit of a miracle to try and drag themselves back into this game. They're going back to seam, so Jacob has been taken off after his 3 overs, 2 very successful overs, and then his final one went for a few. So they are going back to the seam option, and they're going to Razik to start his 3rd over. He's only gone for 11 in his first 2 overs. He's going to be needing something similar here.
Yeah, start with a single here. So yeah, gap's really closed between runs required, balls remaining. It's 5. The gap now 46 off 41. Yeah, so I've said to all of our viewers in the chat, I've said if you'd like to be in the sweep, then let me know. I'll make a list. If you're already on the list from ECC men's last year when we did it, when we had 32 countries, then don't worry, I'll already put you on the list. So I'll just try and put those extras on. So this is mostly for the new viewers. I know we're picking up viewers all the time, and I went past 435,000 subscribers.
Amazing.
Just during the early stages of the season. It's funny, I know that the social media guys, they made a target that they want to increase the leadership by this much in season 2025, and they actually reached it before a game was played. So that just kind of shows you the reach that we're getting now on ECN.
It was nice of them to reveal that target as well.
Yeah, well, that's up. It's in the air, and that's going to be 6. Slow ball, full toss. Adios, Pelota. Shigawal on. And Austria 147 and counting. That'll pretty much get it back to run a ball now.
Because we didn't know what their target was, and they achieved it in the first few weeks of January. They could have just put their feet up the rest of the year.
It looked great in the presentation
it did.
As well.
We were very impressed, weren't we?
Did you just see what your pickup was going? Our annual target was this, but we've already achieved it. So, okay, well, no, but that's great. You know what it is? Getting so much attention. And why are we getting so much attention? Because it's so entertaining.
Yep.
You'll see things on the ECN you just won't really see anywhere else.
Cricketainment.
Cricketainment with a capital C.
the cricketainment has been paused momentarily where they search through the palm trees there. It's not quite reached the archery. What's it called? An archery pitch? Archery field? I don't know what an archery area is called, but there's a lot of shrubbery just before there. Yep, as we see they're tending to the garden there.
I should also say that if you're playing in the ECL, you're typically not involved. And Ramanjot Singh, I think watching from Slovenia, are you playing for Ljubljana? Because if you are...
Vested interest there.
Yeah, I was going to say, normally you're not getting a team in your group, but it could happen.
Or your own team.
As the ball search continues, Ian Smolin, I think you were in last time, but I'll make sure you don't miss out. KG likewise, SkyQuest likewise, and spread the word. You know, if you're a regular chatter, if you're a mod, and you see maybe a new face, maybe ask them if they'd like a team, and you can also message me on social media, and I'll try and put you in. But yeah.
Well, I'd very much like a team. I'm not commenting on the ECL as well.
Yeah, that's true. You're in.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Hoping for Byron.
You want Byron, yeah. But I mean, the thing is, you can always go. It gives you more teams to go for.
Yeah.
So
share the love.
You might get a team in another group, and then when Byron come in, you're like, no, that's me. Come on, let's go, guys. Yeah, it is a lot of fun. Yeah, 35. It is amazing because even I think they had a 20-team T20 World Cup men's last year, which is like, wow, that's amazing. That's got to be the biggest tournament in the world. Well, our ECC men's had 32. 2 divisions. Our ECL has 35. But I think also the fact, I know it's different. You can't compare it, having one T20 game a day, for example, maybe occasionally 2. But the constant just rollout of an incredibly entertaining format and product. And I suppose, the passion that you see from ECN cricketers knowing it's their chance. It's not, for example, franchise cricket, maybe you have the same 100 cricketers going place to place and it becomes a bit normal for them. So I just think, the emotions you get just make it next level as well. Rasik has another crack at Shigawa. Loses it down leg side.
Thank you, Wikipedia. It's an archery range. I knew it was an archery range. I just panicked. Archery,
what did you say it was? Shooting?
Archery field, pitch, who knows?
Oh, yeah.
It's a range.
Archery, it is.
I mean, it is quite field-like in its makeup, but, yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, bowled again.
The bat goes flying.
Sacklane prefers to bowl and throw. You see that sometimes with guys with elbow or shoulder issues. It's good practice bowling at one stump. He would have been home though.
The bowl and the fall to the knees and the bat flying through the air, it's all happening.
Always is.
I think he's hurt himself as well because the ball came in flying, and I think the fact that the bat flew out his hand, I think, was because it hit him right on the wrist or maybe on the hand. Yeah, flush on the wrist. There's no padding there either. That's going to hurt.
Rather Varthes, I think he'd be found civilly responsible in a court of law there because the keeper doesn't really get anything on this. Just blasts past him, and that's his bowling hat as well, Akib. And we've already seen one captain go down, and I don't think we'll see Prashar for the rest of the week. You wouldn't want this to be too serious for Akib Iqbal.
Oh, so the magic spray is coming out.
Wristage. Akib, by the way, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't spray that in his hair. He's got one of the best hairstyles in European cricket. I know he's got it hidden under the helmet for the most part, but he puts a lot of effort into it. Still stands up under the helmet.
There must be a lot of product in there. It's rigid.
I mean, he's one of the reasons you can't have open flames around the European cricket field. Akib Iqbal. He's got a magnificent head of hair.
Some more archery chat. The archery guy, I think, almost got hit last year by a grizzly, so that's the... Usually you look out for arrows, but if you have a grizzly flying at you...
Last year, we had... Because sometimes there's archery lessons or classes going on, and we had a
On the
really
range.
grumpy archery teacher last year when a grizzly... And I was actually worried because, okay, we've got grizzly balls we can hit over the fence, but they have more dangerous artillery driven quite nicely by Iqbal.
If that happened again, we'd have to merge the Austria and Hungary to get the empire back to defend ourselves.
You'd probably lose a few good men, I think, if you tried to charge the archery range. Czech drive actually gets 2 that time for Akib Iqbal. Shiva Kumar Naidu is watching from Slovenia. He wants to be in. Shiva, good news, you're in. It's 14 overs down, 150 up as well for Austria, 151 for 2.
And it's exactly a run of ball now needed for Austria, 36 off 36. You can see a slowish start, but they've just plodded it along nicely, and they've not lost too many wickets, and that's the difference. You could see Hungary twice lost 2 wickets in an over, and that put the brakes on for them, whereas Austria, they're just going along at the nice rate. Just need 6 and over now. And that's always the beauty of when you get the rate down that low, one boundary and over, and you've basically won that over already, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. 36 off 36 required. Deploy comes back. Dragged down slightly, but that quick over spinner. Thick outside edge. Another 2 runs. Hungary, here's the thing, even if they were to pick up these 2 right now, I still think Austria are favourites. So it's really, really small window of opportunity that's closing for the Hungarians.
Well, MSP, we saw that he was padded up in the 10, and he got a half century in the previous game against Malta, so they've still got a lot of runs sitting down in that tent.
Wrong in this time from Zima's deploy, and Shigwal misses out. So yeah, just repeating for everyone in the chat, if you were in the last sweep, then I'm going to automatically keep you on, but if you haven't, then I'll collect your name and I'll get on that and make a plan in the next few days. Another wrong in this time, straight down the throat of the fielder and taken. Nice catch by Matty Ainsworth down there at deep point. Shigwal goes for 27. Well, that's one piece of the puzzle. It's a long way to go until you say Hungary are competitive in this game again, but that certainly helps. Ainsworth pouches the opportunity. Seems to deploy with his first wicket of the series, and Austria 153 for 3.
Yeah, that was a nice little cameo from Shigwal. If you're getting into the 20s and only taking up a few balls, then you're putting in a good stint for your team. But Deploy kind of got away with that one a bit. It was still dragged down, but because it was outside the off stump and he had Ainsworth out there on the boundary, who gratefully accepted that one. But you can see on the replay, it was still a bit short. It was there to be hit. It just didn't quite get the leverage on it.
Yeah, and it wasn't the traditional leg break. He bowls this one pretty well. It's going to overspin with a hint of wronging. And here is Mark Simpson-Parker coming in at 5, and probably the ideal guy to come out in this situation as well. Temper his game. Did start a bit proper yesterday, a little bit rusty early, but certainly finished pretty well. Well, first one's begging to be hit, and it is, and Mark Simpson-Parker picks up where he left off last night. Maximo! Oh, well, the wicket came, but doesn't slow down the Austrians.
That's the kind of ball you want as a batter first up, just a bit of a drag down, and sat up beautifully for Mark. And I don't know what that hit, but there was a bit of a clunk on the way down. But yeah, that's that one boundary that Austria need at the in every over, and that's got the run rate down towards 5. And I think we're on a bit of a grizzly hunt again.
Yeah, well, the other thing here, and it's been mentioned, there's a lot happening in the chat, but windscreens have occasionally felt the force of the cricket ball here, even though they've got really good protection with the nets and stuff. But my favourite was when a guy went to play golf and he was the other side of the net or a fence, and he saw a ball coming straight at his car, but he couldn't
get in
actually
reverse
do anything.
Quickly.
No, he was out of the car and he was the other side of the fence with his golf clubs, and then the ball came in his car and he couldn't do anything. We've also had cars parked under the tree at the wicket, which is not a good idea. And yeah, it's just unnatural. There's a lot of cars that are parked here.
We have a lot of experience of that in our club in Hamburg. If anyone in the chat has played at THCC in Hamburg, you'll know what I'm talking about, because it's a tiny pitch, so it's more or less the size of the inner ring, and it's part of a hockey club. It's in a lovely part of Hamburg, well-to-do place, and there's Porsches, Mercedes all over the place in the car park, which is literally, the boundary's about 30 metres, the Porsche's the other side.
Yeah, it's dangerous. There's a ground in Corfu, beautiful ground, like pretty much right in the city centre, but they're not allowed to play there because the cars are parked all around. They've got to play softball cricket there.
I've played in a place in England, I've played in so many places in England, I can't tell you where it is, but there's a road through the middle of the boundary.
Yeah, oh really? Okay.
Because, I mean, the cricket pitch was probably there before roads existed.
Yeah, okay.
But at some point cars had to go through, so cars have to stop when overs are in play.
Really?
Because it's a village, so, village
I love
rules.
stories like that. Trees on grounds.
There's a couple of trees in grounds in England as well. Love those. My hometown club, actually, who I now play for, Milford Hall in Staffordshire, they've got a tree in the boundary, so there's club rules. So tree is 4 regardless of how you hit it.
We've had ECS cricket with football goals on the boundary around about where the circle is.
Creerfeld is similar, I think. There's football goals around there as well.
Yeah, true. Coming up in the afternoon session, Malta versus Hungary. So this is meant to start in 45 minutes. I've got a bit of a feeling that'll be delayed because we had a slight delay to this morning's start. Although this might finish a bit early. So I guess we'll keep you up to date either in the chat or as soon as we know something about the updated start time of that game. But at the moment, it's scheduled for noon GMT, which is 1 p.m. in Central Europe, and 5:30 in India. Malta make an appearance here on day 2, and Hungary, well, I've got a bit of a case of the Maltas potentially losing game 1 here and then hoping to get a win out of the afternoon. And what I will say is if Austria do win this, and Hungary is kind of a must-win, I think, to keep them in touch to potentially win this tri-series. Matty Ainsworth's getting a bowl here, so I like that he's been given an opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a throw of the dice, isn't it? But when you're up against it, you've got to try something new because the bowlers they've tried so far have not done the business. It's a good start from Ainsworth, just a 1 stroke down to backward point, and it's what it's all about, isn't it? Giving the youth some experience out on the big stage as well.
I know that Matty's mum and dad will be watching, so big hello to you guys. I'm sure you're hoping that Matty's able to make the breakthrough here. Plays this cricket for the Danubian Kangaroos.
Excellent name.
In Hungary. I gotta say, I agree.
Are there many kangaroos in Hungary?
I don't know, maybe at the zoo. They turn up in funny places.
I saw kangaroos in the wild for the first time in Australia. They
alive?
Alive, yeah.
Most people,
in the wild.
Their first kangaroo they see isn't
no,
what they think.
I didn't see any roadkill.
Oh, that's
luckily.
Really hard, but well fielded. Yeah, well, MSP admired it for a while, then had to actually run. Yeah. Tourists come, and if you're going city to city, typically the first kangaroos you see won't be alive.
Well,
Makes them
you've
sad.
shattered that illusion for you, haven't you? They were alive and hopping.
Been to England and seen an albino wallaby, which wasn't what I was expecting to see. But, yeah, they've been taken all around the world, I suppose, now. Koalas are a bit of a funny thing. Koalas are really temperamental with where they want to live. So
right,
you
like people.
Yeah, true. They do like to sleep a lot. By the way, it was Ramanjot Singh, and he said, "Yeah, Vinny, I bet you were going to say that I can't have a team. Sorry, Ramanjot, but wish you all the best. He had a really good ECL last time we saw him for Ljubljana."
I would say playing in the ECL is probably a step up from being in the sweep. So probably should concentrate on.
Both pretty exciting.
Both good.
Yeah,
but if you're playing, then I think maybe concentrate on that.
It's probably good advice.
Generally.
I know a lot of people loving watching T20 cricket on ECN, and they'd like to see more of it. So, we can do what we can. What I will say, though, because they're T20 internationals, a lot of organisation has to go in beforehand.
The ICC,
so
big dogs.
You can't really have them every day. They're a treat. Oh, we're enjoying having them. Oh, well, he's overcommitted here. Bit of a teaser, not past the bowler. Over this from Ainsworth so far.
Just what I was about to say. If he can get out of this over with just a single or a dot, then he's given his team a little bit of a shout. I mean, the run rate is still less than a run a ball, but funny things can happen in T20 cricket. That's why we like seeing it on the network as well. And that is a great over by Matty Ainsworth. They just scamper through for the 1. So it's only 5 runs off the over. That takes Austria to 166 for 3 off 16 overs. So they just need 21 off the final 4 overs. And as you can see there, the keeper annihilated the stump. So even if there was a chance of a run out, it would have been difficult. It's always difficult as well when you don't have the stumps in the ground. If you have that situation where you do have to, the bails have already been broken, you have to lift the stumps up. It's quite challenging with a base attached.
Yeah, but actually our regulations, and I think
ICC must be the same then.
ICC doesn't cover it, but knocking the stumps over completely is the same as removing the stump from the base. So if you just bash them, then that should basically do the same thing.
So that's always a little. Yeah. Badgers get excited by that, especially when it happens in Test cricket or one-day cricket where the stumps are being removed, because it doesn't happen too often. So people get very excited when it does happen.
Yeah, we've seen some funny attempts. We've been in Malta. We've even seen someone removing a stump that didn't have the ball and giving it to the guy who had the ball,
like a ceremonially,
and it resulted in a golden ball. Yeah, no, it was. There were about 3 or 4 people around pulling stumps, and it was an absolute mess. That was
it's playing Jenga.
That was a golden ball last day of the season in 2021. It was crazy. What are they even doing here? And they're here. Take it.
This is yours.
And the keeper's just, what are you doing? Yeah, we've seen some funny things. Oh, well.
So Austria just kind of doing what they need to do at the moment. They just need 20 in 23 balls. So Hungary have turned back to Saklin for his third over. He's been going at 11 so far, more or less. So he'll have to rein it in his third over. Austria just playing it sensibly at the moment. Don't need to do any more. They just want to get the win, get the points, get the potential ranking points. MSP faces up now.
This is a thick edge. That's going to fly away, and it's going to reach the boundaries. So Mark Simpson-Parker will get Austria 4 close up. Looks like they're cruising to victory here in match 3.
Yeah, when things are going your way, then they go your way, and that one just finds the edge, and Mark Simpson-Parker takes one look, knows that's going to go, especially now it's dried up out here, and Austria seem to be trotting to victory here. Yeah, Win Predictor has them at almost 100%. You never know. Stranger things have happened, but Hungary, they're quite quiet in the field now as well. They know that the jig might be up, but they need to keep going. It'd be interesting if the ICC do have some kind of regulations for the bases of stumps, because it happens more and more now. I suppose maybe they try and get the stumps in the ground as much as possible. I know Korea felt they can get the stumps in the ground, but when you have AstroTurf, it's not always possible.
No, but I mean, you've got to go by the laws. The laws actually say if you remove a stump completely from the ground, and I suppose if the law doesn't cover it exactly, you've got to go the closest possible interpretation. Well, that's hooked away. It's nice and high, and it's going to bisect those two fielders. There's one at deep backward square, one at fine leg. That's going to be 4 more. Austria still cruising. Akib kind of 2 back on the hook there, but he placed it well, didn't he? He gets another boundary.
Yeah, there was enough pace on that ball that you could just had to lever it around the corner, and yeah, Hungary, their bowling has let them down a bit. They've kind of lost their lines in particular, and anything down leg side, Austria have really just pounced upon. The amount of 4s that have gone through kind of the backward square region, and that's going to see them through to victory, I think, at this point.
Oh, another bouncer.
That was bowled in anger.
Yeah, fired up here, isn't he, Saklane? Akib just kind of flirts with it. Yeah, so it's one. Actually, I think it's one law in cricket that most people think they know that they don't know. So, yes, you can remove a stump by holding the ball in your hands and lifting it out of the ground. But even if you were to throw the ball at the stumps, if the bails are off, I'm talking, and the stump is removed from the ground, that's good enough.
So you hit it with so much power that the stump gets forcibly removed.
Actually on artificial in the stumps are in sand is actually not too hard.
Or if it's dry, you know.
Yeah. Mark Simpson-Parker takes on the 2 here. Well, he might have cooked his partner, and that's going to be a run out. Akib to be honest, Akib didn't run the first one hard enough, and so he wasn't able to recover when Mark Simpson-Parker called him through for the second. He wasn't going to the danger end, but in fact, he was. You see, look, he's trotting, he's got no instant, and basically the stop sign was futile, so just not really on the same page. Akib is going to be run out by about 1 metre, maybe half a metre, but yeah, good throw. There had to be a good throw from Hungary to gun him down. We won and done as Akib Iqbal run out for 23, 177 for 4.
I'll tell you what, if that happened in the German national team, our coach would be going mental. You got to run the first one hard. And here, yeah, he was kind of admiring his shot. It was a nice little chip, but Mark was always going to be going to the danger end. And
you see, Sheikh Razik, he kind of realised at the moment that, hold on, this is on. It's a really good throw.
It would only have been possible with a good throw, and I think the momentum took him forward and he kind of accelerated into the ball. But Akib was kind of caught a bit ball watching, and Mark did the right thing. He ran the first one hard, and then he turned and saw that he would be getting in. And I think Akib would have got in as well had he run the first one hard. It's a couple of times now this game we've had some strange run-outs kind of come from nowhere.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, so just finishing what we were saying, yeah, with these stumps on a base, if you would even hit the stumps and they would have fall over, then obviously they've lost contact with the ground, which is kind of the same thing. Anyway, Ainsworth will continue, 17 overs down. Good Yorker in first up. So Austria, even despite the wicket of Akib Iqbal, still well in control of this game. Hikmatullah Kogyani is the new batter coming out at number 6.
Ainsworth has been bowling really well. He's come in late in the innings and starting up with a Yorker that Mark Simpson-Parker did well to just dig out. And again, a lovely ball, and Simpson-Parker tried to give himself a bit of room, shuffle down leg side, and Matty Ainsworth said, I'll just follow you, and went through bat and pad. Another great ball, and maybe their deploy is ruining the fact that Ainsworth has come into the game when it's more or less done. He could have been a useful tool earlier in the innings. He's not quite got the pace of some of his other teammates, but he seems to have, I was going to say, a lot of control, and I think,
Kogiani's hungry for the strike. It's going to be no ball, and it's got to be for above waist height. And not as strict as we are on these balls, but that's no ball in anyone's language. Shoulder high, and MSP gets a taste of his own medicine from Kogiani. He says, right on your bike, and MSP said, well, I'm the one that was in jeopardy there. Shouldn't I get to face the free hit? Kogiani said, well, let's play backyard rules. Can't get out first ball. And it's pretty much what he's going to be able to do here.
That's always the way when you're batting. You want to get those free hits, and when you've just had a beamer at your head, you think, well, I deserve this one, but your teammate at the other end is also like, I want a free hit.
It's also the first ball he'll face in T20 international cricket.
Okay.
Wasn't required to bat yesterday, and he can crack it. Kogiani. Free hit time. It's a big swing straight through this one, though. 8 required off 16 balls. 15 balls now after that. Yeah, we have had some strange runouts, haven't we? Communication.
3 C's.
And what percentage of communication is non-verbal? It's quite a lot.
I imagine so, yeah.
It's true between the wickets as well. No, a good verbal sorries. Normally good in the change rooms afterwards. Another full toss in the air. Well, this could be out if it hits. It would have been. The underarm came in from Zima's deploy. Kogiani should have been run out before scoring a run, but that is his first run in T20 international cricket.
There's been better first runs scored, I'd say, in T20 international cricket.
As well. Hey, just a bit of news coming in that there'll be a 15-minute delay to the next game. So it was meant to start in 35 minutes. It'll start in 50 minutes. So it's starting at 12:15 GMT, which is 1:15 in Central Europe. And I think that means it will be 5:45 in India. Clipped away, and 7 to win. There will be 6 of them. Maximal scores tied here, and Mark Simpson-Parker has a chance here in the 18th over to bring up the win for Austria.
Yeah, Matt Ainsworth is just, after I was singing his praises, he's lost his line a bit the last couple of balls. It's always tough when you're facing in-form batters who can hit it 360, as Mark Simpson-Parker can. He's got 20 off just 10 deliveries. He's brought his team to just the 1 run needed. But it's good to see that Matt Ainsworth has been given the ball here, and deploy there is also just patting him on the shoulder saying, look, just keep going to the end.
Yeah.
I'm backing you here as captain, and you're going to learn a lot from this as a young player as well. A big future ahead of him for sure.
Yeah, and so this game could be over any time. Yeah, Austria certainly put themselves in a good position. It's a pretty healthy win, actually. It's going to win with 2 overs to spare here. Like Hungary clinging on to the 1%, but I think they might be rounding up there.
It makes the game this afternoon very interesting as well. So.
Yeah, it certainly does. Well, that's one way to bring up the win. It's right off the toe of the bat, and that will do it. Had an interesting first ball this game, had a pretty interesting last ball, and in between, Austria just the better of the 2 teams. Set a task 187 to win. They end up doing it with 12 balls to spare. Austria kind of playing to their ranking there, especially with Hungary missing a player like Prashad, real difference maker. And a very competitive score that Hungary made, but Austria too good in the end, coming up with a win by 6 wickets.
Yeah, it was a great chase by Austria, chasing down 187 after they chased down 151 yesterday as well. So they're setting themselves up as quite the chasing team. Hungary, they had their chances throughout, and they'll be ruining a few drop chances and a bit of wayward bowling towards the end as well. They were in it for large portions of the game, and they got a couple of wickets. It thought maybe the tide would turn, but Austria showed their experience, and Mark Simpson-Parker showing what kind of a game changer he can be as well, just seeing his team home at the end there.
So, yeah, Mark Simpson-Parker and Hekmatullah Kogiani walk off, and they walk off successfully. So that's basically 2 wins out of 2, and yeah, Austria, they'll feel if they can get a 3rd win, they're in a really good position to win this, but also important ranking points on offer every single game. So yeah, just a note, that is the updated start time to match 4. That we'll be starting in 45 minutes actually. The toss will happen in about 15 minutes. So Malta taking on Hungary, obviously a rematch of the rain-affected game yesterday in match 1. So 12:15 GMT, 1:15 in Central Europe, 5:45 in India. Join us for that. And Tina, you'll be back, won't you?
Absolutely.
You're not allowed to go anywhere. We'll have a bit of lunch though. First up, let's go and have a look at the highlights. Well, it was down. It was straight into the action with the sky. I blamed the sun. That was the right thing to do. But yeah, it was a pretty bright opening partnership, wasn't it? I suppose, yeah, they kind of rode their luck a little bit. Maybe sometimes made some poor choices, but got away with it. Bilal in particular really grew into his inning, 67 of 40. Pretty crucial in Austria's chase of 187.
Yeah, it was some big hitting from Bilal, scoring 6 sixes along the way, and some big appealing from Hungary as well. There was that strange case of, was it an LBW, was it a catch?
Yeah.
Was it obstructing the field? It could have been all 3.
It was a weird thing, wasn't it? But yeah, this was the end of Bilal. So I suppose sometimes you get the luck, sometimes you don't. Make your swings and roundabouts with the LBW decisions in that innings. There's no doubt about that one, though. It was the old 5-hole for you ice hockey fans out there, straight through the legs. The nutmeg rattled the leg stump of Zichenaric. So with both openers going in quick succession, Austria, they would have been at risk of maybe panicking and for that to turn into a collapse for Rasmus Shigawal, I think, and Aki Bukval made really well just to keep things on track. The boundaries just seemed to come when they needed them, didn't they? But I think also probably a few poor balls in Hungary compounding their issues.
Yeah, and I think from Austria, the main thing was that no one got out cheaply, so everyone who came in contributed, and that meant that even though they had those 2 wickets in consecutive balls in the 11th over, they still managed to recover and build these partnerships. And yeah, a bit of wayward bowling in the end from Hungary was cashed in on by Austria. It was a good take there by Matty Ainsworth, who had a little cameo at the end with the ball as well. His 3rd over didn't quite go to plan, but his first 2 were promising, and
yeah,
there was that late run out as well.
Yeah, Akib, collateral damage. And, I'm sure there'll be an apology, although maybe shoulder some of the blame. But, I think actually he said to him, look, don't worry about it. I think probably took his own responsibility. Side of the captain, really, because he probably was 2 in it. But in the end, Mark Simpson-Parker hits the winning runs, and he still hasn't been dismissed in the series. MSP, late call-up, by the way, for Austria. He's certainly making the most of that. And once again, I think Austria last night, their top 4 all made kind of 20+. Today, the top 5 all make 20+. So it's a sign there's lots of players in form for the Austrians. Bilal Zalmay with 67, the top scorer, 31 for Zishan Arif Shigawal with a bright 27, Aki Bukval 23 before he got run out. Mark Simpson-Parker 21 off 11, just looks pretty well put together. 17 extras, probably a little bit on the high side, and Austria end up chasing that 187 with 2 overs to spare. For Hungary, obviously without Prashar, obviously affects their kind of bowling balance. They were kind of hanging in the game, weren't they? Especially early on, where they won a few moral battles but just couldn't get the breakthrough. Ultimately, Abbas Ghani with 2 for 28 was the most successful bowler. Wicket also for Zima's deploy, but he also bowled a few loose ones. Sheikh Razik was a good bowler as well. 3 overs, none for 22. And Ainsworth, as you mentioned, none for 14 off 2. So, Tina, it's been a pretty exciting game to start the day, and hopefully more of the same this afternoon when the Maltese hit the park and they've got a bit of a score to settle, don't they?
Yeah, I think it's going to be super interesting this afternoon. Hungary, of course, going in after losing that game this morning, so they'll have a point to prove, and Malta after their 2 losses yesterday, so it's a big fight for those points, and all important ICC ranking points as well. So it's going to be a hot contest this afternoon, and Austria will be more than happy with their job today. They've got 1 and out today, so they're going home, putting their feet up, and going to be watching the action this afternoon, which we'll be bringing to you in about 45 minutes, a delayed start, isn't it, Vinny?
Well, we're going to go over to Clubhouse, have a little bit of lunch, we're going to refresh. You can do the same, and make sure you join us for the next game. The toss will be happening in around about 13 minutes. Malta versus Hungary. Match 4 on the way as we start the second round. Believe it or not, we're already in the second half of this Tri-Series. See you shortly for more action from Malta. You're watching the ECN Malta T20I Tri-Series live from the Malta International Cricket Ground. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello and welcome back. Halfway through this tri-series, hard to believe. With 3 matches in, there's 3 to go. So now we start the second round of matches, and we're starting with Malta versus Hungary here in match 4, rematch of the opening match yesterday morning. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Okay, welcome to Tri-Nation Malta 4th match. Malta team home, Hungary team away. You spin the coin, captain.
Heads.
Head it is. It's the tail. It's the tail.
We're going to bat first.
Malta team won the toss, bat in first.
Farhan Prasad of Malta winning the toss, electing to bat, and that's been a bit of a change today. Yesterday we saw both captains electing to bowl first. Today we've seen both captains electing to bat first, although we haven't really seen a traditional defence yet, although Hungary did win batting first yesterday against Malta. They put 180 on the board, and Malta, they were 30 after 5 overs, but the rain came and there was no further play, so it was Hungary that won on DLS. Since then we've seen 2 successful chases. But for Malta, I think maybe they just benefit from not having any particular scoreboard pressure. When they're out there, they can go, they can express themselves. I do think they have to attack this power play without being crazy. I think it's a really good opportunity for the guys at the top of the order to try and make a score. For Malta so far, obviously, they are walking into this game with 2 losses. I think to have any chance, obviously, they need to win this game. But I also just think with these 2 so close in the rankings that it's a really big game for rankings points. And I know that Hungary, they'll feel with another win over Malta, they might even be able to leapfrog them. And certainly, I think there's going to be a really healthy rivalry between these 2 teams, albeit a friendly one. But yeah, both teams really want the win. Hungary, obviously, trying to avoid going 2 losses out of 2, which is what Malta had to deal with yesterday. So let's go over to the commentary box now. Tina Goff doing a great job over there. Tina, it's over to you. I can tell you Malta have won their toss. They're going to bat first. Let's see what happens here in match 4.
Thank you, Vinny, and welcome back to Valletta and to La Marsa Sports Club. We're here at the ECN Malta T20I Tri-Series 2025. Match 5, as Vinny said, Malta have won the toss and elected to bat against Hungary. Both teams here with a bit of a point to prove. Deploy leading Hungary for the first time this morning as captain. He'll come back leading his team out now to field, and they let themselves down a bit in the previous game, in game 3, where they lost to Austria by 6 wickets. And they've got a few bowlers to turn to. Matthew Ainsworth came in at the end of the innings and bowled a couple of handy overs. For Malta, they've got batting throughout, and they're going to have to fire. They didn't quite fire yesterday, and because of those 2 losses, the win predictor has them at just 35%, 65%. Hungary, the ICC rankings are always quite telling. It's quite close. Malta and ICC ranked 71, and Hungary actually below them 75, so all to play for here. Ranking points at stake because, of course, we're in a T20I situation. The T10s will be coming in just a couple of days' time, but for now, focusing on the slightly longer format. As Malta in their all black and red striped kit, and Hungary, if you were on the chat earlier, you might have heard our chat about the beautiful Hungary kit as well, reminiscent of a bit of a Christmassy Portugal vibe. And they'll be opening up the bowling with Mohamed Saklan, who bowled quite well in the previous game. Hungary were a bit guilty of trailing down the leg side of it and giving Austria a few too many runs, and the extras paid off in the end as well. So they'll be hoping to tighten up the lines in this game, this all-important game. There's points up for grabs. As I said, ICC ranking points up for grabs as well. So we open up with the first ball. That's a big nick straight away. It's flown through the hands of the keeper, and it's going to go all the way for 4. And if you're here for this morning, you might recall that first ball there we had a slippage incident on the side of the pitch, and this one again, quite eventful first ball. It's a big nick. The keeper in honesty was not that close to it. I think he might have got half a hand to it, but it was a healthy nick, and yeah, he got his fingertip to it but tipped it around the post for 4. Won't care Malta how the runs come. First run off the bat, first ball 4. And that's a slightly better line there. He's tailing it in is Saklan to the right-hander. Malta on the back of 2 losses yesterday. They lost game 1 by 8 runs in the DLS, and game 2 they lost by 6 wickets to Austria, so they really want to get some points on the board here. And that one just tailed away a bit too far down the offside, so that'll be a wide. And the opening batters for Malta, we've got Patankar, who had that lucky 4 first up, and Danish at the other end supporting him, so they'll be hoping their openers fire today. They didn't quite fire yesterday. I mean, the first game was rain affected, so they didn't quite have the opportunity to blaze through. They were 30 for 1 when the heavens opened yesterday, and the DLS meant that they lost by 8 runs, but they didn't quite find their stride in game 2 either, and lost that to Austria. Darshit Patankar, he's quite a hulking figure. He must be over 6 foot, and he's a lot bigger than Rocky down at the other end, who will now be facing his first ball. It's the little and large lineup, which often works quite well as a batting partnership with different hitting areas for the different kinds of batters. Rocky's just surveying the scene. Of course, in the power play, only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle for the first 6 overs in the T20I. Malta just scamper through for the single, takes them to 7 runs. Yeah, and Darshit, he scored some runs yesterday, so he's got 32 off 31 in game 2 against Austria in that loss. They did manage to get to 150, so they'll be hoping for a similar score today to give them a competitive total. Of course, Hungary are capable of getting big runs as well. They lost to Austria in game 3, but they did score 180, 186 even, so both teams here do have a lot of firepower. And that's a nice line by Saklan. He just tails it in to the right-hander, bowling a bit short of a length, but I don't think that's the worst tactic here, especially when you're in the power play, keeping it outside off. So the batters already have a slight discussion. I'm not sure how much there is to discuss after 5 balls, but it's been a steady start for Malta so far. They'll just want to get in a bit of rhythm. They didn't find much rhythm yesterday. Speaking of a lack of rhythm, Saklan just pulls up on the final ball of the first over. And this is match 4 of the T20I tri-series. There'll be 2 more tomorrow before we then head into the T10s for another 2 days of international action. And then, of course, ECS following up on that. As that's leave it away through square leg for 4 runs, so that takes Malta to 11 for no loss after the first over. I was going to say it was a good over for Saklan, but he let that final ball get away from him, drifted down the leg side, and was nicely guided away by Darshit. Takes us to the end of the first over, and perfect time to bring in my partner in crime, Vinny Sandhu. How are you doing?
Yeah, great to be back, and yeah, had a nice lunch here at the Master Sports Club. Big thank you to everyone for looking after us. But yeah, not a bad start by Malta. Obviously winning the toss, selecting to bat. Vote of confidence in their batting unit. The same batting lineup yesterday. Actually got broken up by a disastrous run out yesterday. We've seen a couple of those so far this week. But yeah, that's the Tank, Darshit Patankar, and Rocky. So you got the Tank and Rocky opening up.
It's quite a fearsome opening pair. And
yeah.
I was just saying that the little and large combination is always a good one in cricket.
Yeah, can be, but let's see. I mean, Hungary, a bit of a crossroads in their tournament. Now they're 1-1. The thing is, if they lose to Malta here, then both these two will have the same record, 1-2.
Yeah, it's a big day for Hungary, especially because they're the ones with the double-header today, as Malta had yesterday, and Malta didn't quite capitalise on that, as we have Razic opening the bowling from the other end.
Ooh.
They scam. That was an acrobatic effort there.
What does he field this with? I'm going to get 2. Is this?
Amal Jacob diving down to his left side, and it'd be interesting to see what appendage he used there.
Well, they say get everything behind the ball, but I don't know if this is really what they intend.
it's always good having a left-hander in that kind of backward point region, because they're usually running around to their left side. You can just see the back end of that dive there. Was it? He went down with his,
it's the old kneecap. I was a bit worried it was forehead, but kneecap's probably better.
And that one struck firmly, and it's going to just trickle over the boundary. I'm not sure there was a diving effort there by Matty Ainsworth. Probably relying on the signal of the fielder there. I think he did a good job of keeping that in. Plaudits all around from his teammates. Ainsworth getting the dive in very early. He had a lot of ground to cover there, actually. He's got long legs.
Let's have a look. Oh, that is 4 as well. Definitely 4. That's where I think, you'd love to be able to use the technology in a sensible way, because it's only been given 2, but being a T20 international, it's kind of strange. On paper, it's a high level of cricket, but they're not allowed to use what we would use at a domestic level of cricket, or in cricket, ECN cricket. But yeah, Matty his nose might have grown a little bit longer there. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he maybe didn't realise he was diving, and there's a lot going on.
I will say, as a tall person myself, you just about get your own limbs in order before realising if you're close to the rope or whatever. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Tina's gone into bat for Matty Ainsworth, as fellow member of the Tall Club.
The Tall Brigade.
I didn't know that Tall Brigade stuck together.
I think you might just sneak in, Vinny. I don't know.
I'm borderline. I'm closer than probably the rest of our commentary team until you came along. Yeah,
I'm bringing the average up. But I mean, I think Darshit would definitely be a member of the Tall Brigade, and I think Rocky would be a member of the Small Brigade. Yeah. So, we cater to all here at ECN.
Talls and smalls. Yeah, just I'll reflect on the first over. Saw the first ball. Across here. Yeah, he appeal 7, the 8th appeal, still turned down.
Maybe it's just one appeal and it's just a big echo. But he was the only one appealing. There was no one else going up for that. He seemed to see something that no one else in the field saw. I mean,
I think it's actually, is he at the bat?
I can see why the bowler went up for it. It was.
He liked it.
I think it was bat onto pad.
I think it's bat onto pad, and that, if it wasn't bat, it was probably curtained. You're right.
And that's maybe why he was the only one that went up, because it looked plumb had he not middled it. But it's a good little over by Razik so far, and that's the end of it. 17 for none, Malta. So a steady start for Malta. They were on the back foot after their day yesterday. They've only got the one game today, so they'll be wanting to get that first win of the Tri-Series on the board.
Yeah, definitely. Austria obviously now with a 2-0 record, and they have gone clear at the top of the table. Hungary with 1-1 in that middle spot, and then Malta without a win. But yeah, I mean, with a win here over Hungary, they could actually overtake them on the table. Obviously, final day of matches tomorrow. This is the second time these two teams have played each other, and it's the last time they'll play each other in the T20s at least, though they will play twice in the T10s and potentially in the final on Friday afternoon. With 2 overs down, Sucklane's going to come back, and he's going to have another crack at the tank.
And the tank is firing on all cylinders. That one, it sounded nice off the bat. It's just sneaked over the rope for a 6. It looked like it might have held up a bit, but he definitely didn't get all of it, did the tank there, but enough to send it over the rope for 6.
Gets in front of square, which is a good sign that he's not too rushed for pace in the shot, and yeah, just carries the rope. So maximum 6 runs for the tank. But he was dropped first ball. I was going to get to that, and Valavarthi, he'll be disappointed, I think. And it's an important position. And this one, he's going to be swung and missed. It doesn't come back cleanly either. And look, he's been kind of thrown into it here. And Valavarthi's a pretty experienced cricketer, pretty experienced keeper. But probably that first one takes a big deflection. It's tough for his feet to go anywhere. He does stay pretty kind of upright, which doesn't get a lot of spring up, and also maybe his positioning, he got wrong-footed there. The idea, I think, is you want to start, actually we've got a good view of it here, you've got the keeper's view. You'd want to set up maybe a little bit further to the left so that if an edge comes, you're already kind of moving in that direction. Whereas if you're static, or if you are even kind of wrong-footed moving to your left, it's really hard to deal with those outside edges, and it was a big deflection, but yeah, one that I think Hungary would hope that he would take. Still, plenty of time to make up for it, but Patanka got a life on 0.
And that one just exploded off the pitch, and the keeper there, after you analysed his performance. That was a great take, to be fair. That one
really was.
pinged up.
Yeah, no credit to him here. You see his technique here. It does go down a little bit. But you see how he's hopping left. And okay, maybe the line of that ball dictates it. But to a right-hand batter, right-handed bowler, you want to minimise the amount of times you're hopping left, unless the ball's really where you don't expect it. So, and by doing that, you keep enough energy to be able to make a dive to your right, because most of the dives you're going to have to make for catches are going to be to your right. So it's actually a really good view, this camera.
The tanker's taken a hit to his armour there. Just giving it a bit of a rub. That one didn't ping up off the pitch. It's a bit lively in the pitch.
Wow, Suck Lane's getting something out of this. He got pulled away earlier, but just kind of gets cramped for room, doesn't he? What does that hit?
It's the rib area, I
yeah.
think. He was giving it a rub, so he wore that one. Yeah. And I think he's all right. He's just been given a little tap on the bat.
Yeah.
Boys.
Hey, look, Phil G's in the chat, just spotted. Hey, Phil, hopefully you're well. Great job in Portugal. I know that you'll be back on deck tonight. A bit of talk about the Portugal mist. It had a kind of Friday the 13th vibe about it towards the end of the night.
And that's edged, but it's gone over first. It was more like third slip, and that's going to go away for 4 as well. So the tanker's riding his luck a little. That's the second one that's flown behind the bat, but he won't mind how the runs are coming.
Well, just reading the chat, but I mean, a bit fortunate there. Big of a pig in a poke, putting the slip in. Let's hope they're around about the edge. And not just kind of width, but also depth.
Well,
some edges fly a bit further.
It's tough when you have one slip as well, and he's not really in any kind of position. He's kind of 1 to 5th slip all in one and just hoping for the best, especially when it pings off his AstroTurf. It could go anywhere.
The slip on the circle is actually one position in ECN T10 cricket, which has become really quite popular, and it makes sense. Just a lot of edges seem to fly that distance, and because in T10 at least, guys are swinging a bit harder, you just tend to carry a bit further. So also Gorillas in the Mist was referenced in the chat. That's why I was laughing. But yeah, some really great games last night. We almost saw the Coimbra Knights defend 69, and tonight old rivals Marlow Gorka 11.
Is that going to be
3 and 4? Yeah, it's coming up tonight, 7 a.m. in Central Europe and 11:30 in India.
Sackland continues to find bounce in this pitch. Tank just guides that one down to backward point, so Malta finished the 3rd over on 28 for no loss. There's a bit of talk in the chat as well about, there's a bit of love for Malta's kit.
Yeah,
I quite like
simple.
it. It's simple but effective.
I'd say all the kits.
Yeah. So every time I see the Hungary kit, I think of chilies. It looks like some kind of scale of hotness of chilies. Phil is in the chat, so he will know all about
Phil
that.
G is a bit of a chili specialist, as is Danny Hudacek. Yeah, and we might have to call them the Spicy Crew.
Spice Twins?
Yeah, when they're all the Spice Guys.
Spice Guys, yeah. Yeah, it sounds could be something else entirely, but
maybe the Chili Brothers.
Chili Bros, yeah.
Yeah, Chili Bros. Yeah, I always think Christmas when I think the Hungarian strip. And there's a few that are similar. So Bulgaria's similar as well. Same colours on the flag, just different order. But yeah, the Scoville strip, really, you could call it.
Yeah.
The Scoville scale is what you judge the
after,
spiciness from, as we found out a couple of weeks ago at the Chili Night. And
Famous
green
Chili
to
Night.
red. Yeah, very good.
It's a lesser
Tina.
Spotted transition, isn't it, green to red?
Yeah. You don't see it very often. Like I said, the human eye can't actually focus green and red at the same time. That's just a little bit of a biology fact for you. We talked earlier. But yeah, Phil, good luck tonight. Not that you need it in the night series in Portugal. And for all you ECL fans out there, and everyone that's a European cricket fan is an ECL fan, I think, you get a look at Marlow, who will be playing in the ECL.
Razik is starting his 2nd over. A huge shout from the tank, who took off and was not going to be stopped anytime soon. He got home relatively safely in the end. A direct hit might have been quite interesting, but I think, he got his bat down early enough. It was a good call. It's always good to see quick singles being taken in the ring. It just puts the pressure on the fielders a bit, doesn't it?
Breaking news as well, Tina.
Okay.
In the chat.
I'm sat down. I'm interested.
There was an unfortunate breach of Rule 1 last night in Portugal.
We heard about that. I mean, I'm not casting aspersions on Phil here, but I knew about rule number 1 after one day at the job.
It wasn't Phil's fault. It was in the
it's the
scorer's
scorer,
zone.
wasn't it? Apologies,
the scorer's
Phil.
and referee zone. It's a great clip. It'll probably go on social media. They all looked pretty shocked Almost like they forgot they were at the ground. Sometimes you can
Why
get
are
a
we
bit of
here?
a bubble, and I've done it before. I lost the screen when I was commentating, and I just kind of felt like I was watching it on TV, and it's very real when the ball was hit in my direction and took out one of my auxiliary screens. I was grumpy after that as well.
I'm not
But
surprised.
yeah, Phil said that the good news about the laptop, took a direct hit and is all fine.
Wow.
So I think at the time it wasn't fine, but they brought it back to life. So
We need to know what brand of laptop that is see if we can get sponsorship from them, because that's a glowing endorsement for cricket-proof laptops. And that has been smashed by Rocky. He just rocked back on that. It's a bit of a shorter delivery by Razik, and it's just been hit, levered towards the archery range. That was a lovely shot.
oh, little man, big boy shot from Rocky Dinish, and he had a real breakout ECS for Masita Warriors. Masita Warriors won the ECS last year in November in Malta here at the Master International Cricket Ground. But their side was kind of notable for having a lot of contributors and no kind of out and out, dominator. But Rocky kind of filled that role towards the end of the series and really grew into it. He's a guy we've seen improving steadily. Now he's being tested at international level. Corey called him the master of the 55-metre six or 52-metre six because he seemed to always just carry the boundary. But to be fair, that one carried easily. It does like that leg side, and I suppose at international level you need to have a few more tricks to your bow. That was right there for it.
I think he tries to go for it again, but I think when you're shorter as well, and especially when you're playing on AstroTurf, it's easier then to just get inside the line of the ball, and anything short you can just lever away then. Darshit, on the other hand, is much taller, so he's going to try and go, I think, a bit straighter if he can. There's more of him to get inside the ball, whereas Rocky, one little pivot and he's inside the ball.
Good to see there's a bit of forgive and forget. These two had an awful mix-up yesterday where Rocky went for a two and almost like Papa Bear, Baby Bear. Papa Bear wasn't coming and basically said, adios, Baby Bear.
And that one, again, Darshit is hitting the hot spot there through the slip cord, and that one just loops away over the heads of both the slip fielders. Rocky versus the tank, that sounds like, a Rocky film that would come when, is it Sylvester Stallone, he runs out of money and then
Rocky 14.
Rocky 14, Rocky versus the tank, and that is the end of the fourth over. Malta 36 for no loss. Hasn't been a chanceless innings for the tank. It's been about 3 or 4 half chances, but Hungary haven't been able to hold on to any of them.
Rate's pretty good. I mean, yesterday Hungary made 180, so I think that's between these two teams. That's par, but it's kind of what you're looking to get if you're Malta. I still think par's around 170 to 180, but yeah, that would be a kind of good indicator to go on. You'd be ahead, I think, if you're Malta and you get more than 180. Hello to Ederico Agonia, who is actually watching in the chat. And yeah, where are you watching from today, Ederico? He moves around a bit, I've noticed that. Phil G saying he hears Spice Guys, but he likes Chili Bros. I'm happy to go with Chili Bros, Phil.
Yeah, I think that would look good on a t-shirt as well, as Saklin starts his third over. Hungary are just sticking to their 2 opening bowlers. They switched it up a lot in the previous game, but it seems like now they're just letting their bowlers, especially the openers, kind of find their rhythm. The ball is, of course, dry now. It was quite wet this morning. I think it has dried up a bit. But Chili Bros, I think you could make a little brand out
Some
of that.
of our pairings have natural names. Like, when Corey and Charlie finally got to commentate together, they were the C Squad.
Yeah, makes sense.
Hey, what could we be? Maximina?
I don't hate it.
That's the best we thought of so far.
It's literally the only thing we've thought of so far, but yeah.
See, Rico and I don't really have
Yeah, you're just the...
one.
Yeah.
We're kind of the default setting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are ECN, that is the ECN default.
Yeah, ECN is us as well, though. Yeah, Phil G saying they looked so stunned last night, but the laptop survived and is working fine today.
Oh, apparently it had a padded case on it, so...
Can I just say there were some great comments about in the chat, which probably some of them did get blocked, but they looked so guilty. There were some comments as what they may have been watching on the laptop at the time it got hit. Can't confirm or deny.
No, well, they definitely had their eyes not on the cricket, so...
Correct. And I'm sure it's all above board. Night series, they're a good gig. You got to get on a night series if you ever get the chance.
The after-hours cricket.
Yeah. There's a bit of a perception that, it's a big sacrifice because you have to work at night and, And what you get to do is you get to sleep in, number one. You get to spend the day
I'm in.
doing
Sold.
whatever you want. Watch me at ECN, go around, have a swim, relax,
Yep.
have a relaxed lunch. Eventually, around 4 o'clock or so, 5 o'clock probably Europe time, you head down to the ground, chill out, do a couple of games and go home. Well, that's missed time
what-
pull shot there.
Yeah, seems to be the hot spot for Malta at the moment. They're getting more runs through or over the top of the slip corn than anywhere else, but they'll take every run. I think Hungary are going to get a bit frustrated. They can't put too many more in the slip cordon. They've got 2 or 3 in there already. But Malta will take this. They're getting off to a decent start, as we said in the previous game as well. It's all about the power play. If you can escape from the power play with 50 to 60 runs and unscathed with wickets, then you'll put yourself in a good position. But a night series, I mean, the Portugal missed I need to see.
Yeah, watch it towards the end of the lights take hold. It's good full delivery. He's got a lot of short ones, hasn't he, Sack Lane? But he held 3-card trick, gets the Yorker pass, but doesn't get it on line. The stumps remain undisturbed. The power play fading away at the moment as well. So it's been a pretty good over this one, just 3 off it, and still a ball to go.
And that's up in the air, and it's taken. Rocky takes a suspicious look at his bat. I think it was just more a mistimed shot than anything. And it was safely taken by Safi there in mid-wicket area, and Rocky will be disappointed with that. It wasn't really a shot on there for him, but
It's kind of in his zone, this one's a funny one, but he's just beaten for pace, I think. There was actually 2 balls in a row he's probably beaten by pace, and the full one outside off that went under his bat, and then it's just on him before he could get the hands through it. You can see he hits him high on the bat. Got a heavy ball from Sack Lane, who's bowling pretty well in this series, if I'm completely honest. So Rocky Dinesh will be the first to go. He's out for 15. Easy catch for Safi, really, and it's 41 for 1.
yeah, he did take a suspicious look at his bat, but you can see on the replay, you can always tell with when a batter's rushed, when their head kind of jerks up a bit, and you can tell then that they've not quite got enough time to play the shot, and he was clearly looking at that mid-wicket boundary, and it wasn't just quite on there for him. And it was good bowling by Mohamed Saklan. He's quite skiddy. He's not the tallest of fast bowlers, but he skids the ball through with quite some heft as well. So I think that's what did it for Rocky there. We have the final ball of the 5th over. Rocky just went for a runner ball 15, so he didn't quite hit his stride. There was that one big 6, but otherwise he was just scratching about for singles. The tank at the other end, 24 off 14. In comes Matthew for his first innings today. He scored some runs yesterday.
Yeah.
He got 46 off 34, top scoring actually in that second game against Austria, as Malta finished the 5th over 42 for 1. So he'll be wanting a repeat of that, won't he?
Batted really well yesterday, Elders Matthew. A bit unlucky to miss out on a 50, but he also bowled really well. He's been given that responsibility in the number 3 position. So yeah, Malta just kind of fallen behind the pace here, I feel. Let's see if we can get him back on track. Of course, this is part of our tour of Malta, day 2 here, and we're just over halfway through the T20I Tri Series, but we have T10 cricket starting on Thursday with the 2-day ECI with the same countries that you see here, Malta, Austria and Hungary, and then from Saturday, the European Cricket Series returns, the day series at least, with a 10-team tournament running over 11 days, and European Cricket Series in Malta always throws up plenty of entertainment. The storm yesterday reminded me of Roy Sullivan, and if you listen to that, it's one of the more interesting 10 minutes you'll ever hear if you're interested in general knowledge. Ainsworth gets the ball here. They've gone to him pretty early, got him to the power play in fact, and vote of confidence in the young man.
Yeah, I like this move from Captain Deploy, and I was saying in the previous game that Ainsworth maybe came in to bowl a bit too late, and he came in and bowled, well, his first 2 overs in particular were very economical. 3rd over didn't quite go to plan, but I like this backing of the youngster. It's the final over of the power play. And that one's high. It's going to be called a no ball, and it's rolling away to the boundary. Won't quite get there. So the tank is yelling at Matthew to come through for 2. It has been called a no ball by the umpire on field, so that will be a free hit. And that's what Ainsworth was struggling with a bit in the final over of his spell in the previous game. It's just a bit of lack of experience. And
True. I think it's a good call. I mean, if you're in down, I think you're erring on calling a no ball. But it means this will be a free hit. Matthew faces up again.
it's the battle of the Matthews. And Matthew, the batter, won that one. That was a lovely shot. Just hit through the covers for 4. It's an expensive no ball from Matty Ainsworth. Not a bad ball in all honesty, but slightly overpitched. And when you've got a free hit, you're always going to throw your hands at it, and that's exactly what Eldo's Matthew did there.
Yeah, and Matthew, yesterday 46 was his highest score in T20 international cricket. So, pretty unlucky not to get a 50 in the end, but that's just the way it went. So he's obviously had the licence there. Ainsworth, this is where you get tested. I mean, international level is obviously a step up. The more you play, the better you get.
And that's a lovely response by Ainsworth. Just squared up Patanka there a bit. It was a great ball.
Excellent ball and a really good comeback. Just didn't know whether to go forward or back. It wasn't easy to do anything to that. So, yeah, well done to Matty. Yeah, I remember when I first played at a certain level, when I first played state cricket actually. I started saying this earlier. First day had a great day. Second day struggled. And I remember my coach said something and it stuck with me actually.
Well balled again.
Another good ball from Ainsworth. So beats him twice. But he said, Vinny, everyone can play well when they're playing well, but you've got to find ways to play well when you're not playing well. And It sounds like a weird thing to say, but they're professionals there, humans like anyone else. They go through form, dips and bumps, and when you're fully confident, when you're feeling great, then it's easy to perform. But when you maybe have had a reason for that confidence to be shaken, to find a way to do the job anyway is important. And really, Ainsworth's done well here. That's 3 times in a row that he's beaten Matthew after a bit of a dodgy couple of balls.
Yeah, he's bowled really well here, and he's got a big smile on his face as well, and that's the most important thing when he's such a young player. He's only 16 years old, and to be throwing the ball in a T20I, still in the power play, really shows the faith that Hungarian deploys captain have in him, and he's repaying that at the moment. He's got 1 ball left. It's the final ball of the power play, so he'll want to get out of this over well. And he does so. They'll just scamper through for 1. That takes Malta, unless there's an overthrow, but no, safely backed up. That takes Malta to 50 for 1 off the first 6 overs. That's the power play done. It was a good over there from Matt Ainsworth, considering that he had the no ball, the free hit and the boundary. He still escaped from the over with just the 8 runs off it. Malta got off to a decent start in this power play. I think you'd always take around 50 to 60 in the power play. They've lost that 1 wicket, but they've got some batting still to come. They've got captain Prasath coming in at 5 as well, so they've got some depth in their batting lineup, which hasn't quite been tested yet. Of course, they had that washed out game 1 of the Tri Series, so they want to fire today.
Yeah, 50's up, so listed Jaspal next. Sometimes it's situational. I think if it's after 10 overs, then Prasath will come in next. And I think he's an out-and-out 6-hitter.
And Prasath is also one of those ones who's never scored 100, not on the ECN anyway. So he's got 98 not out twice, 97 not out once.
Remember it very well.
He must be due for 100.
Prasath almost always bats in the middle order as well. So that's sometimes
some going though.
Ability, yeah, but he's a good player.
And Sakhalin's coming back for his 4th and final over, which is quite a rarity nowadays actually in T20Is, that the opening bowler bowls all 4 straight up. But I think if you found some kind of rhythm, you keep a bowler going, and he's just gone for 27. He's got that 1 wicket as well, so he got that wicket at the back end of his previous over, so he'll want to ride on that wave. He's been really firing it in back of the length. It's been working mostly well for him so far this game. It's another one that's slightly back of a length for no run.
Yeah, it's an okay start, but you can see Malta 32%, obviously drifting behind slightly. in the percentages. So with 1 wicket down, you'd hope you'd be ahead in the game at this stage, only losing that 1 wicket in the power play. Malta were 35% at the start of this match, so they've just kind of faded a little bit. Still plenty of cricket to play. Malta, to their credit yesterday, those kind of 50-50 wide calls. They found a way to fight, even though 150 looked a bit light on, but that was against the Austrians in the afternoon match yesterday, last time we saw them.
Well, they do have some batting to come. They've got Wasim Abbas as well, who can hit one, and this one's gone up in the air. It should land safe. It actually burst through the hands of the fielder as it was. I thought it was going to be safe, but he covered some amazing ground there, did Zahir Safi. He did almost all the hard work, and then the ball just burst through his hands, so that was a big chance there. He was so tired from running all that way that he forgot to actually put his hands out.
I think you might be right. Yeah, he kind of got close to it, didn't he? And last minute, actually, he gets it pretty comfortably, but never really set Wasim Safi out there. So, lucky escape from Malta.
It's always tough, those ones where you just got to run at full pelt and hope that you get somewhere near it, and then you realise, oh, I've actually got to catch the ball now as well. And that one just rushes the tank as well, and Sacklin continues to bowl with quite a bit of heat there, and the tank just limping a bit at the non-strikers end. He's gone into a full stretch, so yeah.
That's right. Seen his ribs get a bit of a belting, but yeah, the tank, hopefully he's all right. The tank went through a bit of a dip where it just couldn't seem to buy a run, but he is powerful. He's given this responsibility at the top of the order. He seems to have made starts in this series. Let's see if he can go on with it this time.
That's a nice Yorker there from Sacklin, who's bowled very well. It's not easy bowling 4 overs straight up, especially when 3 of them come in the power play. He's got 1 ball left of his spell. He's gone for 32, but he's got that 1 wicket as well. The all-important wicket. Rocky getting out, just rushed on that 1 shot, going around the corner to backward square. Matthews just going a runner ball 10. So Malta, it's been a bit of a low-key innings so far, but maybe they don't mind that. They just want to tick along and then see if they can explode towards the back end of the innings. And that one's been hit firmly through the covers. It's gone past the fielder at cover, and it's going to go all the way for 4. And that was a lovely shot there.
Good power off the back foot, really.
There's not much footwork involved there, but he just... Well, 0 footwork, actually, but he got enough power with his hands.
His weight going backwards, which is why it's pretty impressive that he was able to get that kind of power. 64 then, after 7, Malta. Federico saying he's watching ECN and he's multi-screening watching women's volleyball as well. Do you ever play any volleyball? You'd be well suited to it.
I didn't, and I always get asked what game. I could have played basketball as well, but it was always football and cricket for me. And then that
volleyball's a lot of fun. I've played both varieties. It's weird. I'm 6 foot as well. That's short. That's too short to actually go too far in volleyball for a man. But I've always thought that volleyball and even basketball might be a better sport. A bit like boxing if you had divisions, but you had height divisions.
Right.
So the 170 centimetre and under division, the 180 and under, the 190, and you can play up. You
can't play skills based then.
And you make the net or the ring shorter for each division. So then you can have kind of like 5'6" guys that can dunk.
Yeah.
It's all like proportional.
Because there's a lot of these sports where being tall or short is just a cheat code.
Volleyball's no fun if you can't jump over the net and smash it.
And if you're so big that you just have to tap it over the net again.
Fair.
It's the same with gymnastics when you have this like 4'3" gymnast. It's like, well, no wonder they can move around. I can't like touch my toes without pulling a muscle. As an appeal, first up, this is Jacob into the attack. There's a half appeal there. The umpire was not interested at all.
Head first to me. I mean, we'll have a look at it on the replay. We'll try and get the impact spot. He's around the wicket. Not a huge turn of the ball. Well, he's hit it first. That's what saved him. Big inside edge.
Jacob was another one who, his first 2 overs in the previous game against Austria were really solid, and there was a time in the middle of the Austrian innings where Hungary were really putting the strangle on, and they just got away with him. Same with Matty Ainsworth in the 3rd over. But he's got this lovely little hop, skip and a jump coming through the umpire, left arm round. We love a left arm round spinner, don't we, Billy?
Unfair advantage, actually.
The best people.
Unfair advantage. I mean, Ian Chappell used to say something, so I can say it because it's a direct quote, but he used to say left-handers should be shot at birth. I would at least say that they
Harsh.
should have their own competition.
Oh,
No, that-
so you're just for the segregation of all sports everywhere.
The left-arm spinner has the control of a finger spinner, but the ability to turn the ball away from the right-hander. That's why it's such a...
It's the beauty of it.
That's why any left-hander can just rock and do it. Prasad started doing it just because he's left-handed, going, all right.
Might
You
as well.
started doing it because you realise you don't have to run.
I don't have to run.
Yeah.
I'm getting old, and I just sit mid-off the rest of the time.
Corey
living the
actually
dream.
he thinks left-arm pacers have a big advantage as well, and he would like to do the numbers on ECN. Tries to pack his team with left-armers.
That's up in the air, but it's going to drop safe. There is a player out. That's Razic out at long on.
A couple of things. Phil G said, I've made the Portugal night series seem like a holiday, which I still don't think it's that much of a stretch. But he said, how can it be a holiday when there's no ketchup at breakfast? Apparently,
We've had this discussion as well about what
Controversial.
Australians... You put ketchup on your pies, and that seems like a crime against pies, speaking as a half-British person.
well, I mean, look, Australian pies aren't really pies like the rest of the world. Like in America, they have kind of peach pie and all these kind of things. Apple pie. 62 for 1, by the way, after 8. We love apple pie in Australia as well. But yeah, our pies have meat in them, and no one's quite sure what kind of meat it is. In fact,
Mystery meat.
there's a nickname for pies in Australia. Sometimes we call them rat coffins.
Interesting.
So that's why you can't
Yummy.
be they can be a bit dry. So yeah, the ketchup can be quite important. But
I don't doubt the sauce and pie combination. We have that in the UK as
Yeah.
well.
What do you
we
go,
have
HP
gravy.
sauce?
Gravy.
yeah, gravy, and you're sitting at the cricket or the football and you're trying to put gravy, it just doesn't
Well,
really work.
I feel like your pies should not be that dry in the first place that you need some kind of...
I won't say they're the international
lining.
cuisine that I'm the most proud of, but
What would be? Australian exports Tim Tams? I brought some Tim Tams back
Tim
from
Tam's
Australia.
very good. Actually, this kind of dovetails into my next point, which is Ben, who, by the way, I met when I was in Perth a few years ago when I was back there, and I was there with Pavel Florin when Pavel came.
Legend.
And actually, probably one of the last games I played was with him. It's late in 2020.
Matty Ainsworth, by the way, is back from the other end now, and clearly he doesn't like this end as much because the first ball he ends up on his face.
It's getting
Seems
more,
to be all right.
getting more screen time, isn't he, Matty? Yeah, and yeah, down he goes.
Timber.
Tall trees fall the hardest. Let's have a look.
He seemed to just slip on his front foot.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah, the first follow-through step just didn't land. Bowling's a funny thing, especially. It's probably the one thing I think is the most different on artificial. When you don't have the spikes, you can't really put everything on that you might on a turf wicket.
And that's the one main thing that stopped me bowling seam as well. It's that transition from grass to astro when you can't wear spikes because of course you're on an astro turf, and it's difficult to find your rhythm.
It's also important to have the right shoes. So I mean, you should be having. I'm not sure the shoes he's got there, but you need to have the ones with the little rubber studs. So they're like, I always thought they were hockey shoes. I know they're used for some other sports as well, but I think that's really, really important to try and get as much grip as you can. Obviously, you can't have the metal spikes.
The pie chat is raging in the chat, and I would just firmly say that anyone who puts ketchup on a pie is wrong. I'll take that to my grave, my gravy. It's gotta be gravy or just a better pie, you know. But Tim Tams were not bad in
Tim
Australia.
Tam's good. That's the reason I said the Pavel thing is we got Pavel to try Vegemite.
Okay, well if you're not,
Are we going to go the Vegemite versus Marmite
we can.
debate?
Oh, it's that big swing, and there's a nick behind, and that's taken, and there's a nice clean take there by Valivarthi, and Matty Ainsworth, he gets a wicket, and it's thoroughly deserved as well. He's been steaming in from both ends, and that is the end of Eldo's Matthew. He struggled along. He kind of had to do something. He was on just 11 off the 18 balls when he fell. Clearly he was trying to throw the kitchen sink at that, and he only just got a light feather through. It was a great take, and well deserved there, Matty, to get his first wicket of the game.
Yeah, and well done to Matty. He deserves that. He's had some difficult situations, but he's kind of found a way out of them. We saw a few plays and misses last over. This time, finally, he extracts the nick. And so Valavathi will hold on to the catch, and Aldos Matthew, what a difference today makes. Wasn't able to get any fluency in that innings, just one boundary, and he's 11 off 18 as he walks away at 63 for 2.
And in comes Captain Prasath. You said he might have come in a bit later depending on where the wickets fell, but it's good to see him early.
Run rate 7.27, now's the time to bring him in. I mean, you wouldn't want to... It's worth the risk. Okay, we've still got batting to come after this, but I think you're hoping that he can bat for 10 overs and bat at a good clip, and who knows, maybe he can bring up that. Yeah. The century. Apologies, of course we are picking up a bit more external noise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was some of those pesky kids that trying
I've got to say the security to the commentary box has been upgraded here.
Has it?
In 2025, so
is
any of those youngsters that used to get in and have a look, too bad.
You don't want to know what happened to the youngsters in 2024. That didn't live to tell the tale. But Matty is bowling well so far. It's coming to the end of his second over. And he finishes it with there's a run-out chance here. And a better throw. I think he would have been struggling there. The captain, as it was, the throw came in. It was too high for Valavathi to do anything with. If you take a look at that, it was a bit of hesitation. We said communication is key, and they both more or less ended up in the middle of the pitch. The throw came in, the ball came in. And it was just too high for the keeper to take cleanly, but any better throw, and I think he would have been struggling there, the captain.
Might have been in trouble, yeah, you're right. So 9 overs down, and Malta 65 for 2. Dave Ainsworth in the chat. Hey Dave, great to have you with us. I know he's very proud of Matty picking up that wicket.
Julian Dawson's more on my level. He's gone shepherd's or cottage pie for me, especially a Rick Stein recipe, which has shreds of meat rather than mince, cooked with wine and red currant jelly. Julian, you can come round to mine and cook any time.
Julian
it sounds like a British recipe as well.
When Julian talks, I listen, especially when it comes to food. Hello to Julian, and Sarah as well, I think is probably hovering around as well. Yeah, we got into food chat pretty early today, didn't we?
Oh, it's the post-lunch
Other things we're famous for, Pavlova is probably one we're quite
Is that
famous
not Russian?
for. It's named after, I think, a
It's
Russian.
the ice skater, isn't it? Figure skater?
Yeah, but named after, I think when they toured Australia, I don't know why, but that's just the name. It's the ultimate.
I would like a dessert named in my honour. That's like bucket list item for me. There's a big appeal here. I think it was a bat against the ground, if anything. Didn't seem to be a nick on that as Jacob comes back for his second over. His first over only went for 3. So we see the replay on this. Jacob was interested here, but yeah, far away from the bat there.
There's some good
food chat. Oh, and there's one hand stuck out there. That would have been a screamer had he taken it. The tank comes back for 2.
Yeah, that was a fingertipper, wasn't it? That would have been an incredible catch if Safi had been able to hold on. But, no luck. Have to just concede the single. But what I was laughing at, Jack Morrell said ketchup on a roast dinner is the ultimate no-no. I would agree with that.
Agreed.
And I love my gravy. There's a great place in Malaga that does a great Sunday roast. In fact, they do it every day, called the Carvery. I'll have to check that one out. It's amazing. ECN tradition.
And that one's hit firmly to backward point. Just the one. It was lovely contact on that.
I love this from Phil G, saying in Melbourne, we called meat pies mystery bags.
Yeah, okay.
I love that.
It's one of these things where it probably tastes alright, but you don't want to know where the sausage is made. You just eat it and hope for the best.
Yeah, they are one of those things. I got to admit, the other thing that's dangerous about a pie, except for what's in it, is the temperature. And if you have ever bitten into a pie that's too hot, well, you can probably hear the fire brigade in the background, don't you? You pick up the sirens, but that's what's happening.
Someone's eaten a pie that's too hot.
The taste buds are done.
Another scamper through for a single. The boundaries have dried up a bit for Malta here. They've made their way to 70. Coming up to the halfway stage, the expected score for them is 155. They'll be wanting to push that up a bit, given that Hungary, of course, in the game 1 scored 180 against this Malta bowling lineup before the heavens opened. But Jacob has been bowling well here with his left arm jig.
No full toss, your favourite. Just before we get into the 10 over mini break, I've got to say, I do like some of my... Actually, I like a lot of UK food and German food. I'm a big fan of any sort of Wurst. So, Wurst, I should say.
Wurst, yeah.
Yeah, Wurst is more Afrikaans. Yeah, the Wurst. The currywurst?
Currywurst
that's pretty good.
That's a bit of a divisive one. It's a bit Vegemite, that one, because people have this aversion of this curry powder with sausage. That one goes all the way through. Jacob, for the second time today, has ended up on his backside, and that was less of appeal and more of a how has that missed everything? And they scamper through. I think they get
3 bites.
3 in the end. I think it just went through everyone.
Valavati again here, just a little thing for him that's having some consequences. Up to the stumps, got to follow the ball with the eyes. You see here, he just kind of stays static and just trusts it'll get it to the side of his body, but he just becomes a bit of a spectator. And Jacob falls off his feet in shock. Valavati tries to blame the bowler, but I don't know if that's going to work. So 3 byes to finish the over. 74 for 2 after 10. These are a list of our upcoming events with Portugal and Malta going on right now. Malta during the day, Portugal during the night. Western Shield expanded to 25, including the final. 24 plus the final. 4 teams. We've already worked out Tina has links to all 4 teams, so can't really pick a favourite.
I'm a lady of the world, what can I say?
I like it. ECL, of course, after that, which will be the 5th edition of the ECL. Let me quickly rattle off the previous winners. VOC Rotterdam of Netherlands in 2019. There's only 8 teams then. Then we expanded to, I think, more. I think 30 maybe.
More than 10.
In 2022, it was around 30. And Paca from Barcelona. Paca Badalona won from Spain. In 2023, it was Dreux from France, out of nowhere. You just wouldn't have believed it. They actually beat Scotland to even make, Forfeiture in Scotland to make the championship week. And we thought, oh, well done. They've made it. They might
participation medal.
Won the whole thing. Beat Hornchurch in the final of England. And Hornchurch came back and they won last year. So
that 5 countries.
This is the 5th.
But so four teams have won from 4 different countries.
Yes. So
we want to keep that streak going.
Will this be the year where a country wins it for the second time, or even a club wins it for the second time? No VOC Rotterdam this year, but who are the returning champions? We have Dreux, that we have Pack Care, that we have Hornchurch there. So we have 3 of the previous 4 winners that will have the chance to secure their second ECL trophy. It all starts on the 24th of February and runs until the 21st of March. On the 22nd of March, there'll be Portugal from the Santarém cricket ground, about an hour out of Lisbon. I know you'll be part of our coverage from that. I think Phil will be part of that. I'll also be part of it. I think Cora will be part of it as well at different times. And Madrid for the first time. Really excited. And they tried so hard for so long to get a ground in Madrid. And it's been going on for years and years and years. There were even times that they were playing on ground with broken glass, which I know we complain about a lot of surfaces.
Yeah.
But I think at the point that you're playing on broken glass, you are really committed to cricket.
I think that's health and safety gone mad there.
I think foot fielding now becomes acceptable.
I'd say the default, to be fair.
Not barefoot fielding, but start the car. It's a bit early for that. Yeah, new expanded commentary with background noise. So we don't have our normal headsets because just a technical issue. So you are picking up more of the background noise. And I suppose you're getting a bit more of what we hear in a day, not just hearing
it's the immersive 360 ECN experience. It has sick children in it, it has cars in it, it has the birds.
Was the kid sick or just upset?
I think they were.
A bit of both.
They both, and they knew we were here, and they came for us, Vinny. They were.
I was going to get on to what you're talking about, food. I'm a big fan of HP sauce as well.
Good stuff, yeah.
There used to be a sauce that was called Father's Favourite. Is that before your time?
Probably. There's Daddy's. Daddy's sauce is similar to a brown sauce.
We could get away with that these days. Anyway, it's up. It's in the air. It's going to go over the field. It's going to plonk a bit. So they'll come back for 2.
Well, what I didn't understand but grew to love in Australia was chicken salt. Is it called? Yeah. What is that?
It's not made with real chickens
or salt, probably,
but it's just made with different numbered additives. I think
it's just all the E's, the MSGs.
Because it's like, you know, when you go to the fish and chips and there's, I think it's just called salt put on that.
Famously,
but when you get chicken and chips, it used to have a slightly different salt on the chips. I think it's where the name came from. For some of our franchises, Valavati struggles with this one, which is to his right, and it's going to be another couple of runs. just creating an opportunity for a run out, but only 3 wides. Yeah, so chicken salt's a thing, but I don't think, unless they use chicken stock or something and make it, I don't think so though. I just think it's
Just all the good unhealthy
there's one
stuff.
for all our fans out there from down under. Tell me what makes chicken salt chicken salt. Is there anything chicken related? I know you've got any ingredients, just going to get a bunch of numbers.
Again, you don't want to look, you just enjoy the flavour, and that one just squirts away for a single. Yeah, I think we've opened up a big can of worms here. There's the salt and vinegar debate on fish and chips. That's what got me onto chicken salt.
Yeah.
And then the sauces that go on the side. So Germans go for mayo a lot.
I was going to say, Belgians reckon they started this, and the Dutch have certainly taken on the chips and mayo. Is that something that you do in Germany a lot as well?
And then you go chips, mayo and ketchup, and then it's called pommes rot-weiß, so red and white chips.
You make everything sound evil when you say that.
That's just me. It's just me. That one's in the air. It's going to drop safe. A great one-handed pickup there by the fielder out on the boundary, making it look smooth.
So many players get dealed. Remember the ECCW, a lot of the English fielders got done with this. It's like a slow bounce. It grips in the surfaces, but you keep running. But Gardy does really well to kind of get it from behind him. One hand and comes up firing. Excellent fielding. He's having a really good week. Phil G was saying, is the commentary hut going mobile? Because it sounded like we were taking off.
On the road, let's go. Matty Ainsworth is quietly putting in a really good shift here. He picked up that 1 wicket and he's well into his 3rd over. And he's put the brakes on the Malta innings here a bit.
I know his brother Robbie will be watching as well. They're teammates at the Danubian Kangaroos. Robbie had a really good series as well. But I think a lot of people are a bit surprised Matty got the nod ahead of Robbie, but I think just based on kind of the weight of performances over a longer period, Matty's been given this opportunity. I'm sure the door's not closed for Robbie either though.
Captain Prasath is just struggling to get going here. That will help. That was a no ball. It's gone all the way for 6.
Oh dear. That's a 7-up.
Yeah.
Other brands of lemonade are available, but they needed something to happen here, didn't they? And Prasath gets a bit of a gift and he's able to get the hands through it. Again, we know that the last time he moved his feet was 2011 when he was batting. So Prasath gets it in the zone, puts it away and gets a free hit to boot.
We'll take a bit of blame for that one as well, because every time we sing Matty's praises, he
has had the
just slips out.
The moon balls come out. I think it's maybe the 3rd time today that's been a bit of a problem.
It looks like he's been taken off here as well.
Well, is that the 2nd one? Because this is, it's the 2nd no ball for above the waist, and so that's why. And we're not really used to that because we had a little bit more. Well, we're stricter on calling them, but we're more lenient on taking people out of the attack. But because that's his 2nd no ball for height, full delivery height, he's out of the attack. So 2.4 overs, 1 for 24, and someone else is going to have to bowl this free hit ball. It's going to be Zishan Kukukel.
I will say that's one of the ICC rules that I'm not a massive fan of compared to the ECN. You get it a lot in women's cricket as well, and of course Matty's bowling quite quick, but he was never putting the batter in danger.
Well protected these days as well. Anyway, free hit.
And that's a wide, so it'll be another free hit. And it just seems a bit too punitive for the bowlers when we're already talking about quite a batting heavy game. And
also,
2
sometimes
mistakes.
I know Corey talks about this as well, and I kind of agree. If you ask the bowlers, they say, well, if the guy's struggling with his, or the girl's struggling with control,
happy
I want him
days.
to keep bowling.
Yeah.
Free hit still, and it's going to be 4. Mid-offers up in the circle. Poor Matty Ainsworth is going to have to wander into the jungle and think about life. So yeah, Zishan comes on, bowls a wide, and then still with the free hit in play. Nice boundary struck by Varun Prasath.
I can kind of understand it a bit more for seam bowlers because you can say, yeah, okay, it's maybe a bit dangerous, but again, especially in the women's game, you have bowlers that are bowling quite slowly. They may be beginners or haven't had much experience, and 2 balls go wrong and that's your day gone. It seems unnecessarily harsh.
Yeah, I get the idea, but again, I think some regulations don't translate down to all levels of cricket very well. That's the end of the 11th over. It's 94 for 2. So, yeah, again, it's one thing if you're bowling deliberately or actually dangerously. I think everyone's definition of danger might be a little bit different, but, you know, full tosses, especially when often getting hit to the boundary, they're probably not doing too much harm. And so, yeah, also gets people feeling pretty bad about themselves. You know, it doesn't give a chance to bowl their way out of a problem.
Yeah, and then Matty's been taken off. I mean, he had 2 and a bit good overs, so hopefully that won't affect him too much. But if it happens in your first over, all you have to do then is just stand in the field the rest of the innings and dwell on it. And
I mean, in the end, look, yeah, it's not the worst spell. He goes 1 for 24 off 16 balls, so he went at 9 and over, did pick up a wicket, you know, had his good moments, had his bad moments. I suppose consistency is something that he'll be striving for, especially at this level. Here's Jacob.
And that first ball has gone all the way, hit right in the screws there, and it's gone. Well, it's over square. It's
Yeah.
a flat 6 as well. It's
This
one of
is
the
a
flattest we've seen.
Very Varun Prasad kind of shot. Jacob is over the wicket to him, and then, well, it was the other end. Varun stood, delivered, smacked it. Maybe a catchable height if it was straight out the fielder, but 6 runs.
And he tries to go again to repeat the trick. Annoyed at himself that he didn't quite manage it. There was a good response there by Jacob,
The day Varun's stumped, I might retire because he never.
He'd have to move to be stumped.
Never move, unless he starts out of his crease. He's rarely moving forward. He just stands and likes to smack it. It's fun to watch.
And he tries to smack that. It's gone really high up in the air.
Safi.
Safi's under it and takes it. That's a great catch. That was steepling up in the air. Must have been swirling around. Safi gets under it and almost takes it sitting down in the end.
Safi's been a bit of a ball magnet this innings, hasn't he? And that is a good catch. And yeah, death taxes and Varun Prasad trying to slog sweep left arm spinners here. That's exactly what he tries to do, top edge. I thought this might have even kind of been going a bit further behind square, but Safi found it. It's awkward, a little bit of luck in that as well. You put your hands in where you think's the right spot and hope it sticks. But the 100 comes up for Malta, but they do lose Varun Prasad. Still with 8.5 overs to go in the innings. It's 100 for 3.
Yeah, Prasad hit a few good shots, but again, didn't quite hit his stride. He ended up 21 off 12 deliveries, so at least he didn't take up too many deliveries as we see that catch again. Safi was almost kind of praying to the cricket gods there, put his hands up, and it did almost pop out, but he clasped his hands around it just in time.
That is, no matter what religious affiliation you have, that is like a cricket prayer. Putting their hands, just going, okay, this is where I think it's going to fall, but it's not like baseball where you've got a big catching surface area. Your hands aren't as big as you'd like them to be. But that one does stick. So George comes out, can't get the first one away. Can we catch up on food chat?
I mean, I didn't even see that there was much cricket going on because I'm just looking at the food chat.
Me too. Jim B loves HP sauce. Might be the only Briton that doesn't eat baked beans because he doesn't like ketchup. Ben's asking me, what do I think of a Chico roll? Have you ever had a Chico roll?
I've not, and I'm slightly worried about what it is.
It's another Australian cuisine. It's in the meat pie food group.
Is that one of the main food groups?
We call it like servo food, so petrol station.
My friend had to explain to me what she was like. Oh, there's a servo, and I was like, I do not know what that means. But
Chico roll is like a kind of deep fried, almost a spring roll, but I don't know what's inside. I don't think anyone does.
Again, better not to ask.
Related.
Chicken adjacent.
Yeah, chicken adjacent.
I'm
not so much a Chico roll person, but I am a corn jack fan. Have you heard one of those?
Is that like a corn dog? Is it?
No.
No?
Oh, jeez.
We've opened up another can of corn jack here.
Corn dogs have no corn in them, but corn jacks do have corn in them. So they're a deep fried kind of roll with corn inside.
Like little bits of corn?
Little bits, corn kernels.
Okay.
Right? And then that's my go-to. Don't mind a crumbed sausage as well. They're hard to get.
I feel like you're just making these things up.
Do you have those at the chippy? Crumb sausage?
We have battered sausage.
Yeah, same thing.
Okay, but...
Basically.
Yeah.
Wow. And Edrico asking, Mr. Maximo and Miss Tina, have you tried Filipino food?
No, but I'd love to. Is that an offer? Because I'll have some.
I will try anything.
Jacob at the end of his third over. That's been hit straight, and it's going to go for 4. The tank careering into the 40s. That was a lovely hit.
It's a good shot because he hits it straight. I think the tank sometimes gets a little bit too leg side conscious. But when he's batting well, he doesn't. Holds his shape and hits that really well. So Jacob goes to the boundary. Still with 13 off that one. So he only had 8 off his first 2 overs, 13 off his third. Still has 1 to go potentially. 12 overs down. 107 for 3. Thank you. By the way, Filipino food sounds delicious. I haven't really had a lot of it. I may have had it before, but I've got a sister-in-law who's Filipino, so maybe I need to go and and test some out. So Phil G says good chicken salt doesn't contain chicken flavouring. It contains actual roasted, braised, dried and salted chicken. So he thinks there is
so it's
chicken in
not
chicken
veggie
salt.
friendly then?
I thought it was just a name. But yeah, lovely suggestions. Jim B says cheese, mayo and caramelised onions on chips. Yeah,
I mean,
Gregor
we're
Gormaz
going into
watching.
like the loaded fries category here, which is a whole new ball game, isn't it?
Don't get me started. And, yeah, Phil G saying essentially it's just dehydrated chicken skins, ground and mixed with garlic, onion powder and salt.
See, it never sounds as good when you break it down into its constituent parts.
True.
Deploy is bringing himself on here. He struggled a bit in the previous game, just not quite finding his lengths, dragging a few short for the Austrian batters, but he's bringing himself on for the 13th over here.
Yeah, probably didn't get it right often enough earlier, Zemus, but I suppose, yeah, Malta haven't really had a look at him, so let's see how he goes here.
And that's the classic low fall toss early up.
He didn't bowl against Malta yesterday because he only bowled 5 overs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it'll be a different kind of challenge. He's bowled a mixture of kind of leg spinners, but he has a lot of balls that kind of have top spin and hurry on and bounce.
And that one has gone all the way for 6. That was a beautiful shot by George there, who's only just come in. He's just gone for the 1 off 3 balls so far, but that one's gone all the way, and that was just a lovely swing of the bat. Obviously, with the spin bowler on, there's not too much pace on it, but he just picked that one out, shuffled across, and hoisted it over cow corner.
Yeah, didn't bother having too much of a look at Zima's deploy. Just takes it on length, and Zima's, yeah, maybe he could bowl a bit slower. I think some of these Maltese batters don't let him sit in the crease. But he's more or less like a medium pacer at this pace. Wow, that would have been out on a direct hit, but Zimas takes the throw.
Tank had to throw it in reverse there, and it's, from experience, I know it takes a while to turn around when you're quite tall, and a direct hit, he would have been struggling there, but I think Zimas was just more interested in getting the ball and bowling the next delivery, and he's, apart from that 1-6, he's just had the 2 dots.
That was the one that seemed to come out of almost the back of the hand, or definitely kind of more of a top spinner over the top spinner. Just a single. Hello to Woz. I think Woz is watching from South Africa. Are you that Woz? And he said he's back after missing a bit of time. Don't worry, Woz, we've been on hiatus for 6 weeks anyway, so great to have you back. Welcome to the chat. Hello to Dave B as well. And we've got Dave B, we've got Jim B, and Smullen's looking good in there.
It's all this food chat is bringing in everyone. Gregor has asked, have you tried a spice bag? I don't know what a spice bag is. Do you know what a spice bag is?
Spice
Bag.
bag.
You'll have to let us know what that is, Gregor, because we're both stumped.
Tell me about it.
We are intrigued.
Yeah.
So the tank is on strike, final ball of Deploy's first over. And they scamper through for 1. That takes Malta to 115 for 3 off 13 overs. They've been quietly plodding along, have Malta, so the win predictor has them back up, inching towards that 50%. They're quite well set here. If they get up to, well, expected score 176, if they get up to 170, 180, they've got something to defend.
It's about par. 175. Maybe my par's growing as this tournament goes on. But I also think we haven't seen a lot of catches taken. If catches have been taken, I think scores would come down.
Yeah.
Not rocket science, is it? The English Literature Handnote Foundation, who thinks that Malta will win the match because they haven't won a single match to stay alive in the tournament. This is a must-win game for Malta. So he thinks, it is true, when a team have to win, but you could also make the argument for Hungary. I mean, if Hungary lose this match, they're in the same position as Malta. They're 1 and 2. So I think both teams will be pretty desperate for it. I do agree that sometimes in tournament play you'll have situations where, happened in the Big Bash actually recently in Australia, where Hobart was top of the table no matter what, and Melbourne Stars had to win to make the finals.
Yeah.
And even if ostensibly you're not trying to let the other team win, but when it's almost like a 50-50 ball in football or something, when someone's
It's
more
psychological.
desperate for it.
Yeah.
And I've seen it happen so many times.
They always say he wanted it more, she wanted it more. And I think, Malta, they're at home as well. They had those 2 losses yesterday. They'll definitely want to be getting something on the board. But on the other hand, Hungary, especially when you have these double headers, the last thing you want to do is go 0-2 in one day. So I think Hungary will want to put that defeat this morning behind them and get on the board again this afternoon. As we have Abbas Ghani coming in for his first ball of the game. It's a big appeal first up. I don't think there was anything on that. And I'm surprised that the Ghani has been used so late in the game. He bowled well previous game.
Maybe, yeah, it's just almost like a straight swap for Ainsworth. Bowling
Yep.
Ainsworth up front. And I suppose Abbas Ghani's been pretty good throughout this tournament. He's been good in all departments, really. Yeah, so that was a proper good food chat. A bit earlier than normal, but so that's probably our first intense food chat for 2025. Won't be the last.
We only scratched the surface, I think. Nothing gets people excited as much as like continental regional food chat.
What they eat a lot in Malta is rabbit.
Okay.
It's in quite a lot of dishes here. How do you feel about that? No, Rico's not a huge fan of the idea of chomping on the bunnies.
I don't mind rabbit. It wouldn't be my go-to. It's not something that you find in my fridge.
It's a lot of dishes.
But
I do a lot of pasta with rabbit and stuff.
I'm all for trying the local dishes. So
Yeah.
when I go to a place, I go a lot for the food. So that's why I went, Tim Tams in Australia, the local
Tim
cuisine.
Tams, yeah. And if you don't know what a Tim Tam is, it's basically a biscuit drenched in chocolate, and that's it. But they have so many varieties.
It's
now.
an inferior penguin, is what it is, because which is not a saying. That's what it is in the UK. There's a penguin.
There's an ad that they ran in Australia for a long time, which is a genie appears and you get wishes, and they say, I only need one. I'll wish for a packet of Tim Tams that never runs out. And everyone's like, what? Like, no. And then she's just happy, has one, and it just mysteriously reappears. I always think of that.
Well, the penguins, their signature is the fact that you have a joke on the outside, on the wrapper. So not only do you have a superior Tim Tam, you also have a joke.
And this is a British thing, right?
Yeah.
So the joke's kind of really snooty and highbrow.
Yeah. It's more like, it's usually animal based. It's quite often penguin based. So what does I don't know. I can't think of a penguin joke. Someone in the chat put in a penguin joke, but you know what I'm talking about if you've ever had a penguin. And Tim Tams, they don't have jokes. So,
Well, I mean, diabetes might be the joke in the longer term.
It's a poor punchline, I will say.
Slightly dodgy too here, but going to be well thought out in the end. The tanker moves to 47. Malta creeping up in this contest.
Tank he's going well, 47 off 32, and he's had a couple of his partners drop around him, but he's just been that steady force. He'll be wanting to get to that half century.
I tried to finish food chat, but it's still going.
we did reignite it.
Jellied eels.
Oh,
is in there as well.
The whole of the UK can't stake claim for that. That's very much like a London thing, an East End thing.
But I've got one. I watched this really interesting video. Do you know what the most popular food in England is, as far as like what people order anywhere in the country?
Pizza.
Chicken tikka masala.
Chicken tikka masala, yeah. That doesn't surprise me.
And the whole history of that is fascinating.
That's a good over from Abbas Ghani. Just the 4 off it, that takes Malta to 120 for 3 off 14 overs. 6 overs to go.
Managed him well, Ghani, because he can bowl 14, 16, 18, 20 here. So they're using him as a death bowling option there. And they're in a decent position, obviously. Still favourites, Hungary. And Ghani still 3 overs up his sleeve. Obviously trying to manage the fact that Prashar is not available. Went down with that knee injury yesterday, which is a real shame. But yeah, seemed to be getting away with it. And Ghani's actually the 7th bowler that's been used. So don't know if Zemus will bowl all 4. I suppose they've got flexibility here. Sheikh Razik's still got 2. So we got 6 overs to go. You got 3 for Ghani. Potentially Rasik can get 2. Then the other one, maybe you can go Amal Jacob or Zemus deploy.
Yeah.
So you've got a bit of flexibility. Zishan's only bowled 2 balls, so he could bowl as well if you want to go to him. But yeah, Hungary seem to be managing the bowlers reasonably well, and that's, I suppose, because they were able to get a couple of decent overs out of Matty Ainsworth, even though he got no ball out of the attack. So it's funny to put it that way, but he did do a job. Yeah. So chicken tikka masala, it's not. I mean, it is based on Indian, but the whole, and when they talk about Indian food in UK, they're normally actually talking about
Bangladeshi, isn't it?
Food.
Yeah.
So a whole documentary on this, and my mouth was watering by the end of it. But yeah, it was a really interesting set of circumstances and the way it evolved into this dish, which, yeah, you can't. I okay, now you can get it other places in the world, but this impression that it's a South Asian dish, it's not.
Well, in Birmingham, close to where I grew up, we have the Balti triangle, because the Balti made in Birmingham. When I was in Melbourne, there was a restaurant that said home of the Birmingham Balti. So I was like, well, I'm the other side of the world, but I'm going to this Balti restaurant. And yeah, we're spoilt for choice in the UK for Southeast Asian food. There's a lot of good curries. And
that's one thing that's been great with, I suppose, the world becoming a bit more globalized, if you like, or a bit more transient, is you get all these influences in different places. So yeah, some of my favorite restaurants I go to aren't really necessarily of the country where they're from. So I love having dumplings in Czechia. I love having Indian food in Italy. And
have some natas in Portugal, the little pastries.
Yeah, it's great.
We're basically just a food tour with a side of cricket at this point, I think.
Man, we haven't made no apologies for that. But anyway,
we just had a look.
Was it a wheel change, a tyre change for the tank?
The tank, he needed to go into the pit lane.
He's worn his shoes out, now he's changed them. So let's see if these ones work. Zishan gets the next over.
And they definitely seem to work, because that one has gone flying, not only over the boundary, but I think way into the car park. And the tank brings up his 50 in style. He's got helmet off, bat in the air to his teammates.
The tank brings up his half century by hitting it into the petanque area, which is the other side of that grandstand, and a really good shot. And you can see that he's thankful for it. His job's not done yet, to be honest. He'll want to really ramp things up. He's the one that's in. He's the one that's set. And let's see if he can get. Another thing, he's thankful to still be given this opportunity and wants to make the most of it. Saw him coming through the ranks with American University of Malta, which is the club he plays for here. And
we'll see them next week, won't we?
Yeah, they will be actually playing match 1 on Saturday morning.
And that's the commentator's curse right there. Zishan comes back and he gives him quite a hefty send-off. The tank just stands and says, I've got 54, I'll take that. And Zishan was having none of it. It was a great ball. And he told the tank where to go, which is back to the dugout.
Yeah, that slow ball. And Zishan's known for that change of pace. And he completely bamboozles the tank here. Maybe a bit of naughty. Just held back. Tank was on the walk and he was very early. And then, it's in Malta, so he probably does know which way to go. And I wonder if the officials would maybe have a bit of a word to Zishan about that. But Petanque, disappointing for him. I'm not sure I'll be happy to get the 50, but I wish to have gone on with it a little bit longer. He's bowled for 54 and Malta 126 for 4.
Yeah, he looked a bit disappointed trudging off the pitch there, but he got plenty of slaps on the back from his teammates as he made his way back in to the tent. And that's, if you're an opener and you get 50, then I think you'll always take that as a win. And he's got his team into a decent position here. They can push on. Expected score is 174, but they need someone else to kind of grab the mantle now.
Yeah, he'll take it, but disappointed, especially because of the wickets they've lost around him. Wasim Abbas comes out interesting. Now, Wasim Abbas has had to give up his membership of the number 11s club. I think we saw him batting at 8 yesterday, and now he's batting at 6. But to be fair, he came out and he kind of bashed him. So
I think he's got a few runs on the network. I think he's got. Doesn't he have a ton for? Domestic level, I think.
Very good knowledge, but that's not this Wasim Abbas.
Oh, is it not?
I think it was Wasim Abbas in Spain.
The wrong Wasim Abbas.
Yeah. Wasim Abbas, who actually played a bit for Spain, got a call up on the back of his Barcelona form. You can't necessarily judge by Barcelona form alone because it's played on a mountain. And that's where the Barcelona Bash moniker started. Wasim's not going to waste any time. He charges at this and gets 1. But Wasim is a fantastic opening bowler. He actually showed me the video because he did retire from international cricket, and then he was bowling quite well in the ECS last year. I think he might have retired a few times. And he showed me the clip of me saying, well, if he's bowling like this, I'll be begging to have him back. And suddenly he's turned up and he is playing for Malta.
So his comeback is almost entirely down to you, is that what you're saying?
That and the fact that he's stubborn. But that will be the end of the 15th over, as we had 8 runs off that from Zishan, considering it started with the big 6. That's a good comeback for Hungary. It's pretty tight on the single, but they get there. It's 128 for 4 after 15 overs. All of you out there enjoying ECN cricket, there's plenty more to come, and tomorrow is the third and final day of this T20I Tri-Series in Malta. So we finish off with Austria versus Malta in the morning rematch of match 2, and then a rematch of the match from this morning, Hungary versus Austria, in match 6. It all starts at the same time. Hopefully we're on time tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India, and we'll know exactly who will win our first Tri-Series of the year.
Yeah, and it'll be exciting lineups tomorrow because it's all still to play for, more or less regardless of what happens in this game today. But of course, whoever takes the points today will be in kind of prime position tomorrow, at least to get that second spot after Hungary lost out earlier to Austria. And of course, Austria have that big double header tomorrow. So it's always on those double header days that you really got to get those points in the bag, because it's easy to fall into the negative 0-2. But on the other side, if you get 2 out of 2, you know, you're in a good position.
Theoretically, and it is a fairly even series. I mean, Austria have probably been the most impressive side so far. But I suppose there's still a long way to go. But yeah, teams could finish 2-2. They could all finish 2-2 if they split their series with each other, and that is certainly possible. This is a little bit of a sideways tour too. It's going to get around Sack Lane. It's going to be 4 runs. Abbas with his first boundary.
Yeah, he'll take that. He just squirted off the bat and just beat the diving fielder at backward point. I think the fact that the ball was hit straight into the pitch made it spin in all kind of direction, but should have still been stopped there. And then despite Zahir Safi putting on the long chase there to the boundary, it went all the way to take Abbas to 5 not out, Malta 133. So they're ticking along still. They'll want one of these two, either George or Abbas, to get a good kind of 30 from here to get them up to a higher score.
Whoa!
That one's chipped up in the air. Rule number 1 is back in play.
That's
Protect the equipment.
Giant hit from Abbas. I was just going to say that they've decided to bat him over Jaspal Singh, who's kind of genuine kind of top 3, top 4 batter. But Abbas has just launched into this, and that's pretty much the longest boundary on the ground. He's cleared it.
And he just seemed to punch at it. There was no follow through there. That was just pure wrists and
Straight
hands.
up in the air. Oh no! All he had to do was bounce that. I reckon Abbas would have hit it straight up in the air. But geez, that's a really good shot, isn't it?
And we had front row seat to that, because that was
It's coming
right
straight
down the
at
barrel.
us. And normally, in ECS cricket in the past, we have been down on the ground. That would have gone straight over our heads.
That would have gone through the tent.
Right off the middle of the bat. So yeah, kind of hunch-based captaincy from Varun Prasad, saying, all right, Wasim, you talk a big game with the bat. Let's see what you got. So far, so good.
And so would George Warner join in on the action. He's just going back to run a ball at the moment. He's not quite being able to find the middle of the bat. That one just squeezes through for 1.
Low full toss. Again, pretty
have it.
effective. Hard to get middle of the bat on it. Kroom, aka Kevin in East London, saying, well, not just saying, but he's got his 22-month crown. So he's been a member for 22 months now.
Well done.
Saying another month close to a crown upgrade. I think at 24 it changes. They're YouTube
They're the
based.
2 year. And that one's been hit not quite as far as the straight 6, but it's gone to the boundary nonetheless. That's a 4, and Abbas is really hitting his stride here. And that was another. It was not a bad ball, but it was just somehow squeezed through. Just opened up the face of the bat. Almost took it one-footed in the end by the time he'd hit it. And that takes Malta. That's a good over for Malta, and it takes them to 145 for 4 off 16. And look at that win predictor is creeping ever closer to 50-50. It's just the 4 overs left. And you can see that Hungary have been trying to play around with their bowlers. They've got options left. They've got 4 overs left to bowl. They can maybe go to deploy. Maybe the captain will go to himself again. You've got another spin option in Amal Jacob, but looks like they're sticking with seam for now. Just making a few adjustments in the field, and it's going to be Ghani to come back on. He's gone for 21 off his 2 overs, but he bowled really well in the previous game against Austria. He got 2 wickets for 28 runs off his 3 overs in that game. And Sobi George seems to be happy here to just get Abbas on strike, and when he's hitting them as sweetly as he was in the previous over, I don't blame him.
Yeah, you're right. Jeez. Can he turn this from a cameo into a super cameo? Wasim Abbas.
And he goes again.
Oh,
And that's a 1 bounce 4. He seems to be hitting it 360 after that straight hit in the previous over. The next 2 have just been smacked through point, and that's another 4.
150 up now for Malta. The tail enders of the world unite. Everyone stand up and applaud. He's just not a one-trick pony either, was he? He's a good cricketer, you know, so I'm not saying he can't bat, but, you know, it's not really what he's typically been in the side for, but he hits it clean. Let's just see if he can go on with it. There's still 22 balls left in this innings.
I do like the option of having kind of a joker batter that just goes in the middle order, and maybe they haven't had runs previously, but they must see something in the nets. They obviously see these guys a lot more than we do, and you just see how firmly and how sweetly they hit the ball. And if you think it's basically a free wicket, then if one of those comes off, as it's kind of coming off now, he's 21 off 9 balls, then why wouldn't you go for it?
Down the ground, this will just be a single, but yeah, Abbas, a real difference maker. Actually expected score, despite, you know, the wicket of Darship Tanker. It's gone up a little bit. It's gone up to 185 now off the back of the quick fire 21 from Wasim. How long can this show stay on the air?
And he goes again. That's a lovely shot. It just plugged a bit in the outfield. It looked like all the world it's going to be a 4.
He should have
almost made it
well,
a 4, and it's going to be a 2 in the end. They scamper through. I think they're safe. It's a very muted appeal for a run out, but I think he's safe.
I mean, there were 2 things. There were 2 bounces that cost either team here. The first bounce stopped it from going for 4, and then this bounce slows it down a little bit. Does he get there? Oh, it's very tight. Maybe you could argue. Remember, they don't have the benefit of the replay, so it's probably just in when that bail's dislodged that frame.
You know what? There was almost 0 appeal, and sometimes I think the umpires go on the strength of the appeal. There was no appeal there.
Assumed it was out. Certainly was a close call, as we saw. Umpire at real time couldn't make the call.
I'm going to come back for 2 here as well.
Never mind the 2.
Oh,
How
it's going
about
to go all the
4?
way.
It's just kept on going. Well, Abbas, he's just having a kind of fairy tale 10 minutes here. He's not getting carried away playing the same shot. He's actually playing the right shot to the right ball at the moment, and he just helps it round the corner. So 17 overs down. Abbas 27 off 11, 158 for 4.
Every boundary that Abbas is scoring is really being cheered by his teammates. So it kind of gives the impression that they know he's not like a boundary hitter all the time. That the fact that he's coming in and got 27.
Like I say, you know, he has batted 11. I won't say all the time, but he would bat in the bottom 3 normally when he's playing for Malta. And I gotta say, I remember him batting 11 before. So the fact he's batting 6, he's been put up situationally, probably giving you a little bit of what Prasad promised to give you, but only gave you 21 quick runs in 12 balls for Varun. And, you know, missing someone like Basil George, who consistently is probably one of the bigger hitters. No Samuel Stanislaus in the side either for Malta, but Abbas is just playing his role to perfection. Let's see if he can go on with it. And Sobu George that is, probably is kind of outranked now. So he's probably looking to get off strike and give Abbas a pop. Here's Zimus deploy, switching around to the golf course end.
And that first one has been hit very well by George, but it will be cut off there on the boundary by Usman Mohammed. They get through for 2. And this is really positive play by Malta in the last 5 or so overs. Obviously helped by Abbas and his cameo, which is kind of becoming a main speaking role now, I'd say, more than a cameo.
Yeah. Well, Abbas is exciting, but I've got this feeling that every ball might be his last, but he's certainly proved me wrong so far. But, you know, he hasn't gotten carried away with his success. You know, he's still making good decisions. Right now he's watching. George on strike.
And there was a slight sniff of a run out there, but Zimus is just, I think, happy at this point. He gives his fielder there, Abbas Ghani, a round of applause. I think he's happy to keep down the runs at the moment and just put a bit of a stop to this Malta train at the moment.
Yeah, so he's hitting pretty well as well.
Sobu goes after that one, doesn't quite get hold of it. I think they'll be happy with just the one. I mean, get Abbas on strike at the moment.
Yeah.
That seems to be the plan.
Doesn't want to dodge you two right now. Look at their percentages. Malta creeping up, 188 expected, 47%. This will be interesting. There's a different kind of bowler Zimus deploy and see how Wasim Abbas approaches it.
He does go for the big swing and leans on his bat. That almost sent him flying, the amount of effort you put into that. And as you said, it's going to be different. It's going to be a different kettle of fish when you're batting against an experienced bowler who's got domestic experience as well. It's standing and delivering is not just going to work out. I think he's got to try and do something different here.
Call the Guinness people. I think we might have a new world bat speed record from Wasim Abbas. What's called a wide?
You could hear the whoosh from here, but he's going to have to move his feet a bit because deploy will be. I think that's a tough wide. It's just about.
I think that in the T20 cricket,
yeah,
once you don't have any ball inside the line, they typically call it that was a little bit outside, and the rest of it on. Get ready for some action.
Abbas again being sensible, just getting himself off strike, just ticking over the runs.
Probably also knows that deploy's not his favourite kind of bowler to go after, so he doesn't have to throw his wicket away here. He's going to get obviously a 19th over from somebody else and likely a pace on bowler. So yeah, I mean, he's still ticking well. George might as well have a stab at this one though. Last ball, the 18th.
And that is a good over by deploy, coming back for his second over. And takes Malta to 164 for 4 with just 2 overs left, and they're quite nicely set up here. It's 2 overs left, 12 balls. If they can get somewhere near the 185, which is what the expected score is, but that would require a couple of boundaries here in this 19th.
10 and 10, you're in the 180s. I mean, the 180 looks on, certainly looks on here. And I just think with the way Malta have been batting, if you'd offered them 180, they probably would have taken it before the first ball. And you can see the Manhattan here, the big overs, and kind of a little bit of a heart rate about that, doesn't it? Kind of a big over and then cascading down, but then up to another big over. It's been the story since the power play. Hey, Thomas Martinez saying he thought maybe Marks or someone would come out. Well, Marks is now listed at number 11, the marksman. But he is the only owner of a mongoose that I've seen in European cricket. He's got in the bag, has batted with it before.
Get out the mongoose.
Yet to really do too much with it. But I haven't managed to get over the nets. I really want to have a hit with the mongoose. It's an iconic kind of bat. 15 years old now, the mongoose.
And that's gone all the way as well. That's just another flat 6 for Malta, and what a start to the 19th over for them. That's exactly what they would have wanted. George with that strike.
Yeah, really good shot. Again, the length is all wrong from Ghani. He needs to kind of find the block hole. I mean, you might have success with this, but you're kind of opening the Pandora's box, aren't you? And Jason Jerome, I think, to the feeling there. Seen him for Malta occasionally as well. But, yeah, that was just a great pickup shot. Excellent timing from Sobu George.
It's a nice little partnership building here for Malta as well. The last wicket was 126 for 4, so getting up towards a 50 partnership. And they scamper through for a 1.
All right.
Boom, boom time.
It's the Abbas battle. You know you want it. Malta still can't crack that favouritism though in the high 40s. 47%. It should be good.
And it's Abbas the bowler that comes out on top. Muted celebrations there because they know that Abbas has put in a good hand there. He's got 28 off his 14 ball strike rate of 200, but that was one big shot too many as he tried to heave that into the next postcode and just managed to get a bit of an edge on it and popped off the offside bail.
Front foot kind of unnecessarily went outside leg and it was really reaching. Misjudged it inside edge on the stumps, but I'm sure he'll get a pretty warm reception from his teammates. And I'm sure he'll still keep in touch with the number 11's club.
Yeah,
he's a part of it for
send
the next few
postcard.
games at least. 171 for 5, and Jaspal Singh, who actually saw batting number 3 in the first game yesterday, he's going to come out at number 7. Ghani with the wicket. Yeah, Abbas. That's probably the first time I think he hasn't really played the right shot. Like he kind of had the right idea of what he was trying, but it wasn't well executed. Just with the giving himself room wasn't necessary. 9 balls left in the innings.
That's the low fall toss to start with, and Jaspal Singh, they're going to turn and go. They are. It's going to be a tight one. And the trampoline bounce just saves Sobu George there, so they scamper through for 2.
Longer boundaries, longer throws. So you can take these on. If you get out at this stage, you know, it's not an easy take for the bowler. It's pretty unlikely to be a direct hit. You've got 5 wickets to play with. There's 9 balls left in the innings. You know, scrape every run you can. And good work by George to get back for 2. And runs go to Jassi Singh.
That's bowled him, and that's a lovely ball by Abbas Ghani. And Singh, after getting that 2 on the first ball, doesn't stick around for much longer. It's 2 and out for him, and he sees his stumps splattered all over the place. And that was a lovely ball, just the top of off stump. And that's exactly what Ghani's done well, actually. After going for that 6 earlier in the over, he's come back with 2 decent deliveries. That one just tailed in a bit, actually, and lovely ball taking the top of off stump.
Yeah, just trying to take the bait there, trying to go over the roof, dragging it leg side, but it crashes into the off stump. So, yeah, well bowled by Ghani, gets 2 in 3 balls. Malta throwing everything at this close of the innings, all happening in the 19th. It's 173 for 6.
And the new batter, Nias Mohammed, coming in. And there's just the 7 balls left, so the final ball of the 19th over will be the one that he faces. And he's got more or less a license to hit now. He'll have Sobhu George on strike at the other end, so he'd want to go 4 or 6 if he can. And he does go for it, and they're going to try and run back for 2, I imagine. And he sends him back. Sobhu George sends him back, which means that Nias Mohammed will be on strike, which I think he's just realised, and he's told his strike partner maybe that wasn't the best idea. But as it is, he'll be on strike for the final over. It's 174 for 6 at the end of the 19th, and Malta will be wanting to get well into the 180s here in the final over, and that was about the score that Hungary put on against them yesterday.
That's what I called. I said, 180 is what Hungary made yesterday, and so maybe that's a par score. Still feel 170, 175. Maybe it's just my instinct, but maybe that 180 is par. Who knows? Ghani 2 for 31.
Well, Hungary have scored 180 and 186 batting first in their 2 innings,
True,
so they know they can get up to that, but it's obviously different when the runs are on the board and you're chasing that total.
Interesting with Ghani that they kind of didn't just bowl him out 4 in a row from this bottom end. They kind of messed with it a bit. They bowled Azim's deploy. Maybe that was to do with the fact that Wasim was in. They wanted to change that up, but it means that Rasik will get the last over. It's his 3rd. He's got 2 overs done for 16. Last overtime.
That's a good first ball. Dot ball is like gold dust in the final over, and that just was dug out by Mohammed. And this is why I was questioning why they didn't go for the 2 and the final ball of the 19th over. It would have got George back on strike, who's a bit more of the recognised batter on 24 off 18. As it is, Mohammed is now 0 for 2 in this over. A huge swing at that. Rasik just wants the ball back in his hands because he knows he's got 2 dot balls at the start of the 20th. And Malta will be eyeing at least 180 here. Again, it's 3rd strike, and we're not playing baseball, so it's not 3 and you're out, but Mohammed now has not got bat on ball for the first 3 balls of the 20th over. Sobhu George at the other end, just telling him, just get bat on it and I'll run. And he finally does get some bat on it, and it probably will be cut off at mid-off. They contemplate going for the 2, but I think Sobhu George says, I'll take the final 2 balls. That gets Mohammed off strike. He's 2 off 5 deliveries. George now is on 24 off 18 balls. And those couple of dot balls again just swung the win predictor into Hungary's favour. And this is a brilliant final over from Rasik. Bowled well earlier in the day as well. He's contributed some runs yesterday in the first game against Malta, but now he's coming back with the ball, and he's putting in a great final over. You'll want to get out of it now, not conceding a boundary at the very least, and keeping Malta under 180 will be a big psychological advantage for Hungary as well.
Yeah, it's been a really good finish from Rasik. 4 dots out of 5. Last ball coming up.
And that one's squeezed through square leg. I don't think it'll go quite all the way. A nice elegant dive thrown in. And they will scamper through Malta, but there'll be a run out on the final ball. They had to go for it. No harm in going for that, but it means that Malta don't quite get to that 180 mark, which I think they would have wanted as a bare minimum, especially when Wasim Abbas was firing on all cylinders in the middle of that innings and you had the tank early on. As it is, they don't quite reach that, and Hungary will be happy. There's high fives all around for them. They'll be happy that they've restricted Malta at some point. It looked like they'll be getting up towards that 190, 200 mark, and as Vinny was saying, 180 probably about par on this pitch. And I think that the scorers are just double checking how many runs were scored on that final ball. I think it was probably 2 runs scored, and then they were run out on the third.
That's how I saw it.
Which would put Malta at 177 for 7 off their 20 overs. As they walk off, and I think Malta will be more or less happy with where they are. They'll have something to defend. They, of course, had the 2 losses yesterday, so they're maybe a bit low on confidence, and just getting those runs on the board after winning the toss as well. And it was a great start as well from Malta. He had the tank early on. He got to his 50 as well. Rocky didn't really get going. He got 15 off just 15 balls, and he then got caught when he was cramped up a bit on the quicker delivery from Saklan, who bowled well. And there was a lot that was going leg side, there was a lot going square of the wicket, and that was the one where Rocky was just a bit rushed on that delivery and looking at his bat suspiciously, but it was a good ball by Saklan that got him out. And Eldos Mackey came in. He didn't really find his traps either. He got 11 off 18. Captain Prasad came in. There was a few chances for Hungary in the field as well. The catching wasn't the tidiest. Malta were not playing in a chances innings by any stretch of the imagination, but Prasad came in. He scored 20. So did George then at the end as well. He was run out on the final ball. So there was contributions up and down from Malta, but maybe just not quite hitting at the strike rate they would be after to get up to that 200. That was a well-deserved wicket there for Matty Ainsworth as well, who then did get taken off for bowling 2 no balls, which is of course the ICC regulation for this T20I. There's a few run-outs here and there as well, so Hungary will want to tidy up their fielding. That was one good piece of fielding by Abbas Ghani on the boundary, but they'll want to tidy up their fielding, especially going into the game tomorrow. And Malta will be hopeful that they can defend this. It's going to be a quick turnaround, and they'll want to get out into the field, and after having the 2 defeats yesterday, get some points on the board today. That was a good catch there by Zahir Safi, one of those steeplers that circles around in the air, and he managed to pray to the cricket gods and take that one. And then there was a big kick at the tail towards the end. That was a lovely shot where we had to protect the equipment as Wasim Abbas came in, and a bit of a unexpected cameo from him. More used to seeing him lower down the order, but he came in and scored 28 off 14. And that for a while it looked like Hungary would be going up towards the 200 mark, as we see that Darshit, the tank, got his 50 as well, but then he was out next ball, given this quite vigorous send-off by
pretty
Kel. He was he told him where to go, didn't he?
It's international cricket, really. I mean,
the ICC might have a word to say about that.
Put him in the naughty corner, might find himself at the Dubai headquarters, you never know, flying first class. But Abbas, I think his innings was pretty important, wasn't it? In fact, his innings of 28 is his highest score in T20 international cricket, better than the 20 scored against Bulgaria back in 2020. So, to give you an idea, he's played, this is his 52nd match, and he scored 148 runs going into this game.
So he's almost doubled that just in one of his own.
He's come in, and credit to him. This is one where probably looks back, and it's just about a slight technical thing there with it leading the front leg, didn't have to, and then made it tough and chopped it onto his stumps. But still, he got plenty of bear hunts when he went over there. So George then had a new partner with Jaspal Singh, scrambled to 2, but then the stumps were disturbed once again. Looked on for all money for that kind of 180 plus, but really good over from Sheikh Razik in over 20. Only 1 run coming off it, and if this gets close, we'll probably look back at that 20th over being really crucial. And in fact, that last one was given out. So it was 2 and then the run out. So that's kind of, I think, how we saw it at the time. So it's 177. So pardon me, there was 1 run and then the 2 plus the out. So 3 off the last over and that run out. So 177 for 7 confirmed as the score, which makes it a 178 for Hungary to win. And similar to what they scored yesterday. 18 extras, maybe still a little bit on the high side, I think, for Hungary. So maybe some missed opportunities in there. Of course, started with a drop catch, didn't it, behind the wickets. Look, hard to say who's ahead. Maybe Hungary based on the form we saw yesterday, but I think this is another game that's up for grabs.
Yeah, definitely. And Hungary will have to fire on all cylinders if they want to take home the points. And you can see they struggled a bit with their bowling. Of course, they were not helped by Matty Ainsworth being taken off, and that meant that they kind of lost their stride and they ended up using 7 different bowlers in their 20 overs. But a lot of those bowlers will come back with the bat. You've got Deploy at the top of the innings. He'll want to get his team over the line, especially he's got the captain's armband today as well. And after losing this morning to Austria, he'll want to see his team home for their win today. So at the halfway stage, you can see that Malta, led by the tank, leading from the front. He got 54 off his 36 balls. Wasim Abbas with his cameo in the middle. Abbas Ghani bowled well for his 2 wickets and 31 runs, which leaves Hungary needing 178 runs to take this game 4.
Yeah, this will be a really good finish to the day, so don't go too far. Join us after the break. 178 for Hungary to keep the wood over Malta and sweep their mini-series. Or can Malta get on the board in this tri-series by defending 177? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff. We'll take a break and see you soon for more Malta T20I tri-series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Fuck. I got it. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us. Goody sounder here, Mr. Maximo. May have been so excited I just knocked my microphone out of the console. So mistakes happen and we're just going to have to live with them. But make no mistake, this is a big game coming up here with Hungary chasing 178 for victory. And that is against the home nation Malta, yet to get their first win in this tournament. The marksman's getting ready to open the bowling, and opening up with me in the commentary box is Tina Goff. And Tina, we're all set for another grandstand finish.
Yeah, we're very excited here, just throwing microphones all over the place, and yeah, we're in for a grandstand finish here as well. 177 is what Malta have to defend here. After a bit of a roller coaster of a batting innings, to be honest, they had a bit of a fire through the middle and the tank up top, but it's now the marksman stepping up to the crease. And the two batters facing up are Abbas Ghani and captain Seamus Deploy. Ghani already had a good turn with the ball. Now he's going to have to do it with the bat as well if he wants to see his team over the line. Of course, after they lost the game this morning, so they'll want to come back strong in this innings. And the Malta innings was a bit of a strange one in that there was a couple of overs that went for 17 for 20, and then the very final over, I think it was maybe even the most economical of them all, going for just the 3 runs after that run out on the final ball as well. So that was a fantastic final over from Hungary. And now David Marks has started off exactly where the previous innings finished, which was with a few dot balls. But that one's up in the air and it's taken, followed by a slide tackle. The ball goes flying in the air. It was a clean catch in the end. A bit of a half collision there, but everyone seems happy. Smiles and hugs all around. And that's a very, very early wicket for Malta, and one that they are delighted with, as Abbas Ghani has to leave the pitch, having not really troubled the scorers.
Yeah, well, Ghani's luck runs out. We saw him get dropped first ball of the tournament. It's a bit of a wipeout job, isn't it? But the tank, yeah, size matters. He's able to battle for that ball, and Ghani goes without scoring. Hey, you might have noticed that Derek is on a holiday. He had his long service leave. Derek, he obviously gets a bit of a workout, Derek the Duck. But apparently he's checked into a clinic and he's getting a makeover.
Okay.
And so expect Derek to be back, I suppose, reasonably soon, maybe in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
With perhaps, not quite looking the same. But he is still Derek.
He's still Derek at heart. But
he just may look slightly different.
Okay, well, say no more. We'll look forward to that as and when. Derek, he's got to take his time, so he'll come back when he feels he's ready. But meanwhile, this is a fantastic start for Malta. They've got 1 wicket down. Hungary haven't got a run on the board yet. They will get a run on the board that now, as Kukikel comes in and immediately hits it straight over that point cordon where that previous catch was just taken, but this time he did get enough elevation on it. 0 footwork, but he just stands and delivers and levers it over for 4 runs to get the Hungary innings finally up and running. But Malta will be up and about now after that early wicket. And you imagine Deploy, who's not done anything yet apart from stand at the non-striker's end and seen his fellow opener come and go. He'll be one of the key wickets for Hungary as well, and he'll be the key to success if Hungary want to chase down this total. And Deploy will take the final ball of this first over as Kukikel just scampers through for a single.
Yeah, so change of keeper for Malta with Afi Khan taking a break today. Did a pretty good job yesterday. I just thought they would mix it up a little bit, given that there's 4 games in this T20 series and then obviously 4 more games, potentially a final in the T10 as well. And the Afi sometimes had some injury issues. So Chandra Sudasanan gets out of the field and gets behind the stumps here in match 4.
And it's quite tough if you're a keeper. I mean, you'll know more than most, Vinny, that when you have a 20-over game, it's quite mentally and physically tough as well. The T10s, you kind of do a bit of work and then can sit down for a while, whereas T20s, you're plugging away for quite a long time. And that's a dot ball to finish the first over, an eventful first over. We had a wipeout wicket, we had a couple of runs. As it is, Hungary are 5 for 1 off the first, needing 178 to win this match 4.
Yeah, so just the start that Malta were hoping for. Interesting though, the computer just doesn't trust him. They're still not quite favourites. They're 49%. They've been creeping up, but isn't it great to have pretty close contests? We know, I suppose the T20 sphere now having everything from India to Gambia, depending on the matchup. Sometimes you do get some really one-sided games in things like regional championships and things like that. But I think we've had some pretty good contests here, and this one close to a coin flip as you can get, really.
And of course, because we are in the T20Is as well, rather than the T10s that are coming up in a couple of days' time, if it is a tie, we'll go to a super over. So no golden ball. The golden ball will make its return, maybe sooner rather than later in the T10s, but because we're in an ICC game, the tie will go to a super over. And I think we have had one on the network, but we'd love to see another one here today. After clearly not having done enough when he batted, and a bit of a surprise star with the bat. I think he was as surprised as anyone that he was shifted up the order, but boy did he make the most of that opportunity. There was one beautiful 6 down the ground, a couple through point, and he'll be riding on that high now and hoping to back it up with a wicket here. And it's Deploy, he's just faced the one ball so far. The left-handed Deploy with his right-handed partner Cookie Kell at the other end. And you imagine he'll be the key to the Hungary innings. So far in the T20Is, he's got off to a few good starts. He's been living dangerously every now and then. He's given a few chances, and he hasn't quite pushed on to a big score. So we'll be hoping today is the day.
Hoping so. Yet to score.
And that's misfielded there by Captain Prasath, who's in the covers.
Oh, yeah.
And then he tries to scoop it back, and it's dropped, and chaos reigns down here at Master Sports Club. But in the end, I think it was just a 2 taken.
Almost the world's tiniest overthrow.
It was in fact only a 1 taken after all that. So an eventful ball. It should have been a dot, could have been a 4, should have run a 2, and it ended up as a 1. Which brings Zishan on strike. A big grunt there by Abbas. That must have been the effort ball. But Deploy sends Zishan back, so it's just the 1. And again, the win predictor is hovering around that 50-50 mark, so it might be a super over or something close to a super over brewing, something in the water here. The 2 Hungarian batters just meet in the middle. I think Deploy has clearly a game plan here, and he wants to make sure that he and his partner Zishan are on the same wavelength. And Zishan is no stranger to runs on the network. I think he's getting up to almost 2,000 runs, averaging at almost 30, and they'll be wanting him to put in another effort like that to get Hungary close to that total of 177 in the end. And Deploy goes aerial. It's going to land safe. It might not go all the way because there's 2 fielders out there chasing it, so they'll just run through for 2. And Deploy, his innings always seem to get off to a bit of a scratchy start. He never plays a chanceless innings. He always seems to throw up a catch here or there. He'll just be hoping that he can ride his luck one more time today.
Malta stuck in that, I don't know what you call it, like the green ceiling. Just can't seem to get over that 50%. It's still in good shape here. Deploy faces.
And they will run through for 1 Deploy. And you imagine if they do get that key wicket of Deploy, then that might put them above 50% for maybe the first time in this game. But it has been evenly balanced throughout. Wasim Abbas has come in with a good first over here. It's just gone for the 6 off the first 5 balls. Hello again to everyone in the chat, and thank you for joining us. I've been loving the food chat. I think we've moved on from that, but if you have any questions or any comments or anything you want to know about the ECN, just please send them our way. And that one, having said that it was a good over, the final ball, the curse of the final ball, that does go for a 4. And that takes Hungary to 15 for 1 off the first 2 overs.
Yeah, so Malta certainly winning this power play so far, but it's quite a long game, the T20, compared to a lot of the cricket we have on ECN, and certainly Hungary have time. They're not really kind of well behind the rate either. Obviously the rate is kind of 9 and over required, and they're only kind of 3 behind that, so it's not disastrous or anything like that. But I tell you what, Austria probably are cheering on Malta here, because they would then find themselves in a pretty good position, and Austria could then more or less secure things with a win tomorrow. Austria have the double-headed though tomorrow. Obviously Malta had it on day 1, Hungary have had it here on day 2, and Austria have it on day 3. So yeah, plenty of cricket to come. And yeah, thanks for your company. Yeah, any questions about ECN, throw them in. This is also the last innings of the day, so I'm going to open random questions. Normally we do it last match of the day in T10. We kind of do it last innings of the day in T20.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time in this slightly longer format. They usually call T20 the shorter format, but for us, it's a bit of a longer game, and that's a long chase there to the boundary. But they cut it off there as they run through for 2. Looking again at a slight chance of overthrows, but that was a nice little chase there. Put in the slide, gets his, well, it's no longer whites, gets his dark trousers dirty,
Yeah.
but...
I tell you what, I didn't play too much in coloured clothing. A little bit towards the end of my career. But yeah, the black trousers, a lot
The grass
easier.
stains,
A lot
yeah.
easier to deal with. I suppose when I switched to keeping when I was 18, it took a lot of pressure off the washing, because the pads do
Yeah.
a lot of the work when you're rolling around. But yeah, I think in my household, especially with my brothers playing a little bit, the bleach got a fair workout
Yeah.
when we were growing up.
Get a repeat delivery of the bleach every weekend. Yeah, luckily my brother didn't play too much cricket, so my poor mum just had to suffer through my whites, and then quite early on we switched to coloured clothing, which covers all manner of sins. I think
Showing
you can
my
get away
age
with
here, but the first time I watched the women's Ashes, they were wearing
it. Skirts.
Yeah. How do you think you go on the skirt?
If it was a score,
It's very League of Their Own, if you've ever seen that movie with Tom Hanks. It's a little bit impractical.
well, yeah, I think if it's like a sport situation, you know, like they have in tennis,
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I think I could get on board with that. That's been hit right out the screws, and that's going to go all the way for 6. David Marks lets out a cry of frustration, but that was just a lovely shot by Zishan.
Very Zishan. Strong bottom hand. You get in his zone. It's just a minimal movement as well.
Just punts it, doesn't he?
Yeah. Pops it over. And, well, he was telling the batter where to go before. Now he tells the ball where to go. Out of here, that could be in the tennis court, you know.
Yeah, I think they're on the hunt for the Grizzly, but it seems like they found it. Inspecting it, seeing if it's all round, still got all of its colour, and that was a beautiful shot by Zishan. It wasn't much power, there was not much backlift. He kind of just stabbed at it, and he just took one admiring look at it and knew it was going to fly all the way. David Marks has been bowling well. That's the first ball that's actually gone all the way for him. He's gone for 14 off his 1.4 overs so far, but he did get that early wicket as well. And the classic slower ball response, and it's been fumbled over the boundary. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier, Vinny, the trying to wheel your way back when you've run too far around, and that's the amount of times we see that on the network.
Slow ball there, but it's a little bit short, and yeah, Isaac Newton have a field day with this, but yeah, the force is conspiring against Rocky, who, now ordinarily Rocky's a keeper for his club. He's a keeper, occasionally play outfield, normally when he's injured, but yeah, just made a bit of a meal of that.
And they'll just run through for a 1, and that will take Hungary to 29 for 1 off 3 overs.
So they thought of an overthrow there, but I think Zemas has a few flashbacks going to his head. He caused a run out earlier on an ambitious overthrow that hit the edge of the pitch. One gets away from Sudasan, and that's the end of the 3rd over, 29 for 1. So I mean, just like that, suddenly they're ahead of the rate. So yeah, Hungary jumped up to 59% again. Malta need to keep taking wickets. I will say that Hungarian batting isn't quite as long without Abhijit Prashad in the lineup. So, yeah, they'll feel potentially that if they can get through to kind of number 6, number 7 in the first half, that they're in really good shape. I think also Sandeep Mohandas came in for Hungary, but we didn't see him bowling in that first innings. He's an out-and-out kind of swing bowler. I don't know if there's an issue with him or something like that.
So Abbas comes back for his second over. And that's a long chase on for the keeper, and he's covered an enormous amount of ground. And they do run through for 3. It's always going to be tough when a keeper's running with his pads on.
Yeah.
Helped out by his teammates there, and as it is, Deploy then calls Zishan through and gets himself on strike with that 3.
Yeah, it's kind of unravelled a bit for Malta since that first over, which was very good over. Obviously picking up the early wicket. Marks only conceded 5 off that, but then 10 off the second, 14 off the third. And in fact, if you look at the last 8 balls, there's been 21 runs. So things turning around a little bit.
And that's reflected in the win predictor as well, which has Hungary, I think more or less for the first time, over that 60% mark, and Malta are now entering into discussions, setting their field correctly. Of course, they're still in the power play, so they're quite limited with the fielders they have outside the ring.
Hungary have really tried to attack the power play. It's been a definite strategy all the way through. Now, it's the first time it's kind of backfired with the early wicket of Ghani going without scoring. But I still think they'll continue that approach. They want to make the most of this power play. Actually, the beginning of the game, they were 65%. So now they've almost got it back to where they were at the very beginning. But yeah, Malta kind of worked their way into almost parity, and now kind of fading away again to get these ebbs and flows in what we call the longer form here on ECN.
Almost a test match. And Abbas is bowling well here. He's keeping the boundaries low, and if you can get out of the power play, if you're defending a score of 170, 180, if you can keep them to around 50 or less in the power play, and ideally get a couple of wickets, and they'll be certainly after the wicket of the captain here. That'll get them up and about again, because they have just gone a bit flat after that first over. And there it is.
Sensational catch by Sudasanan. Had to change directions. A huge inside edge and thrown away. So yeah, Zishan goes. You know, one thing with Sudasanan, did throw the ball away very quickly there. And that's why I don't know if the umpires are trying to interfere here. To me, it's a catch. I'll tell you why, because he throws it, he's in control of it, and he is in control of his movements, even though he is still moving, but it's a controlled movement. He's there, he's lying down, he throws it away, gets up, he's excited, and geez, that's a great bit of wicket keeping. Sudasanan's live wire behind the stumps, and he's also a very good fielder, but I was really impressed when he broke into the Maltese side as the preferred keeper, and yeah, it's a catch you should be taking, but we've seen them go down, haven't we? And Zishan, a good hitter, has to walk back. It's 33 for 2.
Yeah, that's the importance of staying low as well when you're a keeper, and he's quite a short guy as well, so that low centre of gravity means you can just adjust a bit more quickly. You could see with the Hungary keeper that he was getting up a bit too quickly, whereas here you can see that Chanjal stayed low, quick adjustment. It was almost like a goalkeeping reflex.
And he was determined to hold on to the ball when he hit the ground, even though sometimes as a keeper, if you can get the ball in one glove, you can use the other glove to, if you have time to take one glove off the ball, you can break your fall, but he had to try and absorb the impact. Did it well. Sheikh Razik, another really important batting cog for Hungary. And yeah, look at those odds again. I mean, the wicket of Zishan just given Malta a boost. Still not quite able to get up to the 50%, but not too far off. Quick hello, by the way. Wayne's watching from Australia. Hey, Wayne, great to see you. Saw him pop into the night chat last night. Hello to Paul Kempen, to Der Siraj watching from Austria as well. Anyone I might have missed.
That's a lovely straight shot by Razik. Will it be cut off? No, it's going to go all the way, and that's a classic cricket shot if ever we see one. Just pushed back, straight back past the bowler. That was a lovely shot.
Yeah, well, one thing about Sheikh Razik, plays straight really, really well, and yeah, that's not going to look out of place in any cricket ground in the world at any level of cricket. It's an outstanding shot from the man we like to call Mr. Slick. He is 4 And the score is 37 for 2 after 4. Also, quick hello to Viking Bay. He's saying he remembered watching the women's ODI, England versus Australia, in Canterbury in 87. His mum asked one of the Aussies why they had to wear skirts, not trousers, and she was told it's the rules.
Well,
No, it was the rules back then. So it makes sense, I suppose.
times have changed.
Back then. Hello to Tim Harmer asking, Tina, do you play for a team? Good question. Play for several teams, don't you?
It's probably easier listing the teams I don't play for, but I play for Germany,
Yeah.
and that's you're often seen on the ECN. Hopefully
And you
again.
are, by the way, I always think, is Tina one of these people? Not that there's anything wrong with that. Is she kind of English and then just moved to German? But you are. So when you speak English, you sound English. When you speak German, you sound German. Right?
Yeah, I like to call it my split personality, but
Yeah.
I was born in Germany. My mum's German and moved to England when I was 3, so I grew up in England. But I've been living back in Germany for the last 8 years. So when I get angry, when I get tired, my angry German side
I was
comes
going
out.
to say,
So
when you speak German, you did say that you sound angrier.
it's just the German language is not quite as delicate as the British language.
German does sound like you're spitting things out. To
There's-
me, anyway.
There's no room for error when you're speaking German. You've got to get to the point, and it's starting up with a wide at the start of
I like that
fifth over.
Viking Bay's mum said that Viking Bay's mum at the time had a go at the umpires at lunch, saying you should let the girls wear trousers. It's more practical. The umpires were responsible for making that.
Are you telling
blanket
mum?
rule.
That's what mums are for, though.
As an umpire, you've got enough on your mind. Angry spectators searching for clothing equality. Not that it's. Oh, look, at least it's, with time normally sorts these things out, and I think that the kind of long trousers is quite a traditional cricket thing. Used to be in tennis as well, back in the old days. It's kind of gone out of favour. I was going to say this earlier when we were talking about the skirts, trousers thing, but the Victorian one-day team experimented with wearing shorts in the 90s for a while.
Well, I imagine, especially in Australia, it can get very hot in
Really
the summers,
hot.
but it must be quite dry to slide on.
That's the thing.
kills you.
Yes, it's hot, but also they offer a bit more sun protection for
Yeah.
long trousers. And
You don't want a burnt shin.
yeah, if there are also things like, as a keeper, I think the keeper didn't wear shorts. When you're strapping pads over legs, I was never a fan of that. Even at
Pad
training.
rash.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not a huge fan.
This is Jaspal Singh into the attack, by the way. Quite zippy spinner. Doesn't get enormous amounts of turn, but
He's a fifth over specialist, Jaspal. So here's what's crazy. He took a big wicket, took 1 for 8 in the first game, never bowled again. In the second game, Eldest Matthew took 1 for 8 off 1 over, about the same stage, never bowled again. But 1 for 8's like the jinxed figures.
And this one's up in the air. David Marks is underneath it, but it's going to drop over his head. There's not much he could have done about that, because in the end it went about 2 metres over the boundary. That was a lovely clean strike by Razik.
Geez, that's a good shot. It's a risky shot, if I'm honest. Takes on the longest boundary at this Malta International Cricket Ground, and Marks probably didn't believe it was going to carry that far, and you can understand. But he had to go back, and you can see probably didn't have a play on it anyway, just with the trajectory of the ball. But yeah, Razik smashes it for 6.
And he goes big again, and that one's gone even bigger. It's a long boundary out there, and that's not gone 2 metres over the boundary. I think that's gone about 15 metres over the boundary, and that's back-to-back 6s for Razik, and Jaspal Singh has not had the easiest start to his over here.
Yeah, that was more in his wheelhouse to hit it over mid-wicket. So Razik turning it on. He's kind of threatened a couple of times. Has made a really big score this week. Interesting discussions in the chat right now. This question came in from Jim. Should most associate members just focus on T20, or should they always strive to play other forms, possibly risking running before they can walk? Do you have any particular thoughts on that?
I think it's tough when you have, because there's things you don't think about. For example, associate teams, there's pitch availability is difficult. So if you have a 50 over game, you've taken up the pitch for the whole
I was
day.
going to say in Czechia, they did have both 40 and 20 over competitions, but now they only have 20 because they can't fit 40 over games.
Exactly.
The ground's booked, there's only a limited amount of grounds, and so it's all T20 there now.
And if your national team is playing 40 or 50 overs, but your domestic team's only playing 20, there's no step up there, and it's difficult to see anything but T20 at the moment.
I know Spain are aspiring to play 50 over cricket, and likewise countries like Denmark, Italy, and past Jersey played 50 over cricket last year. But it's a bit of a funny one, isn't it? Because of where the world's at with cricket.
And Jaspal Singh, it's been taken to the cleaners here. That's another 6. That's the 3rd in the over for Razik. And that takes him to, well, it takes Hungary to 57 for 2 off 5 overs. And it takes Sheikh Razik into the 20s off just a handful of balls. And that one he just kind of rocked back, saw it early, and Jaspal Singh's gone for 20 off that first over from him.
Yeah, goes magical and gives us a bit of a chance to look at the overview of the season. And yeah, what we worked out yesterday as well, there's 5 brand new locations we're going to, and there's 6 returning locations that we didn't go to in 2024, but we have been to before. So let me see if I can pull them all out before the next over starts. So brand new locations: Madrid is brand new, Jersey's brand new, Hornchurch is brand new, as well as Ireland and Valencia. And then the 6 ones that it skipped last year, but we've been to before at some point. We have been to Malmo in Sweden before. We've been to Finland back in 2020. That's the last time we were there, believe it or not. Belgium, last there in 2022. Germany, great to have them back. They skipped last year, but we've had lots of cricket in Germany. And the other 2 are Stockholm and Alicante, also known as Sporting Alfaz. Alfaz del Pi is the actual area of that location. So look, and you might notice there's a few more series. There's generally shorter series, still some 2-weekers, some 1-weekers with maybe a bit of padding with some, not really padding, but quality padding, some internationals around it. So
embellishment.
Yeah, and not just that, we'll have a bit more overlap between series now with maybe some T20s, so a bit like, I suppose not really overlap we have at the moment with the night series distinct, but you might have 2 locations at once. So it's always a logistical challenge to put on what we're putting on and try and get to as many places. There are some places that miss out. There's still a TBA in there. I know there's something special planned for that, but we can't really announce it yet. But yeah, it's going to be a huge year.
Big year.
Only just starting.
Was it something like 400 days of cricket this year? And we all know that's not that many days in the whole year, so there's going to be a lot of overlap.
But yeah, something like that.
As Abbas returns for his 3rd over, he's been bowling well so far, 1 for 18 off his 2. And
so I think the world is going towards T20 at a global level for many reasons. And so even if you speak to countries that you would say maybe do have the ability to play Test cricket in the next 10 or 20 years, Netherlands will be there. They're not interested. It's not an objective of theirs. They think limited overs cricket is the kind of the path for them to make a name on the international stage. And by the way, Netherlands has been cricket played there since the 1800s, and they have still one of the longest continuing domestic competitions in the top class of there. It's been going since, I think they brag about it. I think it's the longest continuous running domestic competition, because some others had a break.
For domestic, for
various
political reasons.
But yeah, obviously T10's, I'm not really counting T10 in this conversation, because T10's kind of burst onto the scene, and really the world's still wrapping their head around it. Maybe a bit like T20 cricket when it came on the scene in kind of mid-noughties.
It's a slower ball by Abbas, but it's nothing slow about how it's going to the boundary. That's shot off the bat from deploy. He hasn't had much of the strike so far, to be honest, but that takes him to 14 off his 11 balls. And
sleeping giant here, Zima's deploy really hasn't had a lot of the strike so far. He faced 9 balls in the first 5 overs, so yeah, he's still there. And I think the longer he's there, the better we'll get.
No one's hit firmly, but that's gone straight to the field. And there's something to be said for if you have a strong batter, almost hiding him. Just let the other batter
game.
go.
I mean, he's got 64 runs on the board now, and he's only had to face a dozen deliveries. And I suppose a lot of the heavy lifting's been done at the other end by Kukigel, who scored 25, and Razik on 23 at the moment. Yeah, so just finishing that point. The other thing is, will 50 over cricket even be like what's happening to 50 over cricket? It's kind of it's a bit of a horse without a jockey now, isn't it?
There's a half chance there for a catch, but in reality, he was nowhere near that. That was Prasath, the captain there at covers. It's gone straight past him for 4. And Chanjal there, the keeper's got his head on his hands, but if you look at the replay, it was hit so firmly that Prasath could only really watch it go past his flailing right hand. And that was a lovely shot from Razik, and he's getting in on the action here. He's 27 off just 9 deliveries. Deploy, the captain, will be more than happy just watching this from the non-striker's end.
Best seat in the house. He was
And he goes big, and even bigger than the previous one. That's gone all the way. It's gone over the clubhouse. I think that's going to be somewhere on the roof or maybe in the car park. And that was a huge hit, wasn't it?
More time to chat, because that's going to take some finding. That's an absolute one-way ticket to Pound Town from Sheikh Raziq. Thanks for coming, Maximo. And yeah, time to grab a quick drink if you're on the field, because yeah, he's really broken out. He's 33 off just 10. Yeah, so I always joke because Corey and his Spain team were so close. They needed a result to go their way, and it didn't, and they missed out 50 over cricket. But I honestly think when they qualify, it just won't be a thing anymore.
Yeah.
You know, even I do like the 50 over World Cup. You know, I think because having a Test Cricket World Cup, as we've seen with some of the deficiencies in the Test Cricket World Championship,
Yeah.
which we won't go into, but you can't really do a Test World Cup in a decent amount of time. I actually think they should probably make the window 5 years, not 3. Because you could then say, in the first half of this decade, this were the champion team. The second half was this. 3 years, you not long enough to get everyone playing each other. You get certain countries. Let's not go into specifics. Let's say that begin with S and end with Africa, that are going to get into the World Test Championship without playing Australia, England, or India. But whatever. Okay, it's the system, and good on them. But the 50 over World Cup is still the closest thing I think we've got. I still feel there's a bit more prestige with that, especially with running the T20 World Cup every 2 years. You know, it's easy to lose track.
Captain Prasath has brought himself onto bowl here.
Converted left arm orthodox, much like yourself.
Yeah.
Rocks in and takes wickets.
What more do you want? You know, that's the dream. And he's gesticulating here. Obviously, you've got the right hand, left hand combination for Hungary, and it's playing havoc with Malta's field placements.
So I think it makes sense to concentrate on T20 cricket, and also it's a lot more practical to develop the game and with the resources available in these countries. So yeah, I think most of them are going that way, and so they should. There's still the odd throwback game. Like I know in Portugal they have what's called the Kendall Cup, which is kind of played in whites but it's more of like a novelty thing. I know that in Czechia they try, and some clubs have test matches where they have the whole weekend and they play with red ball and everything like that.
Well, we have one of those. That's gone straight down the fielder's throat at deep square leg, but it's put down on the boundary. It died on him a bit, but he saw it all the way. He's got his head in his hands because he knew Rocky out there. It's not his first misfield.
Yeah,
he was disappointed with that.
To be fair to Rocky, this is right into the teeth of the sun at this time of the day.
Yeah.
It's low on him. Okay, he already starts low to the ground, you could argue, but down it goes, and he just knows his team needs something at this stage as well, and that could have been it.
And it's double punishment there because the next one...
Oh, that was not a good sound.
That was a very Vanny sound.
Andrus, let's see what this has hit for insurance purposes. Brace yourself. It didn't make a Kari sound though, did it? It was more metallic.
I think that was Vanny.
What have we got?
There was a big bounce.
Oh, hold on.
We need to rock and roll that. This is testing the Two Circles team, but they're more than capable of showing us exactly where that went. There's a BMW and an Audi either side, so maybe the van has to be the victim here. But it definitely, we could hear that from the commentary booth here. That was quite a ding. The alarm didn't go off though. So
no. Well, is the ball okay?
The Grizzlies have seen worse.
Hit the rear-view mirror glass out of the ball. Wow.
That's a sickener for Malta as well. And drop catch, the amount of times it's then followed by a huge six. Probably knowing their luck, that was probably one of the players' cards, to be honest. But they're now followed up with it's given buys. I thought it might have been down the leg side, and captain's asking the same question, but it was given as buys rather than wides.
Definitely ended our conversation. But this one, what was given buys, maybe saying it's gone over the pad, and so I suppose using a bit more of a profile wide, which means whatever you want it to mean.
The ICC have their own regulations.
Yeah, no, but look, I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm 7 overs down, by the way. It's 84 for 2. Russell got a life in that over. Yeah, I just think the umpires are there. They've got to make judgments sometimes, but everyone's got slightly different judgment, and so
it's game of opinions.
The more grey areas, some people say, yeah, but that's their job and all that. But I think if you speak to umpires and players, even most of them just like to have at least black and white interpretations that they can. It's hard enough judging it before having to throw your opinion into it. Anyway, 7 overs down, as I said, and 4 bowlers used, so we haven't seen the 5th bowler yet. Got a feeling it might be Amar Sharma. But yeah, just quickly, Hugh O'Kane told me something I didn't know. Longford Island St Mel's College Catholic School had a cricket team back in the early 50s that played in all black. Well, I did not know that.
Okay, well, that makes the washing easier for the mums.
I was going to say, is it just so the nuns could play and they wouldn't really have to change outfit?
Yeah, the vicars as well, they could get involved.
Yeah, true. Hugh, thank you so much.
And that one that's going for a walk as well. That grizzly, you're going to have to be found from the nets because that's gone all the way. It's a massive shot.
Put your helmets on if you're around the Master Sports Pub right now, as Rasik's going absolutely bananas, keeping up that more or less 300 strike rate. Sharma comes on. Sharma disappears. Now, Sharma did get a bit of tap yesterday, but he did get the double strike to get the 2 set batters at the time. One of them was Rasik, got caught at mid-wicket. One of them also was Abbas Ghani. Also, Ederico asking, do I think sponsor logos would be added to cricket uniforms in the near future? Some of the other sports like football, basketball already doing it. I hate to break it to you, Ederico, but so's cricket. If you look at definitely the Port Gavaskar series, I think they'll have logos on the front. At least they're a little bit more, what's the word?
They're not so in your
classy.
face.
Yeah.
And it's gone again. Razik's going 2 for 2. That one's not quite as far, but that's not saying much. It's still gone well into the concrete jungle there. 12 off 2 balls for Razik, and that's getting him dangerously close to the 50, just off 15 balls.
Can't bowl to this guy when he's like this. You just got to keep trying things, try different types of bowlers. But I mean, he's good straight. We've seen that already. But anything that's kind of getting into that kind of middle and leg, really launch it. Even doesn't even have to be that line, but that kind of length where he can just go that natural biological swing of the bat to the leg side. And these are big daddy sixes.
Well, speaking of strange places to play cricket, we have a sister team to our team in Hamburg called the Heligoland Pilgrims. And Heligoland, or Helgoland, is an island in the North Sea. And it's just a floating bit of rock. It's tiny. You could walk, I think it's 2 kilometres from one end to the other. And of course, they don't have a cricket pitch there, but they do have a football pitch. So every year, the Heligoland Pilgrims go on a pilgrimage. It's about a 4-hour ferry from Hamburg, and they invite teams. It's mostly touring teams from England, to be honest, because they come to Hamburg for a nice couple of nights and then go on the ferry. When after a heavy night in Hamburg, going on a ferry for 4 hours is not always the best move. But then they get to Heligoland and they play a test match, and it's only about it's a 2-day declaration game. But the Heligoland Pilgrims, they only play these touring games on the island. So look it up in the chat because it's a great team to play against. And
I love strange cricket.
Strange cricket is the best.
You talk about the I suppose traditional formats. There's 3 of them now. Funny that we're calling T20 traditional when apparently it was going to ruin cricket. Could argue it has, but that's the world.
Wait till they hear about T10.
People thought 60 over cricket would back in the day. It's constantly evolving and nothing to be scared of, I think, with format. I think if people follow it, they like it, it stays. There's a natural evolution, though. If they don't, it doesn't stay.
That one's dragged short and it's been given what it kind of deserved. And that was a poor ball by Sharma. I think he's been a bit shaken by those 2 sixes, and that one was just wide and short, and Deploy just rocked back on his back leg and played the 1-footed flamingo shot.
Yeah, good description, yeah. But yeah, cracks it. Just hitting the ball hard. Sharma's now copping it.
I think Sharma must be cursing his captain that he brought him on when these 2 are firing on all cylinders. He's going to try and get out the over, but he's not going to get out the over without another huge 6 from the captain Deploy. And that takes Hungary to 107 for 2 off 8 overs.
Yeah, this time fortune favours the brave. We saw, I almost called him last. We saw Zemus get out, kind of taking on this fielder this morning. And I suppose this time, he's been there a bit longer. Maybe just thought it's in the zone. I'm confident I can beat the fielder. The fielder's not big enough for me. So 6 to finish the over. Goes magical 23 off that one. And after only 8 overs, Hungary 107 for 2.
Yeah, and the wheels have come off a bit for Malta here. They started pretty strongly. They had that wicket in the very first over. But since then, you can see that Hungary have come out firing the last 4 overs. It's just the one that went for 10, and otherwise 23, 17 and 20. It's put Hungary hugely in the driving seat now. Their run rate is over 13. And what they actually need is less than 6. So they're looking at less than a run a ball at this rate. So Malta really need to pull a rabbit. Well, they like rabbits here, don't they? So they need to pull a rabbit out of the hat here.
Got a good question from you, for you, from Paul Kempen asking, what's your best batting score? I got to admit, just before we get your answer, in my first season, I was very young. I think I was 11. I was playing a year up, and I had a nasty run of ducks, but then I scored 33, which is my best score. 33 is like 100.
Yeah,
at that
if you're
age,
11,
right?
like that's
Yeah.
a big score.
Should be
And that's
okay.
a half chance, but I think it's probably going to beat the diving fielder there, and it does. It just rolls over the rope despite the despairing dive of Amar Sharma.
It's going to be his 50 as well. Rasik, what an innings. 52 off 19. He's come out and he's really put Hungary in a strong position. He's kind of threatened to do this in the series so far, but that's a lightning half century. 52 off 19 balls, 6 sixes and 3 fours in there.
And he's come in at 4, and Deploy has only faced 17 balls.
Yeah.
He opened up, but he'd be more than happy as captain just observing this from the non-striker's end.
Rare miss, yeah. Zemus has faced 17 balls and there's been 34 faced to the other end. So he's only faced a third of the strike.
Which is the most infuriating thing in cricket if you need the runs. But
Yeah.
as his other batters are going, he's just more than
He's
happy.
Almost like a very good-looking insurance policy Zemus deploy now, isn't he, at the other end? So I think Hungary is sitting very pretty, and they've actually got it down below run a ball now. So yeah, okay. So yeah, every time that would be like a little target, trying to hit my highest score. I scored 34, then I went to 51, then I went to 89, and then I did score 100. Can't remember how much that was. But then my highest score ended up being 124. And I didn't
Decent.
score a lot. I wasn't really a batter. I scored probably 4 senior hundreds. I was playing in probably levels above my batting ability most of the time. I was in for my keeping, but yes, I don't think that'll be beaten, except maybe in a backyard game. How about you? Do you have a higher score that you remember?
Yeah, so same as you, I wasn't actually much of a batter when I was younger. I was more of an opening bowler. So I had a 50, I think, when I was playing schoolboys cricket, because obviously I'm not that old, but still there was not a girls' team when I was playing. It's Hungary 113 for 2 off 9 overs, just ticking along nicely, needing less than 6 an over. Yeah, I got to 52, and that was a big achievement playing against boys. And boys hated it when I got runs against them, even more so when I got wickets, because they are just terrified of getting out to a girl. But I think my first 100 then wasn't until I played senior cricket, and that was for Germany in an unofficial game, so it was not before we had T20Is.
Mm-hmm.
And then my highest score was 147 not out, but
Pretty good. Perfect
big
break.
but that was on the pitch that I was telling you about in the previous game, where the inner ring was probably about a metre from the boundary, with the Porsches in danger the whole time in the car park next door. So I'll take it, but it's kind of got the asterisk for the not out. It's also got the asterisk for tiny pitch.
Well, take
We'll
away
take
the
'em.
asterisk.
We'll take
I'm
'em.
happy to put an asterisk next to England's World Cup win in 2019.
Okay, let's not go
when
there.
it was tied and then tied again, and they used and blew off the back of the rule book and blew the dust off, and the rule got changed because it didn't make any sense.
Well, that's what happens if you make the laws. You can change the
I've
laws.
gone into a take a big left turn at Albuquerque in the conversation. But this is one of my long-term predictions, that one day New Zealand will be awarded joint World Cup winners, like, when they're all like 60 or 70,
And they'll
have
parade
a
them out.
function, and yeah, because they both equally deserved it. You can do that.
I would have been happy with a
They
draw,
do the
to be
Olympics.
fair.
I mean, it's pretty dumb.
Okay, well,
Anyway,
It's opinions.
Pranav Dhanawade. When I say that name, what do you think?
nothing.
You're going to say,
See-
I got no idea what you're talking.
Yeah,
Pranav
you've just
Dhanawade.
pivoted from
No,
angering the whole of England.
that was just
to-
a quick
to Pranav.
aside. Pranav Dhanawade has the highest score that has been recorded in a cricket match.
Oh, was that this Indian youngster who got 500 odd in a school game?
Ha 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 ha. Only 500. By the way, this is rolling away. It's still rolling away.
Still
and it's
rolling,
still
it's still-
rolling away. Well, that had ECN blooper written all over it if he was to kick it over and fall over or fumble it when he picked it up. But what they will do is get a pretty comfortable 3. So actually, it was Vinod Kamblu who played for England. Played for India, sorry, in school cricket. He scored 600 and something. That
Okay.
was the record as I understood it growing up. But I've looked this up once before and I love it. Pranav Dhanawade, in 2016 in a schoolboy match, became the first person to score more than 1,000 runs in
Wow.
one innings in an officially recognised match. He scored 1,009 not out for 327 balls for KC Gandhi High School, breaking the 116 old record of 628 not out by English schoolboy A.E.J. Collins in 1899. So when a record survived the whole 20th century,
Yeah, it's a
pretty
good
good.
record.
Campbell must have got 600 and slightly less. Imagine getting 600 and almost getting the record and not.
At what point, when you're captain, do you say, Do you know what? It's probably enough. I think you've got to 700. I think we can call it there. Nope, let's keep going. I would have taken him out on 999 just to prove a point, but you know, fair play.
So I know there were some extenuating circumstances in this game.
No fielders.
And there were two schools, and one of the schools pretty much had all their older students sitting exams, and so sent the younger students. This is like a classic perfect storm, a bit like when we had the 193 not out in ECS cricket. Right, I've got to find the scorecard here. Here it is. It's on Cricket Info. I'll put it in the chat.
I so hope they scored that on paper as well, because that would have, the score is still there, totting up the singles.
Yeah, we'll see that I have put it in the chat, so you can have a look. Last ball, the 10th over here, by the way.
Yeah, David Marks has bowled a good over, and he's going to come out of it not conceding the boundary. So that's the end of the over. 121 for 2 Hungary at the halfway stage, but in all honesty, they're probably more than halfway there.
121 off the first half. They just need 57 off the second half to win. And well, I will get into this result in a minute. And it's a scorecard that's definitely worth checking out. I have put the link in the chat so you can check that out. But hey, don't forget, we got plenty of cricket coming your way. And tonight we have Marlow versus Gorka. Like I said, a bit like oil and water, they don't mix, and they're both going to make the trek to Coimbra. It's about a 2-hour drive, and neither team's come to lose. They're both Lisbon-based teams, and night 2 of 16 with Phil G standing by. That should be a really good one. Marlow, of course, are the ECL team this year for Portugal. We have seen them in the ECL before. They came in 2022. Gorka 11 also got some really good players. So join Phil G tonight, 6 p.m. GMT, which is 7 o'clock in Central Europe, and 11:30 in India. Okay, so here I'm going to tell you about this game. 4th and 5th of January in Mumbai, part of the Bandari Cup.
Okay.
Arya Gurukul missing a few players due to exams versus KC Gandhi English School. So I wonder who won the toss here, but anyway.
Oh, please.
Arya Gurukul.
I fear for that captain if he
won the toss. And well, let's see who toss. Yeah, okay. It was Arya Gurukul. Fair play to them. They won the toss. They elected to bat, making first use. Now, I am also told that this ground is tiny, had some 35-metre boundaries as well.
So there's an asterisk. There's a double asterisk.
Didn't seem to help Arya Gurukul, who were bowled out for 31, including 12 extras. Solanki with 13, the only batter to reach double figures. And shout out to Patil, who took 5 for 3.
Good figures.
And then KC Gandhi English School, Kate, remember 31 was scored in the first innings. They scored 1,465 for 3. Obviously, not really keen for an early declaration. Got a feel for Akash Singh, 173 for him, 137 for Siddhesh Patil, but overshadowed by the 1,009 not out from Pranav Dhanawadi, batting 396 minutes with 59 sixes and 129 fours. There were also 52 extras. Jagtup with a cameo, 58 and 36 not out from Aman Yadav. Included some pretty big partnerships. At one stage, they were 546 for none. And at another stage, they were 1,077 for 1.
I bet when they got their first wicket, they're like,
do you think at
1,000,
at 1,000, at least then everyone would have been thinking, okay, are you going to call it in? Do you think that's enough? They said, no, we're fine. So, okay, it was a good lead, 1,434 ahead.
You'd like to think you could defend that.
Not going to defend that.
Matthew comes into the bowling lineup and he goes straight into the archery range. Paul Short and Razik, he's on one today, and he flies into the 60s with that 6.
Yeah, smashed away. Too short there. And Razik's all over. It's really motoring now, isn't he? Yeah, so just quickly, it would have been amazing if they'd scored 1,450 to at least force them to bat again.
We're not out of this yet, lads.
But unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Although credit to Arya Gurukul, they did score 52 in the second innings. Solanki, once again, a lone hand, carried his bat for 20 not out.
Legend. And Razik goes again. It's gone all the way again. He's gone once to the left, once to the right. Lovely shot that takes him to 70. off just 27 balls, and he's pushing his Hungary team one step closer in this game. They need just about 5 and over at the moment, so they're just really cruising along at the moment.
The second innings of Arya Gurukul is pretty notable. There's 7 ducks at 20 not out and a 16. And then Aditya Kasari, absent hurt. I mean, he actually was probably one of the better performers in there. So
he might have got 1,000 if he'd batted in the second innings.
Maybe.
That was the key. That's why they lost it.
Yeah, well, he made a first bowler in the first innings, so
maybe not. And Razik is just swinging at everything he sees, and it's paying off at the moment. That takes him to 74. It's another 4. Eldos Matthew, he's gone 6-6-4 so far in his first 3 balls. And it's tough when you're coming in new as a bowler and you're facing up to someone like Razik, who's just seeing the ball like a beach ball deploy. He's still only faced 21 balls at the non-striker's end. I think he's just getting a bit of cramp from not moving, but he's loving what he's seeing from his teammate at the moment.
Hey, he's a captain, so I suppose he's responsible. But Razik, 74. I don't want to put the mocker on him, but 26 for 100, 41 for the win.
And that one's just going to be hit to long off for a single. He's going to walk the entirety of that single, which I love. He knows he's put his team in a beautiful position now, and he just takes the time to stroll from one end to the other all the time in the world. Look at this, Vinny. He's just like, yep, I'll take the one.
He's owning the game right now, isn't he? Just think the umpires must have had sore arms.
I was thinking that. They must have been checked in to a clinic for, repetitive strain injury.
Credit to Gurukul for sticking it out. You would have thought maybe they'll just concede the match was on, maybe when they were 1,000 behind. They said, no, we'll stick it out.
And Deploy is in on the act here. He gets one ball after not facing too many, and he puts it straight over the ropes for 6. That was a lovely shot as well. I thought he might have been getting a bit bored at the non-striker's end, but he gets his chance there, and he just smokes it over the boundary, and the cars are in danger there. Luckily, that one was rolling by the time it got there.
I'm going to get off this in a minute, but
tell me more.
Kamath for Gandhi took 8 for 16 off 7.5 overs, but he was pipped, I think, for the player of the match by the thousandarian.
What would you even call that?
I don't know. So we've gone from my high score, which is pretty paltry now, 109. I know, so mine's 124. And yours, what did you say, 147?
147, yeah.
And we've got 1,009. I think you know who the winner is.
How many of those players on the losing side do you reckon never played cricket again? They were just like, this is not the sport for me.
I was going to say it may kind of put you off, but they love the cricket in India. So I think just still enjoying the ability to get out there. So 11 overs down, Hungary cruising at the moment, 144 for 2. So, yeah, I mean, he's how old is he now? He'd be 24 now, Pranav Dhanawade. So, I don't know if he's gone on to anything more. But it's actually a really good read, the article on Cricket Info about it, because it gives you a bit of context.
Yeah, Ben asks in the chat if you made it to first class level, so that's your next piece.
Don't think so.
He peaked at 1,000. It's difficult to follow that up.
He made 652 on the first day, and so he'd already passed the record, but he still would make about 357 more. His previous highest score was 80 odd.
Well, he moved beyond that a bit. And this is up in the air.
It's his first 100.
It's a half chance, but it's going to drop, and a good effort there. Going to have to check if that went all the way from 4, but it was a good effort there on the rope. Stuck out a hand. Eldos Matthew must have been a bit deflated, having just gone for 20 off his over, but he did well. Running around to his right, stuck out a paw. I think it was good effort there. Stopped the 4.
Yeah, just lands inside and bats it back in. Nice fielding. Back to live.
And David Marks is back into the bowling attack, and they're going after everything at the moment, and Razik doesn't seem to mind who's bowling at the other end. He's just throwing everything at it, and that takes him into the 80s. That one, he's just seeing it like a beach ball, and he didn't really get to the pitch of it. In fact, he got away from the pitch of it, but still managed to hit it over 4.
How well he said, we've got such good eye as well. A few things I'm impressed with this score, this article about the 1,009. The fact they actually managed to get 4 digits on the scoreboard. I didn't reckon they
knew this might happen.
Did that overnight. And just a bit more about the ground. The size of the ground was quite small. It's nestled in between 2 housing complexes.
And that's gone high in the air. We're in danger here, but it's going to go for a 6, and it's going to thud into the wall just below us in the commentary box. And
he's on here, you know.
Yep.
We haven't had a century yet in season 2025. Will be Sheikh Razik to get us going. And, yeah, but to be fair, I mean, to score 1,000 on any conditions, you obviously got to be knuckle down. One mistake could have been gone. And yeah, temperament and fitness. You know, people said he was very, very fit, got a lot of attention, and still he was young when it happened, right? So I think he got to meet Sachin Tendulkar, I think, and yeah, it must have been pretty exciting. There's one thing I haven't mentioned yet, maybe I will. Let's talk bowling figures. So if you ever do concede one, best of the bowlers, Dubé, who he actually was pretty good. He had 2 for 350 of 23 overs.
He got 2 wickets though.
15 and over. Uh-oh.
Razik's gone again, and that's gone all the way. The spectators in the bleachers are taking evasive action. That takes Razik to 93 of just 34 balls. And he's really on here. He's 2 strikes away.
Wow, he's batted so well, hasn't he? This kind of air of inevitability about this at the moment. And yeah, having to get that ball back. Yeah, so obviously, yeah, 2 for 350 was I suppose at least you get some wickets. At least you got some highlights to think about. But not all the bowlers were as lucky. Jadhav did pick up the other wicket, 1 for 281 off 18.
Oh, and we've got a man card here, an attempted man card. And he's giving it out.
Oh, wow.
On the field. Deploy, I mean, he's got his gloves off and he's not really looking to steal much ground. But he does sneak out. Deploy kind of gives it the old bird,
to be fair,
fly.
They've withdrawn the appeal, so it's going to be a warning. Pretty strong warning as well. Basically getting it to be given out and then withdrawing the appeal. So, yeah, Malta, they've gone from giving Hungary a run when Prashar couldn't walk to basically trying to man-cad the acting captain. So they sport some ships in the eye of the beholder, as they say in the classics.
Well, I don't think Deploy is really that interested in going for a single at the moment. Now he's making the point.
Behind the stumps.
And that's it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I often think that's the happy medium to warn. I know you're not required to, but I think it's just the etiquette of the game. I'm not pro man-cad, but I also understand that, consciously or not, Seamus Deploy is shortening the amount of space he has to run, and you know we see that millimetres matter. So I prefer that. No one really likes to see it, but also I think it's handled well. So it's 164 for 2 after 12. Well, guess what? We haven't had any centuries in 2025. That is a blank Hall of Fame.
That is waiting to be filled. I'm sure it will be filled.
You were actually the last century holder on ECN. You were century holder number 150 in season 2024.
Well, happily pass on the mantle to Sheikh Razik because he's batted superbly. He's off strike now.
We also have had to make some modifications about how we present centuries this year. We never envisioned, because we had 13 centuries 2 years ago, that we'd be showing 10 pages. So you'll probably see them by tournament, but we'll keep the running count on the left anyway. That's kind of the plan. We had 13 centuries in 2022, then we had 58 in 2023, then we had 150. That's the Grizzly effect.
It's just as well you didn't kind of present the Centurions with a little memento, because I think you would have bankrupted the network by last year.
People often say that, like, why isn't there a cash prize or a trophy for player of the match?
Do you know how many games we have?
100. You do get a highlights video on YouTube, so I think it's fair. Hey, finally, I'm going to leave this alone because we've got some big moments potentially coming up. Some of the unluckier bowlers, 6 overs, none for 142. Tejas Misar copped a bit of...
6 overs?
He was the 5th bowler. 6 overs, none for 142.
What's that economy of?
23.66.
Yeah. Unlucky.
None for 284, the opener, Salunke, not only having to bat the whole game, but he bowled 20 overs. That's a funny one because he does get across, moves the line a bit, but the umpire still thinks it's a wide. Wasim Abbas bowling out here.
I think that's a bit unlucky for the bowler because
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? He was a long way outside, but then the ball was a long way outside the line as well.
It's one of those
area.
Yeah, exactly. It's judgment calls, and we've got to trust the umpires. We're in capable hands.
It's hard enough judging wides when there's a line there. Never mind a line that's in your head.
And Razik has gone big, and that's gone all the way into the tennis hall. Rolls up the blue siding of the tennis hall, and that takes Razik up to the almost magical 99 not out figure of just 36 balls. He's just one away from his milestone, and Hungary in fact are only one hit away as well. They need 6 runs to win this game, so if I was Razik, I'd be looking to do this. Get the old twofer, get your 100 and get your team over the line.
Yeah, it's been a great innings. They needed someone to kind of pick up this innings and run with. That's exactly what he's done here. And Sheikh Razik, a brilliant 2024. He's made a good start to 2025 and haven't really had the answers here, Malta. Battled to a competitive score. I think the fact that he's just smashed that and it's going to take some getting is just going to give him a bit more time on 99. And here you do have the scoreboard. Actually, he knows he's on 99. You've got a great scoreboard here in Malta. I'll say Johnny G is often in charge of it. He's the scoreboard swami. So, yeah, it's showing right now. There you go. That's Sheikh Razik. Batter number 4 is on 99.
I wonder if he knew before. I mean, I love knowing what I'm on. So I wonder if he was kind of knowing what he's on, and now he's got that chance to get a 2 for 1. I mean, the Maltese team are literally out there on their feet. There's a few of them on their haunches.
No, it's only 6 to win as well. So it's
do it in one.
Be the perfect way to bring it up. It's been a class innings from a class player. He's on 99, Sheikh Razik.
And he's just gonna squeeze one through, but that will be his century, and a thoroughly deserved century for Sheikh Razik. It's 100 not out of just 37 balls, and he deservedly takes the applause of his teammates. His captain just stands by, allows him to take in the moment, goes up to him. I'm sure will give him a big hug, because that was a tremendous knock from Sheikh Razik, and he's got his team more or less over the line here.
37 ball ton. I mean, if you look up, and this is a T20 International, if you look up fastest T20I centuries, it's got to be in the top handful. Remember the record for a while, I think, was something like 34. I know it was Sudesh Wickramasinghe had it for a while. I think it's down in the 20s now, I think. But, yeah, that's a brilliant innings. And that will get them within a boundary of winning this game, whether it's 4 or 6 deploy. Played the second fiddle to perfection as well as occasional breakout stroke. Again, he's still got an opportunity to have another hit tomorrow against Austria. But yeah, magnificent stuff.
And it will be fitting if Razik does get his team over the line here. Hungary just needing 4 to win. It's the final ball of the 13th over, so he'll be wanting to see if he can finish it off in this over still. And he does. And he not only gets the 4, he gets the 6. So Sheikh Razik finishes this game off in absolute style. He gets to 106 not out off just 38 deliveries, and he sees his team Hungary beat Malta by 8 wickets, and in the end it was quite an easy chase for Hungary. Deployed finishes at the other end, 44 not out.
So
off just 26 balls.
Listen to this. It's the equal 8th fastest T20I century in history, and actually ties Abhishek Sharma, who just scored one 2 days ago for India versus England at the Wankhede Stadium, 2nd of February 2025. So that's pretty good company to be in. Sheikh Razik, 106 not out he finishes. And, well, interesting little bit of a byline. Hungary, they do finish on the same 180. That was a winning score yesterday against Malta, but he's come out there, he's batted absolutely magnificently, hasn't he? And he's really turned it on. 12 sixes and 5 fours in there. We threatened it, now he's delivered it. And Hungary, they do go to a 2-1 record now. Keeps them alive, I think, in the series as well. For Malta, well, they won't be winning the series. They are 0-3 now, but they'll just be hoping that they can turn things around. They'll get another crack at Austria tomorrow. They were pretty competitive against Austria yesterday. But Hungary also, with that win, that's twice they've beaten an opponent above them, with Malta going into this series 71 and Hungary 75th in the world. But Sheikh Razik, they couldn't wait for him to qualify because he's such a good player, and you just get a taste of it there. It's our first century of season 2025 on ECN. We go back, and Ghani, his luck was out, wasn't it? As a little bit of the bumper cars there, but the tack was able to hold on to it. And ultimately, that would bring Kukikell out, but he came out in the mood, didn't he? Made the most of the power play with 25 off 11, including 3 4s and a 6. And there, sometimes he makes it look very, very easy, doesn't he? Malta just, I suppose, not quite at the standards that they'd hoped to be at. I think Abbas had a good series. Great catch by Sudasana behind the stumps to remove Kukikell, but that would bring Sheikh Razik to the crease. And in fact, that would be the last moment to save it for Malta as this partnership took the game away.
Yeah, and it was all about the partnerships for Hungary as well. After that early wicket from Malta, we thought they might be in with a chance here. But after that, all 3 batters below contributing. Zimas Deploy kind of played second fiddle throughout the whole innings. He was there from the very beginning, only faced 26 balls, but he made the most of them, scoring 44 runs, staying not out, including 2 4s and 3 6s. But it was really all about Sheikh Razik coming in at 4, getting to that glorious century, 106 off just 38 balls and 12 6s. And it was really the power that he showed throughout his innings that was so impressive. I mean, it wasn't a chanceless innings. Malta dropped a few. Rocky was the unlucky teammate out there who dropped, I think, 2 chances, and he had one that flew past him as well. That was the big old ding. I think we're going to have to go into the car park after the game to see what happened.
There were some whispers it might have been the production van.
Oh no.
Hope not. It's pretty unlucky. Almost had the van hit last night, by the way, but yeah, I mean, just like, you know what I mean, when some players just feel like you can't bowl to them. And he was just in that kind of mood, and Zimas, he broke out as well, ended up with 44 not out of 26, which was a perfect foil. But really, this is all about Sheikh Razik doing it quick, and like I said, another one that fumbled across the line, so not ideal. But yeah, we ended up just taking this game away. No matter what Malta tried, they tried spin, they tried going back to Abbas, but really the horse had bolted by then, and a magnificent ton brought up. Zimas, yeah, he's building. I still think he's the kind of guy who's got a big score in him. I can get one more chance to do it in the T20 format. But yeah, Malta, they kind of looked a bit broken by the end, didn't they? Understandable, especially when, taking a while to get the ball. And it's just them trying to make something out of nothing. Marks just noticed that Deploy had snuck out of his ground, and maybe he was talked off the ledge by his captain, and they said, no, look, we're not going to do that. And Malta, on the social media for sportsmanship yesterday, we'll say it's not really unsportsmanlike technically, because you are doing something that's within the laws of the game. But yeah, we saw 99 on the scoreboard, and a single brought it up. You can see how much it meant to him. What a good way to start your season, a century in the first series of the year, and first, I'm sure, of many on ECN in 2025. Yeah,
we saw the empty leaderboard, the 100 board up there, but it will have one name on it now, and that's the name of Sheikh Razik, and I'm sure he'll be joined. He'll be hoping by some of his teammates, but I think throughout the network this year we'll be seeing a lot more of those kind of knocks. And Malta just didn't really have the answer to it. There you see the Hall of Fame, Sheikh Razik standing proud, #1 for 2025.
Yeah, and he'll keep that #1 position. Obviously, it's a bit different scoring at 100 in a T20 versus T10, but there's a couple of things. The T20, yes, you got more time, but also generally it's a higher standard, and also the field is a lot bigger. So, he deserves to be on that list, and I'm sure there'll be many more. Congratulations to Sheikh Razik. And like I said, he was part of some ECN history last year as well, along with Jeremy Polarutu for Cobras. They both scored centuries in the same innings, which was the first time that had been done. Looking at the scorecard then, we wondered whether the 177 would be enough, and ultimately it was not, with Hungary chasing it down with 7 overs to spare. So it's a big net run rate boost as well, bearing in mind that if Hungary are to win this series, it probably will be on net run rate over Austria, depending on what happens tomorrow. Austria still have to play twice, but yeah, that's definitely a big booster. Abbas Ghani went, but he's kind of got the license up there. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. He got out, but didn't hurt them too much. Kukikell just came and set a cracking pace. Zimas deploying with 44, but it was kind of forced into the second fielder role. Did a lot of non-striking, didn't he? Almost cost him his wicket, actually, at one point, but it was all about Sheikh Razik. An incredible innings, 106 not out.
Yeah, it was definitely one that he won't forget, and his teammates mobbing him at the end as well. They know that a century is special in any format, and a T20I, he'll be joining an illustrious group of people. And shout out to Zimas Deploy as well. That's his first win as captain after he was on the wrong end of the result this morning. And Malta just didn't really have any response. They threw the ball to Sharma and Matthew at the end. They both went for 23s. And Prasath, he was probably the pick of the bowl. He only bowled 2 overs himself as captain. And otherwise, there was a lot of runs shared between the bowlers. David Marks, first up, had a few good overs earlier, but then came and also got hit to all grounds. But I think when Razik is in that kind of mood, there's not much you can do about it. So Malta will have to dust themselves off after 3 defeats in a row now, but they'll come back and hope to finish their tournament strong tomorrow.
Well, it was 106. At least it wasn't 1,006. That might have kind of felt like it for Malta. Hey, just before we go, I want to say big thanks to everyone in the chat. You've been absolutely magnificent. We really loved the interaction. Thanks to everyone here at the ground. Obviously, didn't have to deal with any of the rain issues tonight, or today. But everyone's been great. The officials, I think, have been excellent as well. I think, we haven't noticed them too much. That's probably a sign that they've been doing a really, really good job. To all the blue crew here and everyone at the Master Sports Club for looking after us. But I want to say a huge big thank you to you, Tina, because that's your first day of this season. First day, I suppose, away from the creature comforts of the Cardamom Oval. How did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I've loved it. We've had some amazing cricket on show. I'm happy we got our century out early as well. I was hoping maybe a super over.
Century magnet, aren't you?
But you know, I was there for the last century of last year, and I'm there for the first century of this year as well. So it must be a good omen. So I'm happy to come back tomorrow, Vinny.
Quick look at the table there. Hungary go to the top, but of course Austria do have a match in hand. And basically, what that means, obviously, if Austria win both games tomorrow, they're going to win. Because they'll be undefeated. But yeah, Hungary certainly giving their net run rate a good boost there. Speaking of tomorrow, let's have a look at what's coming up with the matches 5 and 6 on the way to finish our exciting T20I Tri-Series. And can anyone stop Sheikh Razik? He'll be on match 6, Hungary versus Austria. Who knows? That might be the decider. There might be some run rate calculations. We don't know. First up, though, it will be Austria versus Malta in the morning. And Austria, obviously they can make their job a lot easier with a win against Malta. Malta will have a bit of a point to prove, though. They are staring down a 0-3 record at the moment. 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 1:30 in India. Also, don't forget that Phil G is standing by tonight in about 2.5 hours, 2 3/4 to be exact. It will be night action from the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo, there just outside Coimbra in Portugal. And it is Marlow versus Gorka 11. And I know that a lot of people will be tuning into that. I'll also be trying to tune in for a bit of that as well, around Medina and around a few other things. And so I know Phil did a great job last night. We had a bit of a classic, actually, that was building between the Knights and the Caps. The Caps ended up sweeping the series, but yeah, Marlow will be on tonight, and we'll have a good night here in Malta. Maybe tune in for a few overs of that as well. Keep in touch with the community.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to hearing Phil G's tones over the airwaves, and the second night's going to be 2 fun games as well. And back-to-back cricket all day here on the ECN. What more could you want?
Yeah, what more could you want? Well, don't worry, it keeps getting bigger, keeps getting better. I want to say big thank you to everyone out there on YouTube, and of course our fantastic fan code audience as well. And huge special thank you to our crew at Two Circles for doing such a magnificent job as well. But for now, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of the whole ECN crew and Tina Goff. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. Tune in for Phil G tonight in Portugal, for us in Malta on the ground. Here's some of the best bits of day 2. We'll see you tomorrow for more ECN Malta T20I Tri-Series. Hasta mañana.
My body back and forth. my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body